Chapter 1. What's causing all this? Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to write this book of my life. This is a man who has been through the joys and disappointments of life, the highs and lows, but I've had a direct approach in getting my general resolve and what I want in my life. I've seen everything that has happened throughout my lifetime. The book you are about ready to read is a book that is factual and straight from the horse's mouth. Some names may be altered to save them from scrutiny or harassment from any bottom feeder trolls, without any of the trolls' lies and garbage. I hope you all will enjoy getting your questions answered from the truth itself, so get your popcorn ready. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, I give you the man who's causing all this gorgeous George, Yarid. George walks out to a roar of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, it's good to be here tonight, in front of all of you. George says as he addresses the audience, he is interrupted by 12 women, a part of the FAM. Play with us, George, they all shout, sweating with anticipation of the gorgeous one's response. Ladies, please, my third leg is limited in action, George says as the audience explodes with laughter. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, tonight I will tell you the truth of my life and my success through the good times and bad. I will take you on a journey of thought, spirit, and life itself. George sits down at his chair. He starts to tell the story. Before I was born, God came to me and asked, do you want to be a man or a woman? And I said, I choose to be a man. I came to this world on July 16th, 1968. I call it the Immaculate Reception. Definitely without contraception, thank God. Needless to say, this was the day I was born. I came out of my mom's womb, weighing 7 pounds and 8 ounces. I was a very gorgeous baby. I came out to the song Bad to the Bone. When I came out of my mom's womb, I saw a strange man in a white coat. I think he was a doctor or something like that. I slapped the doctor across the face and I said, you son of a bitch, don't you ever look at me like that again. I guess you don't truly know that I am what's causing all this. So needless to say, I was the man even while I was in infant. So that was kind of like another good reason for no one to ever mess with me, because even as a baby I was cool and definitely bad to the bone, and my mother shouted out and said, that's my boy. Just like the 3 wise men for Jesus, they were the 3 wise women for Gigi. All 3 of these women play an intricate role in Gigi's growing and upbringing. The seamstress made a stocking cap for baby Gigi. Then came the secretary, her tight leather skirt. She proceeded to do some heavy dictation, if you catch my drift. Then the stewardess came out later on, and not only did she give Gigi a lollipop, but she also gave Gigi some breast milk because Gigi was about a fed baby. These 3 women not only helped shape me as a man, but were witnesses to mature baby with all his talents, and later seeing perhaps Gigi ruling the world if necessary. And much like Jesus, gorgeous George would grow to become an icon that many would talk about, and many would worship and love. Many adult women would leave Gigi toys and article of clothing to stimulate him at young impressionable age in single digits. These 3 wise women played an integral role in Gigi's early stages and throughout. A few months later, after gorgeous George was born into this world, he was baptized at the Second Presbyterian Church on North 5th Street, downtown Richmond, Virginia. At George's baptismal minister went ahead and put the holy water on gorgeous George's head. Gorgeous George let out a loud sound and he went coo. And of course, the congregation exploded with cheers and a round of applause. They were falling out of their seats because they knew what truly was causing all this at my young age. Then the minister said, yeah, he's got the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit in him, all right. This caused the congregation to explode once again with pure laughter, joy, and tears. Joy at this baby's talents and sound he made. Could have been gas, but just the same it was special, after having holy water poured on him. And the pastor went on to explain, I gave him the power of the perfect comeback as he dumped the rest of the holy water, Georgia said. Everyone in the audience stood up and clapped. Gorgeous George Yarid was in the house and in the church. It was a symbol of great things yet to come. Perhaps baptismal of the leader, king, or perhaps even maybe a talk show host. All eyes are lifted with hope in anticipation of good things to come. In early life, Gorgeous George moved to a different house that he would later grow up in 1972 when he was 4 years old. The very day that they moved in, they were immediately hit by a hurricane. It was titled Hurricane Agnes, a non-tropical storm. I was so nervous, and I was rowing the canoe and asked my father if I was rowing it correctly. He said, "You're doing fine, boy. Keep moving the oars in a circular motion." The water was going through the house. The house was flooded through the lower level. It just happened the day after we moved in the house. There was a creek in the back line in the woods. There was a low area for flooding any time if heavy rains or hurricanes passed through. My dad was a chemist for the United States Tobacco Company, very good with his hand as he fixed television sets on the side and to fix electrical appliances. He was a master of many talents and an electrician as well. My father was a genius and spoke Italian and Arabic. My father and I shared the same name. I had a middle name, and he did. Later, I decided to do away with my middle name and use my dad's name, which was my name, but minus the middle name. He would make a chairwood desk and grandfather clock with his hands. My father was a genius in more ways than one. He was rough in exterior, but passionate and caring about his family and wanted the best for me. He later retired from the United States Tobacco Company in 1980. My mother was named Edith Shirley Bedeck. She was a beautiful woman and watched over me as much as she could in my early years. In grade school, I was challenged by another kindergarten, challenged in a very unique way. One day, I was challenged by another kid to look up under a teacher's dress. That teacher's name was Miss Maroon. She had long dark hair, light tan skin, and when she was young, she looked at least in her mid-20s. Her laugh was joyous, yet she has a stern voice at times. On that day of the challenge, she was wearing a white dress with red polka dots and red high heels. She was what you would call definitely easy on the eyes, even for a premature perv at the young age of 4. So not knowingly thinking out the consequences of what I was about to do, I took the challenge and proceeded to get behind the teacher and crawled up under her dress. The students busted up laughing, and at first she was confused about what was going on. I smelled her scent of a rosy perfume that smelled great and was a great smell that lingered. I grabbed her leg and started kissing them and rubbed her stockings. Then she jumped up and said, "What is going on?" Then she saw me. She said, "You are going to the principal's office now." I said, "I'm sorry, but Billy challenged me and I took the challenge. Must say you really smell great out there and I thought you would like it." I was a charmer at such a young age. She said, "George, go to the principal's office now." So straight to the principal's office I went. Came home and had a lot of explaining to do with my father as he was notified about my week of being expelled. So then came the long ear lashing that my dad gave. I had to tell my father about being expelled. "Boy, even though your actions should have not happened in school, I'm proud of you, but you can't do stuff like that in kindergarten. Wait till you get older before you do that. But I'm proud of you, and I taught you well to like women, and one day you'll be a Casanova like your dad is." So after that speech, I went into the fridge and stole the last Pabst Blue Ribbon. Old man told me, "Boy, did you drink the last beer?" I said after a loud belch, "I most certainly did, and was my first." The taste went down smooth and had a lot of hops and kick. Got tongue lashing for that, but the beer kind of put me at ease at the ripe age of 4 years old. I spent the whole week relaxing and watching all the 70s shows on the tube. That week, like All in the Family, Sanford and Son, and Three's Company until the week of going back to school. Pure bummer when that Monday rolled around, but I had to write 100 times I will not peek under the teacher's dress ever again. Hell, it was worth it though. My grandma Adele Yarid lived with us, and she'd be waiting for me every afternoon when I came off the school bus. My grandma spoke 4 different languages: Arabic, English, French, and a mixed bag of other languages. She was educated and was great at cooking Arabic food and sewing and knitting clothes. My family was proud of their heritage, and I was proud of it as well, learning curse words from my dad, making sure to use them when they applied. One afternoon, while coming back from school, I opened the door and saw my grandma on the floor yelling and screaming that she needed help. I went straight to her and got her off the floor, placed her on the chair. She hurt her head, so I wrapped her up in an ice pack. I said, "Nanny, are you all right?" She said, "Yes, but she probably needs to go to the hospital." Hour later, Dad came home and rushed Granny to the hospital. He brought her back while Grandma was bandaged up and was given medicine to help her with the pain. Later on, the reality of my grandma going into a nursing home became more prevalent. Dad said, "We are going to have to put Grandma into a nursing home since we can't take care of her, and her mobility is getting worse." As time went on, Grandma got really sick, and so my dad said to me, "Son, you know your grandma is really sick, so we gotta put her in a nursing home, and I know you don't want her to go." "No, I don't want Grandma to go to the nursing home." Then my dad said, "Well, we can't take care of her. You know your mom and I keep getting into arguments, and your mother just can't take care of her." So I said, "Well, I know." Hard as it was, Grandma was put in a nursing home, which wasn't a good faculty, the place where she placed in until she was placed and another facility. She lived about 6 years in 2 different nursing home facilities. With certain times back and forth, we saw her every Sunday afternoon after church by making sure she was being taken in until she later died on June 14th, 1981. She lived to the ripe old age of 88 years old. Meanwhile, my father and mother were in constant arguments. With every family, there is sometimes friction, and all marriages aren't perfect, but I knew Mom and Dad were constantly in deep-seated arguments. My father and mother couldn't live together, and it got worse. One morning, my mom was packing her stuff, and I asked her, "What are you doing?" She told me, "Honey, I have to leave, and I'm coming back for you." "Leave where?" "I got to go and get a divorce from your father." "Mom, you can't leave. There's counselors that can work things out between you and Dad. Things are to be made to be worked out between people who care about each other. I know even with your disagreements, the marriage is worth saving." She said, "It can't be, but I'm coming back for you." At that moment, I felt abandonment, even though I knew my mom truly loved me. That night, I told my dad, and he flipped out. He was trying to get her to come back, but she wouldn't. My dad won custody over me and raised me. Mom had physiological issues and emotional trauma. Later found out she remarried. I would later on be reunited with her in Tennessee. Days in going to church at the Second Presbyterian Church, I would ring bells in the choir and go to Sunday school class. My Sunday school teacher was Patricia Cornwell, who was married to the associate pastor Charles Cornwell. This was later to be talked about because she would become interested in me in such a level in an interesting way. She was 28 years old, and I was the mere age of 14 years old. She took an impressionable attachment to me and kind of wanted me under her wing. Dare we say, Kuachu, Miss Robinson. Maybe in the same level of Mary Kay Letourneau, but I guess I wasn't that fortunate. She would ask me how all my grades in school, and I said fair to medium. She asked me how I would like for her to tutor me sometimes. She took an interest in me, and I kind of felt special. She would kind of rub my back and play with my hair, and showed a physical interest, and I was loving it. Though I know and told her a few times, "What would your husband think if he knew you took this special interest in me?" She said not to worry about it, that they are an open relationship, and she does what she wants. Little history on Patricia. She worked at the forensic department in North Carolina and wrote her very first book about television evangelist Billy Graham and his wife, Ruth Graham. She was fascinated with post-mortem and wrote books directly about her dealings with her forensic lab and working in a morgue. Each Sunday she made it enjoyable to go to Sunday school just by seeing what clothes she would wear. She would be touchy-feely, and it felt good. One afternoon after church and Sunday school class, I came by to her apartment and watched her change in front of me in lighter amounts of clothing. Even though there was never any sex between us, it was enjoyable to spend time with her. I didn't feel like she took any liberties with me, and even though she was 14 years my senior and married, I didn't mind her advancements and encouraged her friendship with me. She had times when I wanted to hang out with her on certain Sundays couldn't because she was in the midst of writing the Ruth Graham book. Yes, readers, you're hearing that right. The mystery book writer was my Sunday school teacher, and not only that, but she was also attracted to yours truly, Wu. Not just picking your nose, which I often did, but also being picked out by gorgeous females. Like many other students picked by their teachers, by their very attractive teachers. I was basically in the same situation, but sadly for me, it never resorted to sexual intercourse. As previously stated with her, after a few years, she moved and left the church and severed relations with Charles Cornwell. Later to find out she claimed she was a lesbian, and that blew my mind. I hope I didn't turn her that way, but nevertheless, it was an enjoyable time when she was living here. My dad later remarried to a woman named Lucy. Lucy was friends with Aunt Angela. Both lived in Michigan. When my dad remarried, he married this woman, and Aunt Angela moved down as well. I couldn't stand my aunt or my stepmother. Both tried to cause issues with me and my father, and it got just a little bit out of hand. My dad decided to send me to a Boy Scouts camp, which I agreed to. I hated it so much I got into 8 fights. I won all 8 fights. I had a situation with a fat kid named Benjamin Redacted. He picked a fight with me at the archery range. It was therapeutic because I flipped his ass on the ground all over the floor. Needless to say, I parted with the Boy Scouts on a mutual departure agreement. My Aunt Ava and Uncle Otto also were relatives that raised me when my dad was busy at work. Like previously stated, my dad retired as chemist in 1980 and worked on television and electronics on the side. Uncle Otto was a second father and used to take me to the duck pin bowling alley, and Aunt Ava was like a mother I didn't have at my young age. One night, Uncle Otto got drunk as a skunk and started singing through my recorder, "Let's Get the Fever Tonight." He did a 1.5-minute song, taking pots and pans and banging them together. It went like this: "Let's get the fever. Let's get the fever tonight. We will be drinking at all times of the day and do what we want with no responsibility. Though we will have a head of headache, so we will never get drunk again." Then the chorus, "Let's get the fever. Let's get the fever tonight." While he sung it, he took to drumsticks and banged loud on the pots and pans. It was hilarious, and he had no knowledge he did it the following day. Those were the days. My Aunt Ava would always make sure when I visited her I had a full course meals, and man, could she cook. I liked her better and didn't care much for my other Aunt Nadja. Chapter 2. My days in high school were something else. My hair was dyed bleach blonde like one of my heroes, Ric Flair. I had a girl that I was attracted to named Christy. She was my first big love, but totally stuck up. I would often hang out with her by going to her church with her as my girl, but didn't get much with her because she was from a rich family and totally stuck up. One afternoon when I was off from my classes, I dressed up in a Santa outfit and had the Santa outfit. I fell heir to this stray cat. So I put holes in the box so the cat could breathe and place it in the box. I went to the English class with Miss Whitten. I walked in and said, "Ho ho, we have a Christmas present for Christy. Ho ho." Miss Whitten knew it was me and said, "What are you doing?" Christy recognized me as well. The cat jumped out of the box and crapped on the floor in the classroom. Christy said, "Why are you embarrassing me like this, George?" As I took off the beard and the getup, I said, "It's a Christmas present, damn it. If you don't want the cat, I'll take it back." "This is inappropriate," she said. I said, "No, it is a freaking gift. Say thank you, George." The class laughed out loud, and she kept the cat. Later on, we would hang out and attend church together, but not enough times to form a relationship that I wanted. She later married a couple times and dropped off the face of the earth. While it did feel good to go to church with a beautiful woman, she would remain unobtainable to me, seeing as she was wrapped up in her own little world. When it was time for the prom, I didn't have a date, but when I crashed it, I was dressed up to the nines and ended up stealing a date as we left the high school and went on to Virginia Beach. I had a 1972 Buick Skylark, had a night of thunder under the sheets, and actually we were dancing in the sheets. When daylight came and I drove back, the car broke down and had to get it towed back to Richmond. It was a nice night with Grace, but a headache to deal with in getting the car back and getting it worked on. Summer was quickly approaching and time for graduation in my senior year of high school. My good friend Spencer decided to go with me to a place called the Lee Art Theater. Miss Minnesota was performing, and she walked down the catwalk with her slender body and her pantyhose shining from the bright lights. We were highly entertained. Finally, we heard a big bang at the back, and this old man was jerking himself off to her with one hand and trying to touch her with his other hand. Cops were called, and he was arrested for indecent exposure. Lights came on, and unfortunately, the show ended with a big bang. The floor was covered with Cracker Jack popcorn and stuck to the floor. Lord only knows the things that happen in the art theater on a daily basis. LOL, it was nearing graduation, and it was time to get rewarded for hard work in school in the class of 1986. After graduation, I shaved my hair after sporting my blonde, bleached hair for 2 years in high school. Again, I bleached my hair for 2 years after my idol Ric Flair. I had straight C's and straight F's in algebra and didn't care. I got my courses passed, averaging with C minus throughout. My family watched me walk down the aisle when I got my diploma, and it was a glorious day and a great day to be the man with high school diploma in hand. A few months later, I decided to attend J. Sargent Reynolds Community College. I took business administration and an elective of mass advertising. I took a course at Dale Carnegie School of Broadcast Communications. Time flew by, and then I decided to get out and start to get into the working field. I worked in restaurants, waiting tables, bartending, and food prepping. I worked in the food industry to get money in my pocket. Working 3 jobs and one including in the summer of 1989 at a local radio station playing music. Worked for an AM radio station called WJDK. The initials were after the chief owner and operator of the station. I worked weekends spinning the Casey Kasem's American Top 40 team and Dick Clark's Rockin' Countdown as well. Then I would have my time to play music and read the news and weather. My friend worked there, Michael Redacted, was the disc jockey who followed me. He would spin records and read the news. It was a fun position because I was doing something I enjoyed doing. On a Sunday afternoon, I decided to do a Dr. Ruth imitation about masturbating and not going out losing your virginity. I did about half hour in a Dr. Ruth voice. Lol. Hence that what cost me my job at living a voice impression and losing my job over an explicit sexual joke. I worked at another radio station under the jock name Gorgeous George Valentine until they changed their format. Hardest thing about being a disc jockeys was going through different formats and losing one's position. Through learning and experiencing editing tape and doing commercials was a great learning experience. Doing radio in general was a great learning for me altogether. It was in the middle part of in the year 1990, and I started dating this Chinese girl, a girl named Mia Redacted, Asian girl who also cut hair. Her body was tiny, yet a treat to hold and caress when I banged a gon her in my bedpost. She was very submissive, and her private area glistened when it was time to ride Space Mountain with her beaver streak. It was very inviting and eager. We would spend weekends to get together. One day we would go to the beach and do other things to pass time, and then finally made a trip to a Chinese restaurant. She would always tell me to try duck, and it would melt in my mouth like just gnawing on her privates. Lol, saying that this restaurant served the duck with its head still on and actually looking right at me. I said with a smirk on my face, Garcon, please come here. I said, I'm not eating something that is looking right at me. Waiter said, no, it's good luck to eat duck while its head is still on and looking at me. I said, no, take it back with the head off. What a fucked up experience which caused me to lose my appetite. Mia giggled, saying, try it with its head on. I said, I don't think so. I wonder what days they have a cat special. Mia smiled and said, no, they don't serve cat. I then said it must be a meow meow surprise. Mia and I were getting real close, and being able to bang her with ease became an old shoe. Finally, one evening, I was going to surprise Mia with a bottle of champagne. I opened the door and saw this Asian man sitting down watching TV. I felt like I might be at the wrong place and not hers. He said, can I help you? I said, you most certainly can. Who in the hell are you? I'm the owner of this apartment. I said, where's Mia? Mia's in the shower. He said, who are you? I said, I'm Mia's boyfriend. He said he was Mia's husband. I literally almost felt a cold and dark feeling going down my spine. I said to myself, what the fuck? So I positioned myself to wait for Mia to get out of the shower. Needless to say, when she got out and saw me with her husband in the same room, she jumped out of her skin. I said, Mia, do you mind explaining to me what in the hell is going on? She stumbled over her words and said, I don't know what you want me to say. I explained to her, how about telling me the truth? This man claims to be your husband. She nodded and finally admitted that he was her husband. I said, where do we go from here? I don't fault this man because he was just as clueless as I was. I trusted you, and at this point, don't know where that trust has gone. You made up your mind on who you want, but if I can't trust you, it makes our relationship impossible. If you get a divorce from him, we can talk, but until then, I can't subject myself to the hurt and pain and distrust. Needless to say, she remained with him, and so ended my relationship with Mia. The late 80s saw my Uncle Otto passing away in 1986, so that was hard to swallow since he was like a second dad. Also, my Aunt Angela died in the guest bedroom. In 1989, she had haunted the house years later. Back to my lady friends, I had a few other relationships with some interesting ladies. One with a hottie named Gloria who was a massage therapist. Sex was excellent until she moved to Florida. Of course, Cynthia was a paid call girl who I invited to my house for several booty calls. First time I paid, the next 5 times she paid. First night she appeared, my dad and stepmom were snoring away in their bed. She asked me, who are they? I said, they are from out of town spending the night. Cynthia was great with her tongue and could blow bubbles out of the sperm she swallowed. It was great because she was a giver as well as a receiver. 6 different encounters where she finally paid me for her time. Each time she wanted me to go deeper at her diaphragm and penetrate harder, asking her each time, who's your daddy? It was a great fuck fest. It was fantastic and therapeutic until she moved elsewhere as well, months later after frolic and fun. Then in 1990, I met this Buddhist who was trying to recruit me to attend meetings with me. Her name was Dreama. She definitely had a dreamy look, but was staunched on getting me to go with her to these Buddhist meetings. I went to one and laughed my ass off. Everybody was chanting, sitting down in an Indian TV position, chanting Ma Ringo Kai Sky. It became louder in the gathering until the toy castle got knocked down by a Buddha doll, with a light burning out his bound. I laughed my ass off, but she wasn't interested in Space Mountain, so she had to be gone. A lot of foot fungus smells with people without their shoes on. It was definitely the sight and smell of the gathering that had me tripping. Then, in 1991 through 1992, I dated my friend's sister who worked with me at the radio station for about 9 months as well, Elena. Great lady, but things seemed to move on as well as her moving didn't help. So many relationships that could have been, only if these ladies didn't keep moving out of state. It was the early 90s, and I was trying to get my resume ready. I worked in a few other radio stations until the format changes each. Radio, unfortunately, is not a stable career path and didn't pay a lot, but it was fun just the same. In the early 90s, things were popping up for me as I did radio sound work and commercials. Chapter 3. So it was 1992, and I went back to J. Sargent Reynolds and took a course online, Dale Carnegie class, public speaking. I was influenced by others and Michael to take this course to get into public speaking and more commercials when they came about. More of these commercials were non-paying commercials, but they were getting freebies from yours truly. Back at the crib, my father wanted me to help him in a project of making a grandfather's clock and holding the pieces together when he was designing them. My father was very good with his hands and a gift of making things with wood. At this time, I was a night owl, and I used to have insomnia and would wash my clothes in a laundromat next door to a Breeze in a convenience store. Around this time, our best president, Bill Clinton, defeated George Bush Sr. for the election of presidency of the United States. I picked up the paper and told the cashier they needed to lay off our president-elect and give him a chance to do his job. An old man who worked for a hostess as a delivery driver made the comment calling him a crook and he will be the ruination of this country. I said no, he is bright and needs to be given the chance to get us out of this recession. Then the old man started getting personal by saying, assholes and unintelligent people like myself elected him, and he is a crook. Right then, that son of a bitch took it out of the political realm and started attacking me on a personal level. I said, you are getting just a little personal by attacking me since I don't agree with your opinion. He then said again, attacking me about my educational level since I voted for him. It was about ready to go down into fight, and I was going to jack him up by his neck. I told him he best shut the fuck up. Then I took the pie cart filled with Hostess products and tried to crown me with it. My fast reflexes grabbed the pie cart with my fingers and in the process ruptured my ring finger tendon. The fight was on, and I had to fight this other burly black man as well, while he was coming to that other old man's rescue. I flipped the burly old man off of me, then pounded the hostess man in the face, while took a few shots as well. Cops came and report was made. A few days later, a sequel of fight took place round 2 and another fight ensued and cops came in and started to press charges on me for both fights equivalent to 2 assault battery charges. When the case was heard, one of the charges was dropped, but the other charge stuck on my record. The old man cashier defended that prick, so did the security guard. To this day, my ring finger is bent due to an operation I had to be able to bend my finger with vigorous rehab to get it to heal appropriately over some insignificant piece of shit's personal attack. I would do it again, but made sure he's knocked out on the ground before I left. It was 1994, and I met this guy by the name of Matt Tatum. He would dance at a place called Hyatt Lightfoot's in Fanny's Holiday Inn. 2 hotels and bar clubs nearby and adjacent to one another. This jockey Paul Redacted was bending the records and would be there along with an old man, Bud Redacted, who was in his late to mid-70s. He would go in and dance, and all the ladies would go nuts. So on the weekends, the place to be was at those 2 clubs, the late night breakfast at Denny's. Waitress named Dee was there, and she was always a friendly person to me and my entourage. Matt was a slightly overweight dude, but seemed to have stamina on the dance floor. We became friends along with Bud, who was the life of all the parties. Tuesday night was ladies' night, and it was always packed with the ladies. So again after the club, it was late night coffee with eyeballs stared at the door with ladies coming in who were drunk and needed to be acquainted with Space Mountain. Woo, woo. One afternoon, Matt and I was watching the public access channel and saw this old black man named August Moon. He had a show on the access channel and he was always sporting a juice bottle. I asked him on one of his call-in shows if he'd gin or vodka in that juice bottle. He got offended, but it was the precursor of good things to come. I told Matt if he can do a show on the public access channel, so can we. So the birth of the Gorgeous George show was ready to be launched. We started filming shows around Thanksgiving of 1994 at Matt's place and mixed up with a few shows at my place. In the beginning, it was fun, and I stole a line from Ric Flair, my idol, and gave my life to my own personality to the Gorgeous George character, while Matt was shy and wanted the ladies to know he was a surfer dude. I couldn't see that he was full of himself, but I guess I was too, but we hit it out of the park and we started getting reactions from a mixed bag of comments and reviews from people. I didn't care what insignificant people thought, I only cared what people thought in general that I knew or were in my circle. We had a rap band called Blue Page that performed in Matt's living room with Key and Mr. Finger. The question, what finger was it? Maybe it could have been the middle finger. LOL, so they started off with the song How Many Licks Does It Take to Get in an Insane Clit? Pretty cutting edge, and coming from someone who absolutely hates rap thought they had potential with their wildly funny lyrics. Then we did a presidential dating game, and a girl who worked at a Motel Nikki helped us out. She was our first female co-host back in the day, with only 2 appearances, but very easy on the eyes, and of course was knowledgeable about sports. Of course, a Dallas Cowboy fan like I am, so that only made things even better in our brief friendship. Wanted her to write Space Mountain, but unfortunately never had the opportunity with Nikki, but I believe it could have been a lot of sparks in natural chemistry. Though again, it never progressed with her since she was a brief acquaintance. We had a bunch of masks that we used of famous people, and a character I created with an old man's mask named Henry. A lot of Henry's character was of my father's persona. I put on the old man's mask of Henry for my dad to see, and he thought I was nuts. So I would copy him and teased him about how he wanted to set that mask on fire. He knew I captured his essence with the old man Henry mask. I had a lot of fun acting as Henry. Again, we had a lot of masks, from Ronald Reagan to Mike Tyson to Bill Clinton to Bob Dole. Even an old Howard Stern mask, which Matt played on and reappearance of Master Matt's Magic Man with a simple name change. He was Howard Stern giving me an award for the best public access show in Richmond. Matt would do different skits, and we brought on different characters like Slick Scott and Gavin Cruz. Both of these guys came on board, and we began to carry out several skits with a full cast and crew. Always with a revolving door of females to come on and had in their acting expertise and talents. We did pre-recorded shows at the public access channel. A lot of complaints of the show's content started to surface as it was adult entertainment mixed with bathroom humor. I had no plans to settle what the show was. It was shock entertainment in which I never backed down from. So with controversy, you get a backlash of prudes that had no idea of what that entertainment was all about. I contributed a lot of my work from the Howard Stern show. Though I took from different people, my work was of my own and different from others because I added things to certain skits to make them funny. One of my favorite skits was Bathing Your Grandma skit. One of my favorites is a guy by the name of Porter who played the boy asking the questions and myself playing the old man asking the questions with emphasis. Of course, we had a grandma to the mix with a switchblade combing her hair with it being played by Matt. Matt wasn't automatically funny, but became hilarious with proper structure and preface. It was a skit on Saturday Night Live called the Hurley Boy Delivery Services. Our title was Bathing Your Grandma's Skin, which to this day goes out as one of my favorite skits we ever did. Probably, arguably, my favorite. When January 1995 rolled around, it was going to be the Cowboys and Steelers playing in the Super Bowl. We were going to have the Miss Gorgeous George beauty pageant with 12 girls from the University of Richmond. It was Super Bowl Eve, so we went on the streets asking everybody who was going to win the Super Bowl. We bleeped the ones who said the Steelers and kept the ones who said the Cowboys recording. Imagine that, just a slight bias. The day of the Miss Gorgeous George beauty pageant, there were contract negotiations of getting Dirt Woman on this show as well. Donnie Corcoran. We decided to hold off and keep these two episodes separate. The 12 girls appeared at the embassy suites along with another group of rappers that came on. We only entertained this because we needed judges. As we were shooting the pageant, Matt had his own idea of getting the women drunk so he could score. And that was the furthest thing I was planning. I was only going to score with the winner in a passionate night for the winner to be titled and crowned as Miss Gorgeous George. 1996. Mid-course of shooting the pageant, one of the women pepper sprayed Matt in the face. I used the bathroom and walked into chaos with Matt shouting out loud. The eyes were burning. I turned around to the girls and said, "What happened?" One of them said, "We are leaving," and that Matt was coming on to her, and some of the girls were strapped with pistols. Out of disgust, I told them, "Get the hell out of the room, that the film has been canceled." In other words, doing damage control. Told him to get the hell out. Took Matt to the hospital and demanded him to come clean on what he did. He told me that he was trying to get them to relax and he just wanted to enjoy himself. I told him, "You cost us. Do not finish our production with extra antics." So we filmed what we had and then mixed it up with going to the clubs, asking everyone about who was going to win the Super Bowl. Lots of editing due to Matt's misplaced sexual aggression with these ladies. Of course, the Cowboys won Super Bowl 27-17, and all that was wrong became right with the world for that particular evening, when the Cowboys defeated the hated Steelers. Meanwhile, Slick Scott kept telling me to get Donnie Corcoran on the show. I didn't want the association with cross-gender or gay person on the show at the time. Scott told me by doing it would put me on the map for years to come, so by precursor from Scott we negotiated works with the 400-pound Dirt Woman. He came in dancing to Super Freak, and I had a long stick attached to a fake hand. I told him don't come any further and to have a seat low. He was talking about being a homosexual and that he would have sex with anything or anybody at least once. That he was a transsexual. LOL, at the end we had him dancing with Scott wearing the George Bush Sr. mask. He was dancing like a virgin, and just before he fell on his ass, I said, "Don't let one out," and then he fell on his butt, tired, from exhaustion, from dancing and moving around. Gavin Cruz appeared on only 2 shows, one being the one with Dirt Woman. Scott eventually moved on with Matt and I having a falling out. I was actively looking for a new co-host. Akeem Squeal Neal was one of those guys who came on for one show. Guy had a lot of potential until he moved on. Chapter 4. Throughout the period, I was trying to get some new blood for the show where I couldn't rely on Magic Matt for not a damn thing due to his disposition and jealousy with me in the show. I drove through a spot and saw this lady performing. She was singing and doing acoustic guitar. I approached her and asked her if she'd like to appear on my show. She was responsive and appeared on a few of my shows. Her name was Rosalind Redacted, better known as Rossi. We had a studio for a short stint called Delmar Communications, and we did a lot of the pre-recorded shows there, along with shows at the park and at the Caroline Church near the park. Finally, I told the street musician of my dilemma of needing a reliable co-host, and without any hesitation, she mentioned the name Kevin Kravitz. She told me he would jump on it, that he liked to appear on camera.
We met with Kevin and he appeared on one of my 30-minute live shows as my attorney, and also one of my pre-recorded shows at the ballroom at the Holiday Inn. We put an ad in the paper for female co-hosts and co-workers to help with the production. Magic Matt appeared with me and Kevin in this show. While we were bringing in the props in the ballroom, I thought the mannequins that Kevin had in his vehicle would be interesting as props for the show. Literally, these were like what you would see in a department store. They were store mannequins, partially half version of them, not the full version. While Matt and I helped grab them out his vehicle, Matt dropped one accidentally and Kevin exploded with anger. Toward Matt about him dropping them, I dropped one too and Kevin was filled with anger. I told him to calm down, they are fine, that are just props and store mannequins. Just for him to chill. Interesting show to say the least. We had a girl by the name of Michelle appearing, and a local nightclub dancer named Susan who appeared. Michelle seemed like she wanted to get drunk, and Matt supplied the drinks. Needless to say, she became frisky and flirtatious with us. Kind of the life of the party. We did a skit where she sat in my lap while I played Old Man Henry giving her a lesson about what Gorgeous George does for the ladies. While we filmed, her hand was grazing my third leg and it felt really great and relaxing. She was drunk and wanted to have sex. I encouraged the grazing of my third leg, though I didn't encourage any sex since she was intoxicated. I said if she sobered up and still wanted to, we could visit that possibility, but not at the moment she knew she was drunk as a monkey. Matt, of course, wanted to take advantage of her, and I told him to back the fuck off. Ain't going to happen. After we had a few shoots and skits and her rubbing down there, I felt the need to give her a big hug and get her a cup of coffee so she could sober up somewhat, since she had to drive back home. She then mentioned that she had to get back home before boyfriend came back. I asked myself, why is it always about the boyfriend? Susan walked in, was ready to do her scenes for the show. Michelle left and I said, give me a call when you get back home so we know you made it home safe. Hugged her again and I said, let us know that you made it home. Meanwhile, Kevin and Matt were preparing for the next skits and Susan and started dancing while Kevin was adjusting the camera. After the show finished, I got a phone call from Michelle, but it wasn't her. It was a man's voice. I said, hello, could I help you? The guy was screaming on the phone saying, you got my girlfriend drunk. What in the fuck did you do with her for that long? I said, you need to calm yourself down and stop the cursing on the phone. She answered an ad to appear on camera and she helped us out during the production. Well, why in the hell is she drunk? We had a bar with the rental of the room and she drank. She is a grown adult, so she chose to drink. You got my girl fucking drunk, you son of bitch, he said. I told him to go fuck himself and have her call me after she sleeps it off. The hell I will, you took advantage of the situation. There's nothing that was done, so sir, again, can go fuck yourself. That was not my problem, and she was a grown adult. I came to Matt and said, you caused me a problem, getting her drunk. Matt explained, I didn't get her drunk. Besides, you benefited the most out of it. I said simply, you know, you did get her drunk and I had to listen to it by some jealous boyfriend on the phone. Anyway, the taping was a success and we made a good show. During this time, I was in need of a production guy to help us out. We were introduced to a guy by the name of Jim Redacted. He was about 400 plus guy that had a severe weight problem but knew his craft well and helped us to editing special effects with our show. He helped us out tremendously throughout the period of doing pre-recorded shows along with going into doing block of live shows every week. More live shows were being produced, so we used Jim in the control booth during the camera work and started doing live shows on a regular basis. It was 1999, and it is our year where we started back up doing our live shows every Thursday night. Kevin, Matt, and myself. Unfortunately, news got back to me in February 1999 that my Aunt Ava had passed away. It was very hard and shocking to deal with. Very emotional since she was the second mother I never had. After news came down, my cousins came up from Tennessee. She was on a ventilator for 2 weeks, and we were hoping with all hope she would snap out of it, but then later decided to pull her off the ventilator. Finally, later on that summer, I needed a vacation and decided to go west to Las Vegas for a vacation. So Kevin hosted the show for 2 months, and Magic Matt took a journey to the city of Neon to clear my head from my aunt's passing. My aunt seems to be there with me in spirit, so I packed my BMW convertible, and me and Matt headed west cross country. Chapter 5. I remember telling my dad I would be leaving for Las Vegas for a few weeks. He told me, don't spend a lot of money and don't gamble. I said, it'll be fun. Though back in 1983, my dad and I went cross country, but I was too young to appreciate it since I couldn't gamble and too young to go to certain places. Dad said also, don't get hooked up with any women of the night. Lol. I said, it's all good. Matt hopped in the BMW and took off cross country. Let me say this was an experience of a lifetime, and it was a great time of my life. It will be shown why in this chapter. While we were traveling our first night, we crashed into Memphis, Tennessee, planning to tour Graceland, home of the King Elvis Presley. We got there August 15th, one day before the anniversary of his death. So we went the following day, 22-year anniversary of his death. I remember Matt driving me crazy thus far this trip, wanting to stop just about every rest area so he could shit and piss. Told him he'll need to hold on better, and if he uses the bathroom in the interior of my car, he'll be walking the rest of the way. Lol. So while we got Memphis, it seemed to be a very filthy, dirty shithole of town. We saw a homeless person dancing on the corner singing, "Don't Be Cruel," and gave him a $5 spot. The $5 to him seemed like 5,000. We were going to have lunch, but there seemed not to be a place where I felt comfortable parking my vehicle. Matt was bitching again about going to a restroom again, so I dropped him off at a strip club, and I was going to go in and check it out. While Matt got out of the vehicle, this big truck pulled up behind me. They got out and ran over and held Matt up at gunpoint. I looked up and said, "What the fuck is this?" I jumped out of the vehicle scared shitless since they were armed, and I wasn't. I said, "What the hell are you all doing? Leave him alone." They said, "He is a prisoner that got away from lockup, and they are turning him in." I said, "You aren't doing nothing. He is with me from Virginia, and he is trying to use the restroom in this club." I told Matt to show him your identification card or license if you have it. By the way, who might you all be? Are you with the police? They said no. They were licensed private investigators that work with the city trying to find a prisoner who escaped. They looked at Matt's credentials and fiercely apologized, realizing Matt wasn't their culprit. They said if he had a twin, he would be a match. Again apologized and let Matt go. We drove the hell out of there, and Matt still didn't use the bathroom, so went to the nearest gas station. Matt was shaken up really bad, and anybody would have been. He felt a vast mix of feelings that he was being a ghost, or having a prank being pulled on him from thoughts of being paranoid. When it was getting closer, we were looking forward to taking the tour of Graceland. While we were getting ready and paid our admission to see the tour. The tour was being hosted by Lisa Marie Presley. What a freaking treat, though I couldn't find my camera. I needed my camera to charge my batteries. I got smooche with Lisa Marie Presley. It was a treat and an honor to be near her while she was giving the tour. She was very effective, and it was a very near somber experience. You could hear it in her voice when she did the tour. She spoke of times when she was little and her closeness to her family, and she was already hurt when her dad was on tour and couldn't be around. She explained how she felt when she was alone and also when she was little. Different gold-plated albums laid in cases along while Elvis' wardrobe attire was also sealed in cases in the closet, showing his array of clothing he used to wear when he performed on stage. The tour was sobering and educational, and you could feel his presence in the room while his daughter was talking. Lisa gave a great tour, and at the end, you saw his resting place, where he laid RIP in the resting area. Very emotional, and you could feel Elvis in the room throughout. Elvis was America's favorite entertainer, so most people found him to be #1 entertainer of all time. At the end of the tour, I embraced Lisa and only wished I had my camera. We were being told by management no pictures can be taken. That didn't stop people from sneaking a few shots. Anyway, after Graceland, we went back on the road and planned to be making more tracks. We made good time because we went through Texas with our goal to crash in New Mexico, Albuquerque. I was driving for literally 2 days straight. We crashed in New Mexico and had made excellent time. Went to the strip club The Gentleman's Club. Little seedy, but just the way I like it. Lady took a liking to me, or should I say to my wallet, but since that wallet was attached to me, she showed me a great time. We went into this private room where lap dances were $10 for 2 songs, $5 per song. Rates were extremely affordable for the Gentleman's Club. $5 a song, which is really never heard of. Forget the lady's name, but the only thing I was concerned about was her massaging my penis, putting cream on my tip. It was Christmas, New Year's, and Valentine's Day all wrapped in one. I gave Matt money to do his own thing and not to bother me. It was a great times to be had in New Mexico, and that trend continued while we got closer to the city of neon. Viva Las Vegas. After we left to tea. The Gentleman's Club, we traveled on Route 40 west with about 5 hours more to get to the Hoover Dam connected Arizona and Nevada together. While we traveled, we went through the Grand Canyon and drove by the petrified forest where the story of everything being still and not moving. Arizona seemed to be a wild state with a lot of Indian reservations and majestic beauty and mountains and dry heat throughout with no humidity at all to be spoken about. Once we got to Nevada, we went through this dam called Hoover Dam and finally reached a sign saying La Vegas 50 miles away. Getting excited and round up since this was the actual first time ever experiencing Vegas, not counting with my dad in 1983 because I was minor. Finally, we could see miles and miles of city neon lights saying this casino and that casino. We finally were in the city limits. Drove a few miles more, and then we got on Las Vegas Boulevard. After all of that, we felt we finally drove to our hotel. A place called Key Largo Hotel, which to this day is no longer in business. Crashed and planned to take in all the scenes of Viva Las Vegas. Original plan was to stay there 2 weeks. We stayed longer, or should I say, I stayed longer. I was already going to the casinos gambling and poetry was in motion because I laid a $10 chip on $1,000 space and instantly won $1,000 on the first spin through the wheel. Bam, I felt like a baby in a candy store. On the first night of being there, Matt was bitching that he didn't have a lot of money and wanted to be given an allowance for helping me bet on a sportsbook on baseball. At the time, I never really followed baseball to the instinct I did after I won on betting on it, learning more about how gambling worked on betting on baseball. I was more knowledgeable about football than I was about baseball. Learned the game after betting and winning. Matt at times would stay in his room and didn't also go out with me to where I went. Though he had money and money I gave him, he would stay at the pool most of the day while I rode the city by foot and by road, driving my Beamer throughout the city. I started going to different casinos, getting acquainted with the street layout of the casinos. Went to Caesar's Palace and stayed on the roulette wheel and won more money just after spending 2 hours of time playing roulette. I won $2,000 additional. I felt like a baby in a candy store only being there for 2 days and already winning $3,000 just like that. I felt my Aunt Ava with me in spirit, helping me to win. Aunt Ava must have been there in spirit, helping me to win. I couldn't do any wrong on the tables. Matt wanted to go to the Chicken Ranch brothel, and I said, all in good time. He kept nagging the fuck out of me going on our second night, so I said, all right. We drove out of the limits of Vegas to Pahrump, Nevada, which is a 45-minute drive out of Vegas and where prostitution was legal. It was pitch dark and we drove in the desert. Through the GPS, we got lost. We drove through a desert and noticed we came to desert land with no businesses, no nothing. There was a police car that actually pulled us and asked me, "What am I doing driving on private property by the state?" Had no idea where we were. The police officer could tell I was from Virginia by my license tags. He said, "You are driving around air missiles and landmines." It was a testing ground for national security and investigations for chemical testing ground. Wow, he would roam there knowing we'd roam around there. I said, "Well, damn, we are trying to get to the chicken ranch." He said there were certain ways you can get there and showed me how, and we finally got there. Little did I know we were in the middle of nowhere. But finally we got there, name had changed to something else, and the name escaped me. Matt, being a little bitch, left his wallet back in the room. I ended up spending on him, as well as myself, $1,600. Little bitch weasel his way from paying for his own encounters. The ladies all stood in line. The girl in the back on the intercom said, "The girls who mentioned their name only once. If you want them, walk up to them and follow them to their room." I was pissed off not only because Matt pulling a fast one on me, but know I paid by my debit card and have no idea how many times they might have ran my card. Learned my lesson for real, to only pay by cash. Of course, it didn't help to find out later Matt couldn't pay me back because he didn't have that much money. He kept saying, "I'll help you make the baseball picks." I said, "Oh, really? Well, they better hit." After the romp in the hay lasted for about less than an hour, so got ripped off from that as well. The lady of the evening said, "You nutted and it took an hour, so it's based on how long it takes you get your rocks off." I said to her, "I should be able to get my rocks off multiple times, totaling an hour's worth of time." Matt was grinning cheek to cheek and said to me, he was able to bust several loads on the lady he had when I could only bust one load. I said I was going to leave his ass at the brothel and he can walk his way back to Virginia. He started really getting on my nerves. Later on, we got back to Las Vegas and I left him at the hotel room and I looked around for a cozy yet seated club to end up hanging out there.
Chapter 6. I went to this gentleman's club called the Tender Trap. Tender Trap sucked up my money like it was no tomorrow. This place was a very small place with a moon-shaped emblem above the bar. Little crazy but workable and not that crowded. The place total capacity was about 50. I walked in, got my cold Corona with my lime squeeze, and observed. I saw the women inside, but it was one who stood out from the crowd. Blonde-haired girl with her standing up. Tiny and small, but nice perky breast. She looked at me and said, "Do you want a lap dance?" I said, "I most certainly do." I asked her what her name was, and she simply said, "It was Sue." She started dancing with a green outfit and white boots to knock your socks off. She wasn't wearing socks but pantyhose under those white boots. Her eyes were bluer than blue. She stood out from the rest of the girls in there. Only 6 in there, but I knew I wanted to fuck her and get to know her. Her name was Susan Redacted, aka Susan maiden name, which was her maiden name. She was from Los Angeles and moved to Vegas with her 2 children and her ex-husband, James Redacted. I fell in love with her that night. She was full of lies and full of shit, but I wanted her in my bed and to bear my children. She was a beautiful woman and dealt with the drama. The first night I spent about $200 on lap dances alone on her. Her body was so soft and smooth. Her hands grazed my privates a few times. Poetry in motion and having my whistle being blown on again. Sue told me she spoke Finnish. She taught me a few words and pretended to speak it. Another front among others. Even though she was all about the dollar, she had also an innocent side, talking to me about her grandmother raising her, and that was the only family she knew about. Her grandmother supposedly lived in Montreal, Canada. That first night I stayed there until 4 a.m. that night. Told her that I wanted to get to know her outside the club. After I left there, I played poker and ran some more money to make up for spending it in Pahrump at the cat house. I was like magic at the tables, grossing money like it was no tomorrow. Meanwhile, back home, my stepmother called me up and told me my father went to the hospital and he had cancer. I was in panic mode, but she told me that half of his lung had to be removed and go through radiation. I was for lack of words. I told her to keep me updated about his condition. My aunt had just passed in early 1999, and now my dad was diagnosed with cancer. He was diagnosed in 1996, but then went into remission. It reoccurred in 1999 with a more serious degree. I went back to the hotel room and told Matt of what was going with my father. Then made contact with Kevin, telling him what happened. Kevin told me the show is doing well and had fun hosting it, bringing in a lot of his friends. He said, "Pal, I'm sorry to hear about your dad, but I'm sure he will be alright." I called my mother and told her about it, and she was sorry for me and said to keep her informed about his condition. I felt like I just got to Las Vegas, so I would stay there unless worse news came down the pike. Matt and I the next morning went on the strip and took the Beamer on the strip with the top down. Clear summer night with dry heat and the air was solid. Was no time to sleep because the oxygen was pumping through the casinos. We enter a place where the women cut hair in their lingerie with no bras. Their breasts would rub on your face while they were cutting your hair. We aired as much as we could, keeping the breast digital in the video. It was a guy's heaven. Money, women, food and great times to be had by all. We saw Rodney Dangerfield at the MGM Grand and Craig Ferguson at the Caesars Palace. So we were planning our days out, and Nat got me more educated with baseball, and we studied the lineups and played different parlays. Second week there, we had an 8-team baseball parlay, and every team hit, waiting 2 games left. The win was $7,433 on a $50 original bet. The second to the last game hit, and we were waiting on one more game to get the additional money. Arizona Diamondbacks against New York Mets. Had the Arizona Diamondbacks, the last team on the parlay needing to hit. Game went to extra innings and kept going back and forth, but about 4 hours later, once we knew Arizona won, it was time to cash out the cash. Already winning close to $5,000 just to win an additional $7,000. Felt like a baby in a candy store. Winnings kept piling up. Magical time spent. Hitting an 18 baseball parlay, which is impossible in most cases, but kept it alive. I made mention to Matt about coming with me and meeting Sue, and he was not interested for some reason, but I said, that's more for me. Later on, that evening, close to mid-morning, I made another trip to the Tender Trap. I saw Sue as she was dancing on stage. I presented her a rose, and the stem was in my mouth, along with a $5 bill. She slid over and pulled the cash out with her mouth first, and then the rose with her mouth touching my mouth with a light little kiss. This really got me harder, done below that a ton of cement bricks. She was very knowledgeable in her way to entice the crowd. She came over and I got a private dance with me explaining that I just won $7,000 on a baseball parlay and I wanted to do the day with her, on her day off, in a limousine ride. I also told her I wanted Elvis to get us married, and she laughed at me and said, "You're trying to kidnap me and take me home with you." I said, "Exactly, and I like her participation in this so it could be mutual agreement." Then she grabbed my crotchet stroke, my monster, and plaid with my hair. It was good times, and the highlight of my trip to Viva Las Vegas. She told me that she lives with this crazy guy that puts on her clothes and dresses up like her. She said he is a decent guy, but a little peculiar. I said he really sounds like a loon. Though putting on women's clothes, I say the guy had some issues. Whatever the case, she had stayed with that guy for a few years prior, supposedly. She told me,
If you say elephant shoe and finish, it sounds like I love you.
so she did, and it definitely sounded like saying I love you in English. I told her I wanted to have an activity with her out of the club. So we did, and went to breakfast when she got off, and went to this place called Peppermill, right on the street. She drank a few drinks because they had served cocktails 24/7, keeping the booze flowing 24/7. She told me her life story, and I told her a little about me and wanted so desperately to tear into her and have her ride Space Mountain. I asked her about going up to where I was staying, and she said she couldn't. She had to get to know me, and she wanted me to take her to her friend Ladonna's after we left the breakfast joint. We left and proceeded to go to Ladonna's. Sue told me to wait in the car. She had to get something and then drive her to the place she was living in. She was driving me crazy while I watched her little butt get up from my leather seats to my BMW convertible. She was a beautiful, enticing lady. A few minutes later, LaDonna came out and introduced herself as Sue's friend and said, "Don't worry about driving Sue home, she will." Sue walked out and I asked Sue, "Are you okay with that?" And Sue said yes, and she had to talk with her, and she will see me at the club this week. Back at the motel room, Matt was snoring away with beer bottles all over the room. I said, "Dude, what's with all these bottles all around the room?" Matt said he couldn't do anything because he ran out of money, so he got beer to drink himself out of the pain he was feeling about being without female companionship. I told him he had the opportunity to come to the club and meet Sue and the other ladies at the club. Matt said, "How am I supposed to pay them? With my looks?" I laughed to myself. No, I see how that would be a problem. LOL. Matt didn't come with money on the trip. He had a limited amount, and he expected me to give him money for living expenses and entertainment purposes. He said, "I helped you win that baseball parlay, and without me, you wouldn't have won." I told him, "I'm a fast learner, and it wasn't because of him." Finally, Matt became a pain in my ass, and was complaining the whole time he was there about having not enough money for things. I would give him some money, but he would bitch and complain the following few days thereafter. I told him sternly that if you keep on bitching, you can get on a plane and fly back home. He followed me out the door to get some food, and we went back to the pepper mill where I took Sue that morning. Awesome Western omelets and hash browns that melt in your mouth. Food was slightly overpriced, but fit the need and the fix. Went to different roulette games along to the black table and won some more money. I told Matt, if I win a certain amount, I'll give him a third of it. Finally, with more of the winning and more Matt bitching about every little thing, I told him to get on plane and head back because I planned to stay out longer. Just then, he threw an electric razor blade at me. It missed me, but then told him now he was going to pay. I threw it back at him at closer range, at him in the head and face. From that, it cut him, and he went ahead and flew off the next day later. I surmised he called his daddy, and he flew him back home. Throughout the news about my father going in and out of the hospital and the fact Kevin was getting too comfortable with being the host for a month and a half, I informed Kevin that I would be back in a week. So my total first day in Vegas was about 2 months. Wow, what a vacation, you say? I say a well-deserved vacation. Winning some more money on different roulette tables and on baseball parlays to debunk Matt's theory of winning with his help. More stays with Sue at the Tinder Trap. I went to her place and caught her unexpectedly. She said,
What are you doing here?
and I said, I bought her necklace, and I wanted her to put it on. She smiled and said,
You should, but thank you.
I said, I most certainly should have. Also informed her about my dad's health and the fact that I'd been out there for 2 months and I'm going to have to head back home. I said, come with me to Virginia and make a clean break. She said she couldn't because she had kids there in Vegas and some external family. I said, well, we're going to have to get her into Virginia around the holidays. I said, I have a couple more days here, and I will come to the trap before I leave back to Virginia. That night came, and on my last night, I spent the whole evening of her shift with her, and she gave me this big thermal container of coffee. She said,
You can drink from this to help keep you awake.
I looked at her and said, "Thank you, my dear." I gave her a look just when her shift ended and said, "Give me your information and numbers, because I wanted her part of my world." I said, come hell or high water, she was coming to Virginia with me eventually. That was the first trip and most magical trip I had there. Little did she know at first there were more to come. I explained I will be back. She smiled, and we hugged each other for about 10 solid minutes. I became smitten and started developing strong emotional feelings for one Susan. Redacted. Chapter 7. On my way back to Virginia, I went through the northern route through the state of Colorado, up and down the mountains, and took forever to get to Denver. Then through Kansas, driving through flat land forever and forever. Nothing in sight, and I needed a gas station to stop at, and finally made it to a gas station in Lima, Kansas. Driving empty for about a good 4 to 5 hours, it seemed. Filled the Beamer with gas after driving in panic mode throughout the state of Kansas. Then went through Missouri and went through St. Louis. St. Louis was a blast, going to the old Busch Stadium, catching a Cardinals game, and through the Sacred Cathedral. Got memorabilia and some trinkets. Got some food, and it was on my way back to Virginia. Meanwhile, my dad's condition was getting worse. He had urinated more blood and went through more trips at a Rico doctor's hospital. No information was given, just the old man telling me he is fighting it and is doing the best he can under the condition. With half of one of his lungs removed and losing hair, he was holding up pretty well. Losing his balance when he walked was one of the conditions and after effects that chemotherapy had, and I was more concerned about him falling on the ground. His usual activities were lessened, even though he would try to fix television sets of others to try to keep himself busy with his time. My stepmother didn't seem concerned because I could tell she was more interested in getting her hands on my father's money along with her children. Meanwhile, I took the reins back on the show, showing highlights from Las Vegas and stops along the way. Group that performed and we aired that as a promo for the show's intro and getting haircuts from a place called a Little Off the Top Hair Salon with women cutting hair in lingerie. We aired those 2 spots on the show. Jim Redacted was doing the boards for our show along with me and Kevin and different guests that we could muster and find. The Gorgeous George show was getting heard of more than ever, in which Kevin rode my coattails for the whole year of 1999. Paul Redacted, the station manager, granted that block, and Kevin certainly took advantage of his 2 months with his cavalcade of fun, or whatever the hell he called it. We were coming into the year 2000, and everybody was scared about Y2K. And since the decade was going into a different century, how everything was going to stop, and how the banking institution was going to cease to exist. Everybody seems to be in panic. We mustered along, and I was getting phone calls from Sue saying she lost her job, and she's in one hell of a mess, and how she wanted to get away from her roommate. Brian Redacted was the buffoon's name. Matt called me up and wanted to apologize for what had happened, and I said, "Fine, but what I did to you stemmed from what you tried to do to me." He acknowledged it and told me his injury wasn't as bad as he thought, though he had lost consciousness. Halloween came and we flew back to Vegas to check on Sue for the Halloween weekend. Sue's real problem started to bloom. I called her on the phone and she went into a panic mode, stumbling her words. I informed her I was in town for just a weekend and coming to get her. When I went there, I told Matt to be on the lookout if her roommate pulled in. I went up to knock on her door and no one came out. She was not answering her phone neither, which made things more of an issue because virtually no way to get her. Matt and I went back to the Super 8 on Covert Street. Driving in Vegas became second nature for me, learning the strip the first time and getting around there on this second trip. That whole weekend was consumed on why she wasn't answering her phone. Matt and I went to the sportsbook and gambled on sports. Finally, the weekend went by and still no word or call from her. She finally called again, and then she answered the phone. I explained to her about being there the whole weekend without her getting in contact with me and how I've been calling repeatedly with no answer. She said she was out with her friend Harry. I said, "Who in the fuck is Harry?"
We've been kind of dating.
Say what the fuck, but you called me down here for me to visit and you're talking about a guy named fucking Harry. She said,
I'm sorry that I didn't have to get hostile.
I said, you're damn right I'm hostile. I didn't have to be lied to neither. I said, I'm here for only a few more hours. I said, then me and my friend are flying back home. I said, call me when that clown Harry is not around so we can get some food together. Not a word, so we flew back home. Very angry and felt like I was being played. I did some heavy investigation about Sue's past. I hired a private investigator out there and told me that Sue had a serious drug problem and has been in and out of jail throughout her time in Vegas. I felt pissed at her, but still cared enough to check up on her. So 2000 came about and everybody said Happy New Year's and everybody was still here. The world didn't blow up and there was no real scare about Armageddon or the REM song The End of the World as We Know It. I put ads in the paper looking for female co-hosts and extras for the show. In one episode, Kevin played a drunk character known as Foster Brooks. In this episode, a nurse was trying to give him a shot and he was hearing nothing of that. Kevin, with his versatile approach with different voice impressions, helped me carry the show by him getting out of character and doing improv. Ugh. Sometimes it would hit and sometimes it would miss. Doesn't matter because it was still my productions and my show. We did a presidential debate between me and Kevin. Kevin playing W. Bush and me playing Al Gore. Two of Kevin's friends came on aboard. Guy by the name of Vince Redacted and Chinese lady by the name of Susan, not a very Chinese name, but still redacted. Playing that debate, Vince Redacted became the moderator of the skit. So in late 2000, Vince became another wheel and some called him my token black friend. He was very knowledgeable in a few things, but always wore hockey jerseys and the stinking Washington Foreskins jersey for Washington Foreskins. Nevertheless, he became a fixture on my show. Vince, other than having taste for shit for sports teams, was a good, decent guy. We aired the debate during the 2000 election being between Gore and Bush Jr., using the mask of these different characters. Of course, we could blame the outcome on Florida. Going back to Matt, he was talking about going to the casinos in Jersey with a guy named Ryan Redacted. Ryan was mentally fucked in the head and was a bad influence for Matt. Ryan would mess with underage women, and again was a bad influence on Matt. Ryan would flash this girl named Lisa Redacted as his girlfriend. Lisa danced at different gentlemen's clubs as well, but only for a brief time. She was a highly attractive girl. The odd question was, what in the hell was she doing with Ryan Redacted? I called him Numbnuts because he was truly a numbnut. Going to Orioles games with Matt, they got me going to Baltimore with them. Baltimore Street is the place of where this degenerate went pursuing Matt to come with him. As one could imagine, Baltimore Street was a 2-block radius of cat houses. Ironically, right near the police station. Go figure that one out. When you walked in one of these cat houses, you would be greeted by this thick, barely attractive woman with this plastic container that looked like toothpaste but was cream. She came up to me and unzipped my zipper and said, "Would you like some cream on your dick?" I said, "Excuse me, I don't know you, but that's one hell of a greeting." She said, "Let me rub some of that on your scrotum and balls." "Again, I don't know you like that." She says, "Stop the grandstanding and let me do it. You know you want me to." LOL. I was thinking to myself, this stuff can't be made up. I dropped $65 and she was rubbing cream on a Space Mountain. I just had to take it all in and enjoy the moment because this would be happening in an everyday setting. I guess that's why they call them cat houses. Everything goes with the police station down the corner. LOL, Ryan had a rap sheet supposedly, but was a whimsical dude. He would dance on a pole in one of the clubs by himself and try to cause a stir and scenes in a few places. Again, this dude wasn't rap too tight. Matt would hang out with him and catch the brunt in some cases of his transgressions. One night, Matt and myself introduced ourselves to Lisa. Lisa seemed to be an attractive lady at the time with 2 kids. She had an ex that she wasn't separated from. When the time came to leave, she told me it was great to meet you both, to me and Matt. Her house was being heated by oil heater. So, it was extremely cold in her house. Meanwhile, we were approaching the holidays. Things progressed with the show. We had more live shows coming into Christmas of 2000. Shows at the Caroline and live shows at the station. George W. Bush became president after the debacle of uncounted votes from Florida, marching into 2001. Chapter 8. I did not hear a word from Sue, and supposedly she was MIA, still out of work with her phone line disconnected. I told my father about Sue, and he said to me, "That whore is going to take you for a ride." "Wake up," he said. I told him, "I'll take him one day at a time." My concern was about his condition. One afternoon, when I came back home, my father was laying on the floor screaming. He lost his mobility and fell. I picked him up and put in the chair. I said, "Buzzard, we might need to get you a nurse." I called him Buzzard from time to time when he called me boy, though I could only call him that. I got him a stack of Playboy magazines and told him it's tons of reading, and it's only if he starts calling me by my name, George. He started reading them and looking at them, saying, "These women are lookers." I said, "Enjoy it." Meanwhile, the show had now myself, Kevin, and Vince. I used to joke with Vince, saying he was more white than me in actions. We used to do live shows in the summer, but changed it up to the winter and the holidays. AJ Redacted became the studio producer after Paul Redacted left, and at first I could, since AJ wasn't a fan of mine, but worked together just the same, while Jim Redacted would do our boards. Jim Redacted was gifted in blending in videos together and did some shoots and commercials. We shot commercials that year for the Insurance Doctor, Taboo Lingerie, and a place called Potter's Pub. We aired our shows also on a channel called Loke 7, which at the time was under a company called Black Television, commercial-based television. So the year 2001, we had a lot of exposure as well and played it good with the advertisers. In the Taboo Lingerie, Kevin was in a gimp mask. Funny stuff to say the least. Finally, in April of that year, I get a phone call from the private investigator that Sue was in jail for distributing methamphetamines, better known as crystal meth. So confirming what the investigator had told me before, she was dabbling in some hardcore drugs, which caused her to get moody and paranoid. Another trip was going to be in the making. I talked to Lisa about my situation, and she agreed to help in any way she could, along with breaking it off from Ryan altogether. Smartest move she could have made. So I made contact with the Clark County to confirm that Sue was in jail. It was confirmed. Throughout this time, it was confirmed that Sue was in jail. Meanwhile, Lisa and I started getting close. I got her a job at one of the courier companies I was working for. While I did on-demand work, she ended up getting a route delivering the mail route through the state of Virginia for Virginia Power. I eventually went from on-demand work to getting a route myself. So Lisa and I were finally paired up and started doing the route together. I became fond of Lisa and had sexual tension pent up knowing she and I were working together a lot, but still hung up over Sue. Finally, on the third trip made to Las Vegas, Lisa flew with me. Matt flew up about a week later. Ryan and Lisa, just before they broke up, made that trip to Vegas and they partook in an orgy. Lisa told me the story, and I was laughing my ass off. Ryan kept calling her through the trip to make things better with her, and Lisa was hearing nothing of it. We stayed at a cheap motel at Cobble Street, the Super 8 this time. She did her thing, and I did mine with the understanding she would help talk some sense in Sue's head. She had her own money. I gave her a few $100s for food and entertainment. I went to the jail where Sue was at and bailed her out. Sue was excited to see me and told me she had every intention of making things right with me. I put a $1,000 bond and she was released until her court date. She told me what had happened with her house she was staying at was seized with a drug bust. She then admitted to me she had a drug problem. She had an addiction to crystal meth. That social services threatened to take her kids from her. I was floored, but I understood, and it didn't change the way I felt at the time. I told her that she had to be in my jurisdiction until she had to go to court. Tried to get her to stay with me and Lisa at the room. She stayed, but never was there when Lisa was there. She would stay at her girlfriend's house, LaDonna. Matt also came down, but he was using his daddy's credit card, staying at different hotels, something I didn't know as well. Also, something else I didn't know, that Lisa had money but pretended like she had none. Something I didn't realize until later as well. Matt told on Lisa, and Lisa told on Matt about the money they both had without telling me a word on their part. I was floating money out for their expenses. I told Matt, why in the hell didn't you say something about the credit card? So Matt got pissed that Lisa told me, so he used her body wash and conditioner and then threw the rest down a hot bathtub while he was soaking it. Needless to say, I knew about it after Lisa knew. So there was constant bickering between the two of them, so finally I confronted them both. Both denied it until later on. Matt finally flew back home with his daddy's card, and Lisa and I got into an argument about her secretly having money and not telling me while I was dropping money on her. Her response was, you invited me out here and wanted me to help you with Sue, so she thought she could get free meals out of me when I initially gave her certain amounts of money and the rest was on her. So we began, but that night ended up having dinner with me and Sue. Sue was staying at her girlfriend's house, LaDonna, the same girl I met before. So we picked her up and Sue, Lisa, and myself at dinner together. This was very interesting because I was dealing with two ladies that had certain agendas. One not bad as the other, but both bad enough. Yet I fell for it because I was captivated by both of them. Finally, Lisa flew back, and it was me with Sue. Sue had told me she was willing to go with me to Virginia, and this was the plan. After dinner and dropping Lisa at the airport, she insisted on going back to LaDonna's. She said I could crash there, she said. I explained I was paying for a hotel and she should stay with me. She said
She will, but she needed to get back to the Donna's daddy.
took her back, but not before I took her to Walmart and bought her new clothes. Hung with her at LaDonna's, and then went back to the hotel later on. Following morning, I called Sue, and there was no answer. Had LaDonna's number as well, so I called LaDonna to check on Sue's whereabouts, and she told me she had left the place with some other man. I said, surely you are kidding me. Then LaDonna said, point blank, Sue is not worthy of you. She is a user and takes from everyone. You do better to just forget her because she's going to really emotionally hurt you. I said, I appreciate her concern, but where is Sue? She said all she knows, she is gone and probably back where she lives. I explained that Sue is in my responsibility because of the bond. If I release myself from the bond, Sue instantly goes back to jail. LaDonna sighed and said, do what you need to do because she is playing you just like she does with every man. I called over there and the roommate answered the phone, then closed the phone in my face. I called again. I said, I'm not playing fucking games. Put Sue back on the phone. Bitch closed the phone again in my face. Finally, I left on the answering service that I'm releasing myself from the bond and she better get a hold of me or they will pick her up and throw her back in jail. Finally called the bondsman and released myself from her bond. Decided it would be wise to also head myself back home. Just before I left, that son of bitch roommate started cursing me out with a return phone call. I told him to go fuck himself. Then he screamed, saying the police are taking her back to jail and if I loved her, I wouldn't have released my name from her bail. I said, when she is hanging with trash like yourself and completely ignores me, what other choice do I have? I knew it wasn't over, and I would hear from when she really needed me. Though asking myself, what kind of relationship is that with dealing with all the freaking drama? Taking what LaDonna said kept playing in my ear to make me think that she could be right. Chapter 9. Getting back in the groove back home and getting ready to start again with the gorgeous George Hill, word was brought to my attention by Matt's dad that Matt got locked up for something at Overhill Lake Park. It was brought to my attention that Matt moved in with his mother away from Virginia until his court date. Matt was charged with sodomizing 3 young underage girls at the park. No idea on how true it was, but he admitted to the crimes, but little did I know thinking he wasn't guilty and couldn't be. I defended him throughout that ordeal. After his trial, he was sentenced to 23 years in prison, with most of that time dropped with 5 years over his head to be served. It was a sad situation, but he put himself in that predicament by messing with underage children and became a sex offender. Still to this day, I don't know what actually happened, but feel like he had a bad addiction and hanging around Ryan didn't help. I told Matt several times hanging around that trash was going to get himself in a predicament, and it was so true. Meanwhile, we started doing some Gorgeous George shows, and we had a 6-week block of shows. The public access channel went through a different turnaround because there were several creators who wanted to do a show at the station. So from doing shows every week to doing only 6 shows all year. That put a damper on things while Kevin, Vince, and myself planned them out. Jim Redacted, who was doing my boards, also was doing the creative editing of my shows. Songs that I would sing at the Caroline, and he did the editing, splashing Sue's face and I together with various photos from the first initial trip to Vegas until present. Style Weekly did the first write-up about me calling me the Howard Stern of Richmond. Back in 1999, when Howard Stern was on commercial-based television and was forced to be taken off a local radio station from airing him, a local supermarket chain called Ukrops was on the kick trying to remove him out the market, which caused local radio station to change its format. 106.5 FM and go off the air. I was on a campaign to try to get the Howard Stern show back on the local market, but to no avail. We had close to 1,000 signatures to save the radio station and keep Stern on in this market. This was years before he finally went on satellite radio with his show. I showed through my show the kind of material that we had similar in doing my own rendition of Howard Stern's Fartman. Kevin and I had the article made of the show written by a writer that worked for Style Weekly, and it showcased our talents. Later that same year, in one of the segments, we would follow a race reality show, show. I had a big problem in following this show due to the nature of what they were. Usually there would be a 15-minute prep time where the cast and crew of my show would get prepped up, making sure the volume and mics were working. They purposely tried to stay on longer with their show, which I was hearing none of. I told them, we have our show going on, and they need to hurry up. They didn't listen, so I said, again, they needed to leave. They had said something to Kevin while he was trying to get up for our show. Finally, I was ready to get on camera and cause a scene. Their head guy told me that their show wasn't finished. I said it was because there's a certain time when our show comes on following his, and if he does his racist show, he needs to be aware of the freaking time limit of it. Jim Redacted, my technical producer, stepped in between me and this guy, knowing there was going to be a physical fight about Ready to Brew. After they left the studio, it was brought to the programming manager of public access station attention and was corrected by giving an extra 30 mins between the airing between their show and our show. Definitely made it plain that their actions weren't appreciative, and I was going to forcibly move them out of the station myself if it happened again. So again, this is why there was a 30-minute difference of the ending of their show and the beginning of my show starting. Jim Redacted was in place to handle the filming of the show and the producing of a part where I played an old man named Henry was interviewing Michael Jackson. That editing credit goes to Jim, and he had that knack for doing our logos and intros, such as the Music Box Dancer intro and the Dolly Parton intro to my shows. All the works of Jim Redacted. Even though I had several differences with some of Jim's opinions, I would tell Jim, I'm not paying you for your opinion or to think I'm paying you for your work to do what I'm asking you to do. So even though I had some issues with Jim on these matters, usually the end result of what he produced for me was usually gold. Kevin, Vince, and myself would shoot more episodes at Caroline, a part where it was done outdoors. Most memorable show was the Beaver Hunt, where Old Man Henry, Bob Dole, and Colonel Powell were looking for beaver, and we used the wig as the beaver, and we would have toy guns shooting down the flying beaver in the air. LOL. Throughout doing shows on the public access channel, there was a lady singer by the name of Wendy Pace that would sing and perform on other shows. Paul Redacted was the producer of that particular show called Rockets. I called in the show and told Wendy that she had an open invitation to perform on my show. So Wendy and I spoke on the phone at the station and then offline and spoke. So she performed outdoors at the Caroline on her first appearance on my show. Jim Redacted did the camera work, and Kevin and I did our parody of Fantasy Island, where Kevin was Tattoo and I was Ricardo Montalban's character, Mr. Rourke. On part of the skit, we had Rush Limbaugh wanted a fantasy by visiting Fantasy Island and me playing him using the mask, saying, "I want to rock and roll singer," and then pop up Wendy on a still camera screen. Wendy had an actual song that was being played on air at one of the local radio stations, trying to give her exposure we did, and hence was one of her first shows she appeared on. Meanwhile, Sue called me and begged me to come back to Vegas. I told her I'm not playing games with her and asked her how she got out of jail. She made reference that some of her friends raised the money and got her out. I said, I'm going to be played, and she said she would make it up to me if I come down. So Lisa and I began talking again, and I asked her if she wanted to come back with me to Vegas. She and I started speaking again, but she was having problems with Ryan calling her, not getting over the fact they weren't a couple. She was about ready to put a restraining order on Ryan. I made mention about what happened to Matt, and Lisa wasn't in the least bit surprised. Lisa hated Matt, and I couldn't really blame her for how she felt, even though I felt bad for Matt not knowing the whole story or why he would admit to something he didn't do. Meanwhile, back home, my father's health was getting worse. Going on the better half of 6 years, my father was going through more radiation treatment and chemotherapy. Things are kept secret, and I didn't know or realize what was going on solely with my father. My father had to go back at least every week just about because he was peeing blood and had a catheter stuck to his privates. He would have to go every week to get the blood discolorized out of his urine. It was now around September in 2001, so I told my stepmother to keep getting information on his condition and I would be heading back to Vegas. This made my fourth time heading back to Vegas while Lisa was going to fly a week later. Back in Vegas, getting settled, staying at Luxor Hotel and Casino. I was there doing my usual gambling and not really thinking much about Sue right away. Told myself I was going to enjoy myself before I get myself worked up about her. It was the morning of September 11th and my phone was ringing off the hook. I didn't answer the calls because I was just getting up. I turned the television on and saw a plane flying into the World Trade Center in New York, and I said to myself, oh my fucking God, what is going on here? While the news reporter announced on CNN that 2 planes flew into the World Trade Center, one flying into one with a big black smoke while one of the buildings disintegrated right in front of my eyes, and then showing the other plane hitting the other trade center while that building disintegrated with a black smoke as well. I knew right there we were under attack by terrorists. I called Lisa and she said, yeah, she knew. I said, planes aren't flying for what she heard. And I said to myself, it was a good thing I drove this time. I called my stepmother and I asked if Dad was all right and if he knew what happened. She said they were watching it on television. Then inquired about his health and she said it seemed about the same. Our country was under attack and it was known as 911 since it happened in the 9th month and the 11th day. They showed Bush Jr. reading to a kindergarten classroom when he was informed about the Twin Towers being attacked. Then later hearing about 2 more planes flown with people on them, while the 2 hit the World Trade Center had no one flying them. News broke out everywhere, and Las Vegas was a ghost town, not knowing if even the casinos would be open. MLB baseball shut down its operation for a week, and the NFL also didn't play for a week. So I couldn't gamble on sports for a week. Las Vegas was a ghost town, and nobody could fly anywhere, meaning Lisa had to cancel her flight. My mind really wasn't on Sue, but about the current situation and the attack the nation was under. I finally tried to call Sue to let her know I was in town, but no answer. I then called LaDonna, and her phone was disconnected. So I had called a private investigator for him to tell me if there was any news and how Sue originally got out of jail back in April. From what the report said, it showed she was bailed out, but didn't give the particulars. After 2 weeks, planes could fly again, and Lisa then came down while I picked her up at the airport in Las Vegas. Supposedly, Lisa had a friend she met last time, so she insisted after we grabbed dinner that her friend was going to pick her up at the casino. So I told her the current situation, so it was more of the same. Finally got a hold of Sue and she was over at her place with that crazy roommate. I called her and got her, and she told me she will call me back. She was in the middle of something. My mind was in every direction at this point because I was concerned about the situation, and I was also concerned thinking about my father's condition. Still dealing with the drama of post 911, not knowing if there would be sequence of eventually more attacks. I made a call to my mother in Tennessee to inquire if she was all right. We spoke and I told her I was in Vegas and on the way back I would drop in and visit. Far as Sue was concerned, day passed, still no call. I drove by there to her place and there was no answer at the door. Still no call back neither. I was getting pissed, believing she was playing one of her games again. Got a hold of Lisa and we had dinner. Lisa wanted to come at me for not paying her dinners on the last trip and told me that was part of the original agreement. I was taken back by that, reminding her that I in fact paid for her dinners down there, and I didn't pay for all of them when I found out she had money. Since this time she is spending more time with her friend she met out in Vegas, I really shouldn't have to pay for anything if she is not fulfilling her agreement and helping me out with Sue. So arguments started up, and more issues came about while I was getting extremely pissed off with her, and then with Sue not being able to know why she still hasn't got back with me. Lisa took off and scuffled, and I was getting to a point of not knowing who to trust. Then I went to LaDonna's house to see if Sue was there, and supposedly LaDonna answered the door and told me she was there, but left for a while with some Indian dude. I was perplexed, not knowing who in the hell that was. Supposedly it was drug contact, and she was ignoring me, and on this fourth trip I never got to see her at all. So I finally said screw it after a few more weeks, and since I didn't know where Sue was and Lisa was shacked up with some guy down there, I came back home. Chapter 10. My father's health was getting worse with the spread of the cancer. 6 years fighting it with part of one of his lungs removed. My stepmother was closed-mouthed about what was going on with my father, so I went down to Enrico Doctor's Hospital for them to tell me specifically what treatment he was getting. The doctor had told me that your stepmother was being informed. I said simply to the doctor, I'm the blood son, and I'm inquiring about my father's condition and entitled to know. The doctor became very unprofessional, and bedside manner lacked a big one. I told the doctor, why hasn't the treatment worked? And why did you tell us my father was in remission after it spread again? He said to me, you can speak to your mother about this. I said, she's not my mother. She's my stepmother, and has kept things closed-mouthed. I'm the freaking son, and I'm asking you what the current treatment and specific condition of my father is. Again, he said consult with your stepmom. Then I proceeded to call him unprofessional with poor bedside manner and a to boot. Then a police officer walked in and told me to leave the premises. I said, I'll leave once I'm finished my visit. Then the police officer became more verbally forcible, saying, you really have to leave because the doctor called us. I said, I don't give a fuck what the doctor wants. I'm more concerned about my father's condition and why this doctor refuses to inform me of his condition and answer my questions. He's a freaking... Officer said, I understand, so why don't you come back later to visit your father when you have cool down? I asked the police officer, what would you do if that was your father dying of cancer and the doctors didn't give you any answers and doing a lot of double talk? Officer repeatedly said, I totally understand, but yelling at the doctor is not going to get what you want. Come back later. Just try to cool off and be patient. Then I shook my head and walked out. Later on that night, my stepmother and I had more discussion about it, but she played stupid, like she wasn't told certain things herself. I proceeded to call my mother and told her that Dad's condition is getting worse, and told my stepdad the chain of events that had happened. Mom apologized to me and asked God to help and pray. She said,
Only God can make these decisions, but continue to pray.
Mom was a very religious woman and understood, and she was praying for my dad's health as well. It was near Christmas, and it didn't feel like Christmas. The year seemed to be a real bad year. Christmas came and went, and I was planning to go to the hospital and visit my dad that night on the night of December 28th, 2001, and my stepmom said, George, don't. I said, no, I'm going this evening. She said, George, your dad just passed away. I just got a phone call from the hospital. I shouted, God damn it. I was shaking and yelled out loud, why, God damn it? That night was a rough one, but I made sure I kept to myself, and kept to myself I did. I announced to my friends. It was extremely for loss of words, and condolences came in. My house felt empty, and it was depressing without my father there. I felt his spirit within the house. Months went by thereafter after my father's death, and I could tell my stepmother was up to something. My stepmother obviously secretly wanted to go back to Michigan from where she was from. When the reading of the will was drawn up, it laid out my father's intentions. He wanted her to keep the house and split the income, where I got 70% of the cash and my stepmom got 30%. Definitely favorable to me, but was doled out to me in portions within a span of 30 years. Total sum of $800,000 to be split up. My stepmother, secretly in talks with her children, had planned to move back to Michigan, and finally made mention that she wanted to go back to Michigan. Catch was, she wanted to be paid out a certain amount of giving up her rights to the house. I had a problem with the whole scenario, but a state trustee, Michael Redacted, trustee with First Virginia Bank, told me that the trustee would pay for an attorney for me to handle my concerns with my stepmother, since her children paid for an estate attorney for her. It pissed me off because certain heirlooms she wanted, and heirlooms that belonged to my Aunt Ava, and which my father inherited, was stuff she was trying to scoop up. Finally, the real estate attorney was provided for me, and one that I chose out of a selected few represented my concerns. What my stepmother's attorney proposed was a 50% split in the cash value and giving me the rights to the house with $65,000 additional payout to my stepmother. I had a problem with the numbers and the fact she would end up getting more in cash than me, but I would get my childhood house and my money faster in annual payments every year. So I had a big decision to make. My stepmother needed my blessings, though, for her getting 50%, though that extra $65,000 gave her more. Still trying to weigh out the pros cons. Very sensitive matter. But I was also concerned about her taking stuff out of the house that I wanted, which caused issues within itself, giving me more to think about. Though I get ownership of the house quicker by giving my blessing and her getting half of the amount. Chapter 11. I had to struggle with everything that had happened, mourning my father's death and decision of my father's estate. My attorney and my stepmother's attorney were going back and forth. I had some issues with her getting an additional $65,000 plus 50% of my father's net value. Finally, I pulled the trigger and agreed to the 50-50 split and alteration of the will, giving her 50% of the earnings and getting to keep the house. She took possession of my father's belongings and had several issues with it, but I allowed it. She moved out in June, and I got my father's first disbursement of cash. I made a decision. Since I was going to be living alone, I needed to get a dog. I went to the pound at the SPCA and looked around at the dogs. I spotted this German Shepherd Lab Husky Chow Mutt. Without hesitation, I got him. His name was Fontaine.
Name that was already given to him, but since he was a boy dog, didn't know why he had a female name. What? I kept the name, hence Fontaine became part of my world. So it was me and Fontaine at my house. I refurbished the place and bought a Wurlitzer jukebox and new furniture to fit my lifestyle. My own personal man cave to entertain the ladies. I worked at this courier company throughout this time, working long hours and felt like I wanted to get into my own business of some sort. At the time, I worked with a dispatcher named Nigel, who I became friends with. I had some drinking time and only hung out briefly. Dealing with work and dealing with other stuff, I wanted to make sure that some of this money I inherited was being put away or invested into property or a brick and mortar business. Kevin and I did a remote show in a fine dining restaurant trying to promote their business. We had a promotion of guests winning prizes for eating at the restaurant. So Kevin and I got into show mode and started telling our usual jokes while people were eating in this restaurant. Knowing we had to keep the PG version, I had to catch myself a few times from not going into the X-rated version of the show. So everybody had a ticket and we drew matching tickets from a price box. While Kevin and I did our usual entertainment banter, we drew up tickets while people would win gift certificates they had after we called out their numbers in drawing. Prices range from free dessert on the next visit to 20% off on their next visit. We did a few shows to try to build their business up for the customers to come back. Also, we had a few times when we played bingo and the customers drew up numbers through us calling out bingo numbers where they would yell out bingo. These were ideas that I came up with, along with doing more promotional work. We also worked with another restaurant called Potter Pub. It was a well-known British pub back in the day, ran by local mom and pop's establishment. We had our own American Idol locally by being hosted by Rockets. Ugh. The group was hosted by Paul Redacted and Wendy Pace. They had asked me to be a judge, and I brought Kevin on to be a judge. So we had this 2-month project of judging locals in Richmond and surrounding areas to judge them and sent the best of these qualifiers to the next level, which eventually, if they made it that far, they would be on being judged by Simon Cowell himself. IT was a fun project, and being able to work with Wendy Pace and adding Kevin to the mix became a fun project. I made sure, though, out of the judges that ones that I wanted to win would win. I remember a girl named Lindsay who played the fiddle and did some country music. I knew who was going to win. I wasn't big on country music at the time, but I knew she was the winner in my eyes and was the one who needed to represent the state of Virginia for American Idol. Made sure Kevin agreed on her as well, as Kevin wanted to keep his pick secret to me. Needless to say, after the 2-month project, Lindsay was the winner and represented Richmond and came in second in the state of Virginia. So she never represented the state, she came in high with her fiddle and singing. We promoted all of this on the show. Like mentioned previously, we did commercials for the Insurance Doctor, Taboo Lingerie, and Potter's Pub. We practically gave these commercials away for peanuts that my technical producer created.
Once again, Jim Redacted.
Style Weekly did at least 2 write-ups about our show calling me the Howard Stern of Richmond. It did another cover on the whole public access network featuring other mundane shows, and then saying our show was the most popular show on the network at the Access channel. I thought so, at least, along with my cast and crew. While we did our shows, the cast was Kevin, Vince, and others when we could get them on. Still looking for a female co-host, and got one. We had Wendy on her first live show, and then we had this lady known as Psychic Brenda, who also had a show on the network channel. We combined our efforts while she was on a few of my shows back in the 90s, and came on one of my shows talking about the Iraq War and the capture of Saddam Hussein. She was giving readings to different callers who called the show for their readings. We started getting an element of garbage calling in on the shows. Detractors and people who would call our shows an excessive amount of time to insult me and my cast, better known as prank callers. Local guy who moved to England called himself Dr. Quinn, on an internet site called Something Awful who started to attack my show and myself. Definitely wasn't Dr. Quinn Medicine Woman, LOL, but some punk who had ties to England and moved back overseas. The punk's real name was James Redacted. He was the catalyst and the one that started these internet attacks with more to come and be talked about. It was actually mentioned by my mechanic who had a shop downtown and worked in German import cars. He mentioned that my show was being broadcast on the internet and I had no idea of how it was. He worked on my BMW convertible, in which I eventually had sold to him the car while its upkeep was getting out of hand. While we did more shows in the mid-2000s, we had begun to get vile and disgusting calls. Finally, we stopped taking calls altogether until the studio manager insisted we did. We were strongly urged to inform by the reasons on why we didn't want to. We started each show with a show intro, and then Kevin doing his commentating, and then I would come into the room with some intro music of some sort. I wanted so desperately to get a female co-host, and we finally did for a short, brief time. While the whole long-distance Sue saga was continuing, I dated a girl by the name of Karen. Girl who worked at Kroger from 2003 to 2004. She had worked as a front desk girl with customer service at Kroger. Karen eventually moved in with me and we became an item. Hence, there was my new female co-host. Little did I know until later that Karen was a self-proclaimed witch. When I say a witch, she would do magic spells and kinds of acts of that sort. Karen had a very traumatic situation that happened when she lost her son to when her daughter and her son were horseplaying around in the house. Accidentally, the little girl, Karen's daughter, pushed her brother to the Venetian blind of the window and it wrapped around the child. It cut off the circulation of her child, and Karen found out after the fact. My heart went out to her, and I felt bad for her. I would always cut her pass when we got into arguments, knowing she had that tragic event she had to deal with. Beyond all of that, Karen was a practicing witch. She moved in with me from a real messed up so-called triangle relationship with a couple, involving herself to date both the guy and the girl who were both in a relationship. So Karen appeared on my shows with that North Carolina accent from where she was from. So Karen took over the reins and blended in with me and Kevin on the show. While Wendy and Paul appeared also on one of our shows along with Karen and Vince. Now after the show, we would all have get-together and all had a party after we finished up a blocked season for the year. Everything seemed to be going well with Karen until she tried to go back to the place she was staying at. Tried to spend nights over there when she was in a committed relationship with me. Her child would try to ride my dog Fontaine like he was a horse, and I told her, "You don't do that." When I would bring that up to Karen about controlling her kid, she snapped at me. I told her that I didn't want her kid on top of my dog like that, and if he bit her, she had asked for it. Karen also had an issue of sleepwalking in the middle of the night while we were sound asleep. She would walk into the closet thinking she was going to the bathroom. One time peed on the floor thinking she was using the toilet. One night Nigel had this party, so we went to Nigel's and had a karaoke night. Ugh. Nigel just bought some equipment and we sang and drank throughout the night. Karen passed out on the guest bed at Nigel's and I told Karen, "Get up, we have to leave." She wouldn't get up while I kept telling her, "We have to leave." So I told Nigel, I'm leaving and she needed to be at work at 7 a.m. the following morning. I tried to pick her back up for her only to get loose and crawl back on the bed. I was trying to get her in my car, but she would each time crawl back into his house. So finally I said, "Make sure she gets to work," and out of frustration left her there, knowing right then and there our relationship was on shaky ground. One of the people from the party brought her back to the house and she went to work. That same week she claimed that she didn't feel right and she was raped by one of Nigel's friends. I simply said, "What? Why didn't you say something?" And then I told her to report it if it happened, but she refused to do so. When approaching and asking Nigel about what happened, he uttered, That woman is crazy. Nobody messed with her. I said, That's not what she said. Finally, after a 6-month relationship, I came to the conclusion it wasn't going to work out, and she made up the whole story just to poke at me, but never went through with reporting it to the authorities. She would still contact Nigel after she and I broke up. He told me to take her back because she is bothering him. I replied, She is not my problem anymore. She and I broke up. Make mention she would get really jealous whenever I brought up Sue's name. It didn't matter at the end because the writing was on the wall. Kevin and myself continued in dealing with trolls calling up the show. I became more alert to what these imbeciles were doing by stealing my copyright and making me look like a complete cartoon. One evening after Kevin and I finished up a show, the program director made mention there were some people outside who wanted our autograph. So I poked my head outside and 2 young kids who were students at VCU, Virginia Commonwealth Union, a campus college in downtown Richmond, approached me, saying, Gorgeous George, we are fans of your show and want so desperately to get an autograph and appear on your show. I said to them, I'm flattered, but I can't guarantee you a spot on the show, but I'll sign anything you have for me to sign. So Kevin and myself signed an autographs and trinkets they brought with them and said, We shall see if we can, but I don't just let anybody on my show unless I know them or they are musical artists. The kid's name was Michael Redacted, along with some other kid that didn't get his information. Though in that brief interlude didn't seem right, and it felt to me they were trolls pretending they were fans. Whatever the case, my initial thought was correct, because they posted the pictures they took with us on that something awful site. The internet war started because these punks kept getting more vile and attacked me and Kevin. I bantered back with these individuals and became a flame war on the craft site. They were a bunch of compulsive masturbators and became more of an issue when these VCU punks started attacking me and my show. Every Thursday night we would have a block of time and their masturbators would call every time and every week. This kid, Michael Redacted, was a hideous-looking creature. My nickname for him was Red Pube Face because he had red hair and a red beard that he peeled from his private area. Pubic hair. Lol. Hence the name Red Pube Face. LOL finally came out and made threats about a group of them coming to the station while we were shooting a show. For a while, I didn't post anything of retaliation on the shitpost, just lurking on the site. So I saw this on their page where they had planned to attack the station. Ironically, it just so happened that it was during the presidential election between Bush and Kerry. The other show was interviewing the vice presidential candidate for the Libertarian Party. So the misdirectional game and trap game was on. Kevin and I spoke on the phone about scheming against these bitches. Kevin said,
Get them, and get them good.
This was all explained in detail about what the plan was. I spoke with the station manager and told him what these bitches were planning on doing and that they would be banging on the door. I said to call the police or tell the show's producer to do so. So what I was planning was ingenious to get these bitches arrested. So while they thought my show was going to be aired, the other show was airing in place of mine for ironically not only to get these bitches, but supposedly that was the only time the vice presidential candidate could appear on that show. It was game time. Later on, I figured since I wasn't on that night, why not set the attention on me walking up to them? I made a phone call to the Richmond Police Department and explained the story to them, and they were ready to come when being signaled about these kids banging at the door. The games were about to begin. Down the 2 blocks there they were. About 10 to 15 of them were walking down the street. I parked my car 2 blocks away from the station and got out of my car and walked in their direction. After seeing them, I called the police and said they were 2 blocks down the street and to come now. The police were notified. So they walked up to the station yelling and screaming, banging on the window of the station. I caught up to them and said, "Are you looking for someone?" They started walking to me saying, "Why aren't you on camera?" I said, "What's to you? Why are you all here yelling and screaming, causing a ruckus? They started shouting obscenities and vile disgusting shit directed at me, asking me if they took me off because of the amount of complaints the station had. Then I smiled and said, "Don't you all worry, all your concerns will be addressed. The fireworks are about to begin." Just then, on cue, 2 police cars came up to the station and dispersed, the bitches of the property saying if they don't move, they will be arrested. I smiled and laughed at them and pointed to the main ones that had planned the ruckus and attack. They were all walking in the opposite direction with their heads in between the asses. Glorious day for Gorgeous George. Action was taken, and these thugs are going to be arrested as the decoy lingering outside of the building signaling for the police. Glorious day, October 24th, 2004. I remember the day well. They were so pissed off they called back the station questioning the show that was on, where I was, and why are they airing that show in place of mine. They called the police back because the candidate was going to get those bitches arrested for bothering him. It was poetic justice that night. Kevin had a belly laugh with me, and I thought it was funny as hell. It was outstanding. It was a brilliant plan that I came up with, the blessing of the station manager. Couldn't turn out any better. Though this didn't stop these bitches while they tried to get their own show. The station manager met up with them and had granted them a show on Wednesday night, opposite of mine. This after I told them they would have a snowball's chance in hell getting a show. AJ did the unthinkable and granted these bitches a show. I told them they were the ones responsible for the disturbance that night on the other show. Didn't seem to faze him, saying that he couldn't turn them down. Their show, of course, was more about attacking me and dropping F-bombs non-stop, along with shitty musicians that couldn't play instruments correctly. Just a lot of noise and shouting. These people were unprepared and had their suitcases laid out in front of the camera, blowing out tunes and making just a lot of noise. Garbage, to say the least. They called themselves the Wednesday Night Karate Explosion on Wednesday nights when my show came on Thursday nights. Their shitty show didn't last long. They removed obscenities and constant F-bombs. I referred to the show as the Wednesday Night Crap Explosion. LOL made reference to him by saying starring Red Pube Face and assortment of other dysfunctional idiots and trolls. Killed brain cells watching that bitch at his wannabe show. I made fun of him by wearing a mask of his face and make a reference as the BTK killer Dennis Rader as his father, poking at him for being so fucked up and his dad leaving him at a young age, getting incarcerated for killing different women. The ending of the skit is where Redacted is crying out for his dad, and his dad said, "Leave me alone," and disappeared into the night. Needless to say, their craptastic show didn't last long at all. Once the show was cancelled, their activity ceased, with more trolls lurking on the horizon doing more shit. Last heard, Michael Redacted was at a chain of 5 guys and a burger. I made threats to come in there and cause a scene. The bitch obviously had some mental issues like most trolls do. With the ending of the crap explosion, so was the ending of him and those bitches. Chapter 12. What? Meanwhile, out of the blue, Sue called me to tell me she needed some money. I told her why. She needed money to pay for her phone. I said all I can send was $100. She agreed to that and told me how much she missed me and how she will pay it back. I told her, don't worry about paying it back. Just be there when I need you. I sent her a FedEx packet with the check. A few days later, I go to my bank and see a $700 check cashed. I scratched my head, wondering, how is there a $700 check cashed? Went to the bank, and lo behold, Sue's name was on the check. The 1 was altered into a 7, making it a $700 check. Needless to say, I hit the fucking roof and questioned what the hell was going on with the check. Sue explained that she thought it was for $700 when I told her distinctly it was for only $100. Clearly, it was obvious that someone altered the check. The FedEx packet was sent to LaDonna's place because Sue was staying there, and I had no intentions of sending it to her roommate's place. Sue then accused LaDonna's daughter for opening the check and altering the check. I said, "That makes no fucking sense. Her name was on the check still." Then Sue said,
Believe what you want then.
I said, "Where's the money?" And she explained that she spent it. I said, "God damn it, you could go to jail for check fraud." She said,
I honestly thought you wrote it for the amount.
She said,
You aren't going to turn me in.
I said, "I'm not sure what I'm going to do." A few days later, LaDonna confirmed to me that there was no way that her daughter altered any checks, and it made no sense because Sue's name was on the check. I acknowledged it and said, "I know." Then LaDonna told me Sue was sleeping with her boyfriend and caused them to break up. I said, "No way." And she said, "It's true." I said, "Sue is getting out of control and is a downright user." Meanwhile, I was planning to open my DJ karaoke business and was going to invest more money and do private parties. I invested in a mixing board, Dairy Queen 15-inch speakers, and a mixing board. I was getting set up with a company called Oasis Karaoke and left the courier company. Nigel was going to give me gigs, but got more wedding gigs on my own. I remember doing a karaoke gig in a French cuisine establishment. The lady was a very eccentric French lady and hopped on uppers. Establishment called Bellevue Bakery. Mostly was a fine dining establishment, but catered to the karaoke crowd on the weekends. I remember while some old lady was leaving the restaurant, she was shaking her cane at me, saying, "Turn down the music off." I guess it got people hopping up and down either for feeling the music or feeling to cut the speakers off. LOL. Nevertheless, it was a gig that was fun and put an extra $400 in my pocket weekly. Worked on doing private parties as well, things were getting fun. Finally, one night, some drunk in there was heckling me while I was singing. I kindly told him to leave the premises. He said he ain't
going nowhere.
And I said, "You need to leave now." Later on that night, the French lady questioned what had happened, and I told her I asked the guy to leave because he was heckling me and others who were singing. She obviously sided with him and said he was a personal friend and fired me and my services. I told her, "You're making a big mistake because the karaoke is putting people in here." She said yes, but she was going to end it anyway and go in a different direction. After I got my stuff, I said, "I give you about another couple of months that your business will be closed down." Sure enough, it closed down, but it was a month later. So I guess I cursed her in such a way that karma did her and her business in. Meanwhile, Fontaine was getting bigger, and I took him to the park and on daily walks. He would shed something awful on the oriental rugs at the house, so I had to use a rug treatment solution to make sure the rugs were clean and the fur wouldn't get clustered to the rugs. Fontaine was spoiled. I fed him human food along with dog food. He would eat the jar of peanut butter in one setting. I had to keep things out of reach. I remember having a lady that I was casually dating at the time sleeping with me in my bed. Fontaine hopped in and licked her butt. Girl jumped and said, "You know what your dog just did?" I said, "What?" "He licked my butt." I said, "That should have felt good for you." She said, "Get him off the bed." I said, "You get off the bed if you don't like it." Needless to say that friends with benefits relationships didn't last long. Though for the most part, women in general thought Fontaine was a cutie, and he was. Definitely helped me in the pursuit of women when they were brought to the house. I was at a period where I wanted to take the money and invest into a business. I was living off the money, and that wasn't what I wanted. I wanted to save some of it and invest. I took a trip to New Orleans right before Katrina. Drove it in one night. Went to Bourbon Street and took in the sights and sounds. Stayed there for about a week and it was definitely a fun encounter. I bought this pimp's outfit and it was definitely an eye catcher. This was during Jazz Fest, and then from there to Las Vegas in 2004. This made about the sixth trip out there. This trip I did it without Lisa, but we weren't speaking at the time. Stayed out of the Sahara this time and won some more money. This trip I checked with the private investigator where Sue was, and she was in jail again. Not learning from my last trip, I had intention of seeing her, but not wanting to go through the same merry-go-round with her again. I was hoping just to get her with me and I could scoop her up and take her back to Virginia. So I left from New Orleans then to Vegas. Once I arrived, I waited a few days before I went to the jail to see Sue. After 4 days in Vegas, checking out the sight and sounds, I went to the Clark County Jail. Talked with the bail's bondsman at length, and they told me she would be in my custody if I bailed her out. I explained to the bondsman, this happened once, and I didn't want to be responsible for taking off on me again. If I want her out of jail, to do what I did last time, and if they have to, they will release her from my custody, reimbursing me the amount if I need to be released from the bond. Just like last time, and it was cutting dry. That afternoon, I went to visit Sue, and in the line, I saw her roommate in the line, and he spotted me. The bitch was in line and walked up to me and said, the inmates are given one visit a day, and he wanted to visit her. I said, it ain't going to happen. I drove out here to see her, and all the time he would hang up the phone when I called for her. This time he was going to have to take a walk. He said, let me see her. I said, not a snowball's chance in hell. I said, how it feels to not being able to see her. I'm here and I'm seeing her. It was poetic because he walked out the line with his face in his tail. When I saw her, I walked up to the window and said, I'm going to bail you out, but before I do, we're going to have an understanding. I'm not risking any more of my time dealing with the drama. If you want to give me a fair shake, you'll come with me to Virginia. She said,
Yes, we can talk about it. I just want to get out of here. No tricks, scamming, or playing games.
As long as you know, I can release the bond at any time, and by me getting you, you're under my custody, and if you leave me, I can release the bond. Do you understand me, Sue?
She said, yes, babe, just get me out of here.
So I released the bond, and off we went to my hotel room at Luxor. She took a shower and this time around seemed more appreciative by giving me a fantastic blowjob. Wasn't forced, but definitely appreciated by her to finally acknowledge me that way. I wanted to proceed with more, but by seeing the appetizers and holding each other, she promised more was on the menu, that this was just to wet my whistle. LOL, I said, then well, hell yeah. So finally, for the first time, she seemed appreciative of my efforts by giving me an oral blowjob. Finally, a step in the right direction. Though I knew in the back of my mind what she was capable of doing, and hearing that song play in my head run around Sue. We spent half the night in the hay, and she had the opportunity of a lifetime. Finally, she rode Space Mountain, and it felt like a lot was accomplished. Finally feeling her juices and feeling her body next to mine slapping back and forth. So then I said to myself, she's coming to Virginia, back home with me. Next morning I went to the fashion mall on the Strip. I bought her a big 24 karate rock to place on her finger and said, you and I are going to be married and we are going back to Virginia. Forgiving her about the check, she seemed to finally appreciated me and my talents. But still, in my mind, the faster I got her back home with me as my wife, she couldn't go running back to those other deranged bitches. Finessing her seemed to be what I needed to do. We spent another day together, and she wanted to show off the engagement ring to LaDonna. So we drove to LaDonna's house, and LaDonna looked at me like I was crazy. She asked, "George, how much was that ring?" She said she's going to pawn it. I said to LaDonna, "No, because we are going to get married, and she's coming home with me back to Virginia." I wouldn't tell her the amount. I said it was a good deal at Zales. The night came about, and Sue wanted to stay at LaDonna's, and I said no. We need to get back to the Luxor and head back home and to your new home in Virginia. Just then, Sue unzipped my zipper and gave me another blowjob right in front of LaDonna. Sue then said,
Will this make you believe me I'm not running off this time? I just need to hang out with LaDonna and get some things in order.
"So after that, all right, but I'll be back in the morning." I looked at LaDonna and said, "If she rings me as fast as you can, I'll be back at a moment's notice." I went back to Luxor and started gambling on the roulette wheel. Just then, around 5 a.m., I get a phone call from LaDonna. LaDonna told me Sue snuck out with someone while she fell asleep. I said, "What the fuck?" Any letters or notes that she would be back? And LaDonna said, "No." She then said, "So knowing her, she's going to pawn your ring." I said, "Get back with me when you hear from her." I then proceeded to call the magistrate and then the bondsman. Supposedly, she told me that I was off the bond. I said, "How is that?" She said, she said Sue came in with the money to release you from having custody. Then I said, "How in the fuck is that possible?" Then I realized it had to be the fact she hawked the ring. Asked the bondsman if she used the ring or paid cash. Bondsman proceeded in saying, "No, it was cash and no collateral." I said, "Are you sure if there was a ring used?" She said no. I told the bondsman what happened and she said, "I'm sorry, but knowing her track record, you kind of knew this." I said, "But we had an excellent evening." I guess she played me once again. Feeling all kinds of emotions, I was angry to say the least. I called back LaDonna and told her and asked if she spoke to Sue. LaDonna then said no, but when she calls me, I'll let you know. Then LaDonna said, "You should definitely have learned your lesson. Sue is just evil." I said, "Yeah, it's taken me a while to get that point driven home to me, that she's a great manipulator." Sure as hell, I wanted to try to get back my ring. Feeling dejected and full of anger, LaDonna called me back and told me she just spoke to Sue and that Sue pawned the ring to get me released from the bond. I was angry and saw the color red. I said, "Surely that can't be true." So I went back to the bondsman asking for the money I originally put on Sue's books. She said, "That's not refundable." I said, "How in the hell isn't it not?" She released me, so I need to be giving the original money I put on her books back. Bondsman said Sue paid the bond off completely, and I would need to get what I put up from her.
Shit, what the fuck?
I was so angry. Not only did she scam me out of the engagement ring, she scammed me out the bond money. I stayed a week longer to get Clark County courts involved, and they told me it would have to sue Sue for petty larceny or the bondsman who did the bond. I said, "Fuck it. I'll cut my losses and get the fuck out of here." Called LaDonna again and made mention of all of what happened, and she told me to cut your losses and never look back. I was so depressed and dejected, I asked again if she heard any more from Sue, and she said, "No." Then I said to LaDonna, "I feel really bad if she would like to hang out and join me for a drink." She said, "You come here, and I'll cook you some dinner." So I went by, and LaDonna cooked me some dinner, hung out with her, and she gave me a massage. No sex, of course, but the temptation was there. I went back home and told myself this was it with Sue. So I thought, at least for the time being, leaving maybe a backdoor possibility with LaDonna. At this point, it was an option that I played with. After that, I was heading back home. Chapter 13.
What?
So one afternoon, I get a phone call from Matt's father, Norman, about Matt being released from jail, and if I could house him, he would pay the rent. How much would I charge? I had mixed feeling about this because I didn't know if I could deal with Matt living with me, but I knew the extra money would help, so I agreed for Matt moving in, but also it was a sacrifice because his address would be mine and it would be registered on the sex registry. That had to soak in, and knowing I had some noisy neighbors, how the word of that would get out. I made mention to Kevin about Matt, and he told me, "Do what you think is right." I asked Kevin, "You could live with him," and responded back by saying, "Hell no." Then again, it was waste of time, even communicating to him about any favors. Knowing the only thing I could count on Kevin for was being my trusty co-host, where he would be noticed on camera. So when Matt was released, I okayed it, and Matt moved in 2006. Fontaine was growing, and I would take Fontaine to the church to do his business on the grass. While Fontaine and I were driving back to the house, Matt and his father were there, getting him settled in the guest room. I told them both that I was taking it on the chin, and that neighbors can know of this, which could cost me issues.
What?
So knowing that I was sacrificing my reputation, I said, "I need rent on a timely basis." Norman, Matt's dad, agreed to this and would pay me $500 for his son's rent until he got settled with work. That never seemed to happen because of Matt's rap. Matt actually took instant liking to Fontaine. Fontaine, obviously at first, was ready to bite his head off, so eventually it worked itself out. Matt was at my place for a little less than a month, and a neighbor across the street who was an ex-Norfolk cop seemed to be perched out in front of his door one morning while I walked to my car. He was a redneck piece of shit that would mumble under his breath and stare me down. He would do this even before Matt moved in. This one particular morning, he walked up to my driveway. The actual first time I ever had words with this guy. He said, "Can I have a moment with you?" I said, "Yes. Go ahead." He said, "Do you know this guy?" While he was holding up a picture of Matt. I said, "Yes, that's my roommate who just moved in about a month ago. How do you have his picture?" He started by saying this picture was from the sexual register and that he is a criminal that was charged with aggravated assault. Are you aware of this? I said, "Yes, I am aware of it, but what's it to you? He served his time and paid for his crime. He's not bothering you, so you shouldn't be concerned with him." He then proceeded to say that there was an elementary school nearby and children that lived on the street and he was going to make it his business. I said, "Well, you need to mind your own business before your face gets knocked off." He was a loudmouth son of a bitch that drove a Ford 150. He would walk around with a gun, making him a big hot stuff. He thought he could interfere in my business, but the bitch was in for a rude awakening. He was a big fat redneck. His next door neighbor on his side of the street was a loudmouth son of a bitch as well. They would always stand together in their driveway staring at my house in the morning. Strange, deranged man that needed to mind his business. Matt was made aware of it, and Matt was intimidated by him and worried the whole time he would be approached by this bitch. I simply told Matt he had nothing to fear from that old fucker. At the time, I had 4 cars. Had 2 BMWs, 3 Series and 5 Series, 1 Mercedes wagon I had bought, and a Volvo wagon. Those bitches across the street would always park in the front of my house, so I would park the Volvo in the front with one of the Beamers to block them from parking in front of my house. Matt had become a recluse, where he couldn't go out and do anything. He had to report weekly to patrol officer. I tried to help him as much as I could, but it was harder dealing with some of his bad habits and then worrying about my property when I wasn't there with that crazy neighbor. Meanwhile, Nigel and I had planned to go to Vegas and had talked about it. He heard of the trips that I made there and wanted to go taking his new girlfriend with us. So this time I flew and told Matt to hold the fort down. Matt was concerned about being left alone, but I said it'll be fine. Of course, I took Fontaine to the pet resort because I didn't fully trust Matt with Fontaine for that long period of time not being there. Later, I received a call from the private investigator who informed me that Sue was married and living in the outskirts of Vegas in Pahrump. This time, I got in contact with LaDonna to inform her I was in town. LaDonna had asked me if I fully got Sue out of my system, no, and told her maybe she can help me with getting her totally out. She smiled and said, "Well, we will just see about that." It was the middle part of 2006, so I decided to take a tour of Los Angeles. I got a rental car and drove there. Told Nigel to get a room at the Luxor, and I'll be in LA for a few days, and we'll come back to Vegas at the end of the week. When I got to Los Angeles, some maniac was passing me from the right side of the street. Highway people were driving like maniacs, not really giving a damn about the other drivers. While I approached Hollywood, I saw a lot of homeless people. Saw a lady looking extremely rough pushing a shopping cart with a baby doll in the cart. I said to myself, what the fuck? When I got to the motel, I saw everything was paid parking. Trying to find a place where to park was like trying to find a needle in a haystack. Walked up to the hotel inquiring about why it was all paid parking. If I was staying at the hotel, I should have to pay for parking on top of it. She said, "Welcome to Los Angeles, California parking. Everybody has to pay to park." That was just insane in my eyes. I wasn't impressed with Los Angeles. From the get-go, I had a bad taste of the mouth about the city. Thought it was totally a ripoff. Spent time in Hollywood and the Walk of Fame with all the stars and prints were on the sidewalk, near the Chinese Man Theater. Stood in line to be on The Price is Right. Went to 2 shows, but you could see me and the audience on the aisle seat when the contestants were called up on stage. I never got called up, but it was fun just the same to actually be on camera, seeing Bob Barker on the iconic Price is Right. Probably the only good experience I had going there. Stayed there 4 days and then took the rental and headed back to Vegas. So the plan this time was to get LaDonna to lure out Sue, but first, after obtaining the address from the private investigator, Nigel and I took a trip out there. I was out in the desert. Crazy scenario to say the least. So I knocked on the door and there was no answer. Then I knocked again and some muscle-bound man came to the door and I asked for Sue. He said, "What do you want with her?" "I'm a previous friend from out of town and I'm visiting." And he said, "Well, I'm her husband. You have no need to be here." I said, "You are her husband." I said, "Out of no disrespect, I found it hard to believe." He said, "Leave." I said, "Not until I see Sue, because I don't believe for a second you are her husband." Then he became louder and said, "Leave." I said, "Go to hell, bitch. Just tell her I was here and I'll be back." Nigel motioned me back to the car and I said, "I'm not intimidated by that half-breed punk." We drove back to Vegas from Pahrump. Spoke to LaDonna and told her what happened and said, "We need her help." She told George, "This is the last time because I can do better than her." I said, "I do believe it." Just then, the private investigator confirmed that in fact she was married to that bozo. So the last day I was there, LaDonna went there and visited Sue while Nigel and I waited in the car. After a minute or so, she came out with a baseball bat and wanted to bash my car in, saying, "Where is he?" LaDonna came back to the car and said Sue didn't want to have nothing to do with me. She said, "Come on, why all 3 of us leave and get some drinks? Maybe you can so we can have good times, George." I said, "LaDonna, I'm really freaking hurting, but I guess it's time to make that clean break." So LaDonna, Nigel, and myself went back to Vegas and went to the liquor store and played poker at her house. Finally, LaDonna passed out and Nigel was rummaging through a refrigerator. I said, "Dig yourself, man." Nigel said, "Here is the opportunity for you and LaDonna to get close. You lose one to gain another." Then LaDonna got up and said, "Come to my room." I said, "Okay," and felt slightly uncomfortable, not knowing where it was going to lead. LaDonna pulled my shirt off and said, "Georgie, Clear your mind and soul, and let me make you feel better. Then she rubbed my back and proceeded to pull my pants off. She said, I'm going to baby you and fuck Sue. I said, LaDonna, you are drunk, and I'm not going to take advantage of you. I said, though, I will sleep in your bed cuddle with you. So that's what we did while she was grazing with her hands in my private area. Finally, a few hours later, while I went to the bathroom, Nigel was passed out on her couch. I said, dude, we're going to leave in a bit. I just can't take advantage of her if she's drunk like this. Then I went back to her room and she rubbed her feet on my privates and her hands. I said, it's tempting, but I can't have sex with you. Though I enjoyed the foreplay, and it looks like I'll be coming out here now for a different lady. We hung out a few hours longer and then headed back to the hotel. Then the phone kept ringing, and it was Matt inquiring when I'd be coming back home. I said, probably in a week. He said, that man across the street made him paranoid. I said, don't worry about that prick. That son of bitch can't bother you. After spending another week and listening to Nigel and his girl banter back and forth, we head back home. I got home on neutral ground and got Fontaine from the resort, and he was jumping up and down and took a massive crap on the floor of the entrance of the resort. I said, good boy, I taught you well to take a shit on sight. Lol. Back home, Matt was pacing back and forth and seemed relieved to see me at the door. Seemed like the bitch across the street was up to no good concerning Matt. School bus was broken down on the street. An asshole who lived on the block drove a school bus, and I recognized it was that prick's bus. Seemed strange, but a few days later, Matt's probation officer had called the house and seemed to grill Matt about him hanging around the school bus talking to the kids on it. I added 2 and 2 and told Matt, it's a setup, because that bus was driving up the street and was trying to peg Matt being around kids. I knew it was a setup and told Matt he needed to go down and put a restraining order against that bitch across the street. I got on the phone and explained to the probation officer that the neighbors are probably hoping to tag Matt with some phantom charge and park the bus closer to my house. I went off on both the neighbors and told them, mind their own fucking business and stop plotting to fuck with Matt. He's paid his dues, so leave him the fuck alone. Finally, a few months later, Norman, Matt's dad, moved him out because feeling pressured about everything and kind of pissed me off. Just back to me and the pooch in the empty house. Meanwhile, I put an ad in the paper to add to the show. Kevin, Vince, and I shot more shows at the Caroline and had more shots of outdoor shots. Jim Redacted brought his camera and filmed our skits. Now we're midstream of 2006 and had our live show in the block of the summer of 2006. So we had more shows and comical add-on from the character of Boris the Butler, played by Keith Van Allen. He was a cartoonist and animation specialist that did the Care Bears. He ties to the world of animation and befriended Kevin. Meanwhile, we had an old hag that did indie films and supposedly responded to my ad in the paper. I had some reservations because she seemed a little abrupt and eccentric. Sarah Redacted. Little did I know she would cause issues years later. There was a gathering at a fancy restaurant with her and I and Ryan and his new girlfriend Yvette. On one of the episodes of the show, I was a minister that married them on camera. Ryan was the same buffoon that was on my show who knew Matt. Yvette was a blonde that had some emotional issues, and Ryan and her would constantly be arguing. When Yvette was near me, Ryan got jealous, since he thinks I stole Lisa from him. So while we were having dinner, Ryan was drunk and started cussing out Yvette. Sarah nudged me and said, if your friend doesn't stop, she is leaving. I told Ryan to put a sock in. Finally, he insulted Sarah, which at the time I went off on him, but felt later she needed to be told off. Mind you, now I was interested in Sarah's so-called contacts in entertainment. Was never attracted to her.
Repeat never in bold text.
Knowing that little tidbit of information, it was Halloween that year. She and I went to a costume party. Later that evening, she made some inappropriate comments, so I came back in so many words and told her to go fuck herself. So ended that, and then she latched on to Kevin and tried to wedge our friendship. She appeared in one show in which I never aired because she actually brought it down. At the time, she was in her 60s and came back later. More to come with that bitch. To backtrack, I started doing Kung Fu in late 2005. My Kung Fu instructor was a part-time employee at Dillard's department store. Kader Norzad was a Kung Fu instructor. He recruited people to his class that came to Dillard's. He recruited me, and I started Kung Fu in June 2005. He worked with me in a stern but motivated way. I got as far as the blue belt and began to tear muscles in my legs. I learned the different forms and the stance for grappling and Shalon fighting technique, takedown technique. I also knew the different holds of takedowns, also the submission holds. It was a great to kick in the air. I had a great instructor with me and got me faster with faster agility. I enjoyed it, and he told me to always stretch. Always stretching before workouts was drilled in our heads by Kader. He worked with me until late 2006. I could have stayed in, but I tearing up my muscles and stopped in later in the year of 2006. Kader also appeared on one of my shows talking about his art of Kung Fu and how long he practiced before he started training others. We did some other shows live from the station during the holidays. Lisa came back in the picture in October of 2006, and she and I came cozy and apologized to one another. So comes the new year. Chapter 14. What? So out of the blue, Lisa contacted me and I told her about the latest crap Ryan did, and we couldn't agree more. We agree full-heartedly about Ryan rotting in hell. Lisa appeared on one of our shows with her bleached blonde hair on one of the famous shows where she whipped me with a belt, live on camera. We tried to get Kevin as the victim, but Kevin didn't want to be beaten with a belt. He didn't find the humor, so I took it for the team. Lisa was working on voice lessons and began trying to sing, and she was trying to get a singing contract. She worked with a self-proclaimed life coach and singing coach, Nomega. Nomega worked with her, and she began working on singing and an album. I didn't think she could sing, but I was being nice about it. She spent a lot of time with me, so I was trying to get her to ride Space Mountain and be able to feel the ride. Close, but no cigar. With all the marital issues she had, couldn't get her to give up the poon. What? Though I get a bronze award for getting her close to giving it up. No. New Year's Eve, her mother Rebecca went with me to New Year's Eve in place of Lisa. Though what I couldn't get from the daughter, I definitely got the mother with a lick and promise. Rebecca rode Space Mountain with a smile cheek to cheek. I hope she told her daughter what she was missing, though we will never know. Lisa and I continue our so-called sexless relations, and it all came to a drastic halt when she badmouthed me to my webmaster who created my website. She made some unflattering comments, but that's to be expected from a user, though again, what she didn't give up, her mother should did. I think there was a song talking about the same scenario, but I digressed. Meanwhile, just when I thought Suit Chapter was over, I get a phone call from, you guessed it, Sue! She said,
How are you, honey?
I said, who is this? And she laughed and said,
You don't know who this is? It is your main honey.
I said, I have no clue. She said,
It's Sue.
I said, look, you have taken me to the cleaners and mind fuck with my mind long enough. She said,
I'm leaving him, and I want you to come and get me.
I said, look, I'm not falling for this shit. I said, you're welcome to call me back, but now I have to go. She then said,
I'll call you back.
but she said her mind was set to come back home with me. I told Kevin, and Kevin told me, you're probably walking into a trap. Matt was the only one who encouraged me to go out there and see her one more time. My last disbursement was coming of the inheritance, and my mission was to invest it in a coffee house or business. Putting it in IRA Roth was another solution, but I needed to put it away. So my financial advisor strongly urged me to put it away rather than invest. I didn't heed the warning of my financial advisor. The Gorgeous George show went into another season looking for that female co-host. We met a few people and Kevin encouraged me to bring Rossi on the show. The one who introduced us 10 years ago. So Rossi came on our new season and performed some songs along with our friend Wendy Pace, who helped us tremendously while I was trying to figure out where to invest the last of my inheritance. Wendy tried to encourage me to buy a breakfast eatery Chester, Virginia. Everything seemed right and even the price, and Wendy was willing to run it and encouraged me to hire her to run it. It all seemed great, but I saw the prior books of the restaurant and its books and had cold feet. Ended up not doing it, thinking it would be risk. Meanwhile, Kevin, Vince, and I finished our 2007 season in August. Going into 2008, LaDonna invites me to Vegas while Sue still contacts me to come see her as well. I ignored Sue and got ready to spend New Year's with LaDonna. Flew out there, got my rental, and it was after Christmas Day near New Year's Day. This time around, I stopped in Dallas to catch a Cowboys game through the lady I used to get prime-seated tickets from, a lady named Ronnie. Cowboys were playing the Niners and ended up losing a very close game. Then it was straight to Vegas for New Year's in Vegas. The streets were crowded, and the strip seemed to be crowded hours before the ball dropped. LaDonna came to my hotel room, and I bought a bottle of bubbly, some Dom Perignon. She brought her cousin and supposedly her ex, who just got out of jail, also came. I nudged LaDonna and said, "Who is he?" She said, "I'm sorry for not telling you about him, but he just got out of jail today, and I promised to hang out with him for New Year's, forgetting you were coming down to see me." I said, "I hope we all can coexist." I said, "Yeah, just kinda thought it would be just you and I only." She said, "Everything will be fine." Then she told me about her cousin and said, "Why don't you get close to my cousin tonight? She is a lot of fun and can make your night." I said, "Again, I wanted to hang out with you, but yeah, I guess since you promised to hang out with him, why you are kind of pushing me off in her direction." So the night progressed, staying at the Sahara Hotel, while we gathered in the crowd drinking at the bar. This friend of hers started getting into an argument with LaDonna while they head back to my room, leaving me and Paula, LaDonna's cousin, at the bar. After 15 minutes of knowing LaDonna and her friend, I told Paula, "Hang at the bar. I'm going to look and find out where they are." I went back to the room, and there they were arguing. While I walked in the room, I saw LaDonna and her friend argue. I walked up and said, "What's going on here?" LaDonna said, "They are trying to iron out a difference." I said, "We only have an hour and a half before the ball drop." I said, "Let's do the night right and ring in 2008 on a good note." I took an instant dislike to this individual that was an ex of LaDonna's. While I walked back out of the room, her friend walked right out after me, while LaDonna used the bathroom and met us back downstairs. I went down the elevator with her friend and had a stare down. So he asked me, "What's your affiliation with LaDonna?" He said he's overprotective of her. I looked at him and said, "I'm friends with LaDonna, and she's friends with my ex-girlfriend." Then he said, "Crazy Sue. Oh, I know her." Then he said, "Why are you spending more time with LaDonna than you are with Sue then?" I looked at him and said, "Really and truly, it's none of your business." He said, "Oh, it's his business. She's my girl." I said, "Save your tough guy routine with me, jailbird. Your act doesn't work with me. You truly need to shut your mouth because I'm about 10 seconds putting you on the ground. He said, Why don't you try? I stood and towered over him. I said, I roll your ass right now in this elevator. I think it's best for you.
To shut your mouth.
Just then the elevator opened. I stared him down and he didn't move until I walked out of the elevator. There was definitely tension in the room and around us. I'm pretty sure he caught my drift because he claimed up real fast. LaDonna came thereafter. I whispered in her ear and told her I'm going to lay her ex on the floor and to keep him away from me. She said,
Just hang around, Paula, and let me play my role with him tonight, and I'll make it up to you.
I said fine, and then we proceeded to the bar where Paula and that little prick were standing. Then we proceeded to walk on the strip, and 2008 was ready to come. Walking through the crowds, we agreed if we lost one another to meet at a certain spot. The ball came down, and it was the first New Year's Eve away from Virginia, and my only New Year's Eve in
Vegas.
rocking in 2008. Paula and I got separated from LaDonna and her ex. That night proceeded hours later after Paula and I walked down the strip together. Just then, she got a phone call from that prick saying LaDonna got drunk and sick, and they are back in the room. So then, me and Paula were rushing into getting back to the room to check on LaDonna. Dude was trying to wake her up, and she wouldn't get up from the bed. He kept yelling, We need to get back home and wake up. Finally, I said, Let her sleep it off, and I'll make sure she gets back home. Then he yells out, Oh, no, you don't. I'm not leaving her here with you. I said, She's been with me before passing out, so get over it, dude. He yelled at Paula, Wake her up so we can leave. I said, Perhaps you didn't fucking hear me. Let her stay here to sleep it off, and I'll make sure she gets home. I said to Paula, Get the prick out of my room before I physically threw him out. Paula then said, He's just concerned about her. I'll get him calmed down if you could call us to let her know when she wakes up. I said, Fine, will do, but get that punk out of my room before I throw his ass out. Finally, they left, and LaDonna laying on the bed. I said, I'm going to head back out and get some rest. Just before I left, I stroked her hair and said, Get some rest. She woke up and said, Don't leave, and lay with me. I said, I'll lay with you for about 30 minutes, and then I'm going to head out. If you leave before I get back, call me. I lay with her on the bed and stroked her hair and massaged her body while she rested. 30 minutes passed, and I said, I'm going to play roulette downstairs. Just see yourself out and call me later. I left the room and came back 2 hours later, and she was still laying on the bed, and my phone was ringing off the hook from Paula. I said, I just got back in the room, and she's still laying on the bed. I'll get her up. I finally woke her up and told her, Paula is calling for you. So go ahead and call her and let her know what you're going to do and heading back. LaDonna woke up and said, Thank you, George. You are a good man. I just wish you would have stayed with me in bed. I said, if you want, we could visit the possibility and have some fun. Hun, it's your decision on what you want to do. If you want to spend a day with me, we can make up for some lost time and spend some quality time together. That asshole ex can rot in hell. Then my phone rang and it was Paula again, so I said, Here, talk to them and tell them what you want to do. Either way, I don't care. Finally, LaDonna woke up fully and said, George, I'm going to have to go. If not, he's going to get Paula to keep calling your phone. I said, that's fine. Just call me later. I'll be in town for another few days. Anyway, after she left, I got on the bed and got some sleep myself, and then took off the next day, leaving LaDonna a message saying I had to leave back home, but I'll be back during the summer. Keep me updated on what's going on. Also mentioned that Sue had contacted me and spent time wanting me to visit her again. Chapter 15. What? The final disbursement of the inheritance was issued. Made me feel worried because I wanted to invest it in a secure business. My financial advisor insisted I put away in an IRA Roth while I also considered a life insurance plan. Trying to plan my portfolio out because I desperately was trying to get a proven business model for a turn operation but still wasn't wanting to make a big risk. Looking at the fad in Vegas with oxygen bars. Heavy in tourist areas, but not so much in states that weren't tourist areas. I planned on SBA loans and nothing was sticking because finally, through these loans, there needed to be a running capital, so additional funds were needed, so I finally scrapped the idea altogether. Finally decided an emergency fund was needed to be started in case money ran out midstream. I talked with an owner at a coffee spot for sale, but he kept going up in price, which was a red flag by itself. So nothing concretely stuck in the adventure or business model. I did more karaoke gigs, which I had few thrown at me. Karaoke gigs came, but few and in between. Meanwhile, the trolls started attacking me and stealing more of my material online. Military guy who lived in North Carolina, Jeremy Redacted, introduced himself saying he was a fan of my work and notified me of certain trolls who still were taking my material and putting them up at certain sites. This concerned me, but felt overwhelmed on how to get the garbage removed. Around this time, these internet jerk-offs started getting more vocal. My webmaster at Savannah Concierges encouraged me to buy all domains with my show title name, and also encouraged me to do constant new material through my website. To also place up shows on different links on my website. Throughout my downtime, I would look on the internet for old composers of the 70s. Finally, I looked at rock legend Susie Quattro's page and sent a response to talk with her publicist. Thinking I was talking with her publicist, I actually was speaking with the Susie Quattro through emails being sent back and forth. We set up the spot in Miami Beach near Del Rey. Since she lived in the UK, we finally arranged her dates of when she was coming to visit in the States. In the month of February, we set up a television show interview on February 9th, 2008. We met in South Beach, Florida, in one of the famous hotels on the Strip in Miami, 1A. Hotel known as the Seagulf Hotel. Drove down to Miami Beach and stayed at the same hotel Susie was staying at. We filmed the scene in one of the ritzy hotels. Rooms within the ballroom of the hotel with a big baby grand piano. We were going to have her play that piano, but it was out of tune. Later we found out it was only there for show. I came out of pocket for the filming crew that came and filmed it. Through the interview, we talked about her life story on how she felt like she was the female version of Elvis, the Queen of Leather, and all about her music career. Also on how she brought Pat Benatar and Joan Jett in the music business. Also talking about her time on Happy Days on how people confused her with the character Pinky who dated the Fonz. She said simply that wasn't her, but her character was Leather Tuscadero. I wanted to party with her after, but the time was short and she was heading back on a plane to London with her husband, Rain Haas from Germany. Clearly one of the best shows I've ever did. Actually, to rephrase, it has the best show I ever did, interviewing a famous performer. Singer and actress, and put me on the map, minus all the bullshit from the trolls. I was wrestling with the idea of actually selling that DVD box sales from my show with Susie Quattro since she nationwide was popular in a lot of territory throughout the world and planet Earth. Again, minus what these trolls are doing, we were getting hits from around the world in foreign countries in the UK and Germany due to her popularity. I actually was intoxicated by her presence. I didn't want to finish the interview because she very much captivated. When I got back home, we aired the interview on the show. Again, one of the proudest moments on my show. I got to showcase an iconic classic interview with an iconic classic performer known worldwide. Proudest moment in the Gorgeous George show. Planning for the shows and doing some more editing with Jim Redacted, and we planned for the 2008 season, while the Public Access Network aired the heck out of that interview with Susie Quattro. Susie Quattro, till this day, are still in communications. I still try to plan out a second interview when the timing is right. Very talented and beautiful woman, and it was a great interview. Meanwhile, Jim and I worked on trying to convert a lot of the shows that were on VHS tape to DVD. We took a stab at it, but there was a whole lot more till this day on VHS that needs to be converted. While there was a lot more to convert, I was talked into making a box set of my shows from shows that were already converted. So we ended up burning a bunch of DVDs and labeled them as far as chapters and burned 2 shows per disc. Then Jim looked over the shows and did the final editing with me. In the box set, we had a girl named Sandy who appeared, and she was tatted up with crazy tattoos. That's when she, alive on television, proposed her love for me and wanted my sperm to create a baby. It was all in act, but she would rub herself all over me throughout the show while we did the sperm dance. What? I finally let Kevin host a show while we actually were making out on camera. That part wasn't staged because she was getting into the character and then progressed it in 2-month relationship until she dropped off the face of the earth. The trolls ruined that particular show among other shows and stole my material. On the twisted sites, Sandy would argue with the trolls and told them to fuck off. Pretty funny material and great backing for me to have her in my camp even for the shortest period that it was. Sandy eventually rode Space Mountain and had some my semen within her. Only a good thing, especially when we were complete strangers, just for her to appear in my show and then eventually for us to have a role in the hay. Spectacular, to say the least. While Jim and I did the final editing for the box set, we put and started selling the box set on eBay and other sites. I ended up selling about over 20 T of the box sets. A few of these Nimrod trolls were probably the ones who brought these box sets. Nevertheless, a profit was made of $500 or so, and people could buy these DVDs from my website that was made in 2008 by Webmaster. Jeremy, though, the problem I thought about since I didn't want my show mass copied by these individuals, I decided to cease the sales of the DVDs so these internet trolls could have access to my work, something I was fighting from the very beginning. One individual who bought my box set was a lady named Angela Redacted, aka maiden name Angela Redacted. She had just moved from Washington State to Tennessee, and she claimed she was a big fan of my work and wanted an autographed box set. So we spoke on the phone and claimed she wanted to see me even and make things right even though she is a married woman. We spoke for a few months on the phone and began talking regularly. Finally, the summer of 2008 was quickly approaching, and so was my 40th birthday party. Sue started calling and told me she wanted to see me, and she was finally ready to come with me to Virginia. I said, "Why are you making contact with me after you showed your ass the last time I was down there?" She told me she would make it up to me, so I told myself, what the fuck. It was nearing my 40th birthday party. Why not try one more time and I could spend my birthday in Vegas? So I ended up having my birthday party at the banquet hall of the Holiday, doing karaoke with Paul Redacted spinning the karaoke tunes. Kevin and Vince and the usual crowd and cast helped me celebrate, and fun was had by all. Then 2 weeks later went to Vegas to give Sue the final chance to work out our differences. It was like a western driving through the desert. She lived in Pahrump and worked at some bar called the Who's Dunes. When I walked in Who's Dunes, there she was bartending behind the bar. I was all dressed up to the nines, and everyone else was dressed trousers, pants, and blue jeans and polyester. I was dressed in my Amari suit. She spotted me and ran over and gave me an unexpected hug. Though knowing the track record, I was going to get emotionally high and told myself I will accept the outcome either way, and it was the very last chance of chasing her. She bartending, and we spoke at length about after work coming back with me to Vegas and getting ready to leave back home with me to Virginia. Finally, after literally me hanging out there for half the day, she gave me her current number and told me she couldn't go back to Vegas from Peru that day, but will be able to on the next time I come in a few days. The scene looked like a bunch of hobos and farmers in the desert, and me dressed to the hilt in my white blazer. While I knew it was probably another long shot and another game on her part, I tried calling her with no answer. So after a few days, I drove back down to Pahrump. Got there early, and there she was behind the bar. Though this time, I looked shocked to see me. While I was ready to walk in, she came running out asking me why I didn't call. I said, I did call, but couldn't get her. She said, unfortunately, I have to leave because her husband knows I'm in town.
I said, I don't give a flying fuck.
You are leaving him, right? So that's what you said on the phone before I got here. So which fuck is it?
I can't leave with you to Vegas, and I can't serve you because the owner of this bar is friends with my husband.
I said, I should have known this was another fucking scam on your part. So you can't even serve me a beer.
No, I can't. You can't be here.
I told her, fuck her. I got in the blue Mustang I rented, did a couple wheelies around the shed of the restaurant, left marks in the parking lot, and drove off. That was the official end of Sue. 9 years of my life was put on hold, chasing that bitch. Later on, her daughter emailed me wanting to know the whereabouts of her mother, and I told her. Jennifer was her daughter's name, and she obviously saw her, and she poisoned her daughter against me after I reunited them. May Sue rot in hell. I had nothing but hate and anger toward her, and there ended that chapter of me chasing her in 2008. Chapter 16. What? So 2009, we swore in our first black president, Barack Obama, and my financial situation turned for the worse while my inheritance was dwindling. I was stressed out because fucked up, and my money supply was fading. This year was probably one of my worst years because this is when I was going through my financial strife, and the internet cyberstalking became worse, and the freaks came out. Angela encouraged me to DMCA and remove the garbage off the internet, and was in my camp fully and helped me removing the garbage. So I started knocking down the garbage from these internet trolls, E-Bombs World, and YouTube, and other internet sites. It was great, and all of the garbage and stolen videos from my show went bye-bye. I knocked it all down and felt good about it. These bitches started to hack into my Net Zero account and Facebook. Going through hell, I brought it back up with Angela's help. I was grateful to Angela for her assisting me doing God's work in the removal of the shit. There was a fan who came out named Matthew Redacted in Michigan who started helping in the crusade against these trolls. So dealing with the hell I was going through in my real world, I at least had help in combating these bitches. I finally got some of these main assholes masked, pulled off. Angry Deli, Chris Redacted in Michigan, Mike Redacted, and
Luis Calix!
These bitches were the ones who did the original hacking.
Luis Calix!
Obviously had mommy issues. Leighton Redacted, and some freak of nature gay guy by the name of Sean Brennan. There started the unhealthy obsession that these bitches had with Brennan being the ringleader. Combating with these bitches, I had a lot of their channel shut down. Meanwhile, through all of the financial strife I went through, Angela spoke with me that her husband couldn't have children and she wanted to adopt. I told her, yeah, I wanted children myself to carry my father's name. Then we progressed in more conversations and I told her to come down Virginia and let's work on having kids. It was an arrangement, and she was excited about the idea because she thought I was a good guy and thought she would have a strong DNA connection. She came and I met her. Really not my type, but I was grateful for her help and figured why not, let's get her to ride Space Mountain. I got cozy with her and we started screwing like rabbits. Finally, she was worn out and I felt a lot was on the line because I felt like this would be a great way to have kids through constant screwing. Meanwhile, I was working on getting a job and started working with an advertising company called Money Clip Magazine, a magazine coupon book with discounts through different restaurants. It was a coupon book with discounts on different businesses, but catering to more restaurants. Shocking news came down that I found out that Jim Redacted had passed away, and being shocked, and knew even though he had health issues was still a shock. Kevin and I went to his wake and funeral. It was sad, and people and family who knew him came out to the wake. Later on, in the middle part of 2009, I sold a bunch of advertisements and sold an ad to Golf Course Mill Quarter Golf Course. We had coupons, so we used them, and me and Kevin played golf. Filming a show about ball washing your balls at the ball washer. Played golf through 18 holes and chased Bambi the deer. We worked on doing pre-recorded shows and tried to build our staff and crew. Kevin, K-Love Redacted, was an add-on in the latter part of 2008 along with a girl named Brittany who helped us out one full season. K-Love was a friend of Vince's and was most famous for singing the perverted version of the Candyman and Mr. Bojangles. K-Love had a lot of potential and was a funny dude who sang the version of the Candyman. Do I have to? Wookie shake the pecker, cover it with dew. Could be chocolate, it could be a Jew. The Candyman, oh, the Candyman. Candyman can, 'cause he sticks it in the hole and make the girls go, ooh, oh, the Candyman. One of the most funniest things that came down on the pike. I wrote the preface, but K-Love
Sang it with all his might. LOL.
he was on for 3 seasons, but became overzealous and eventually got the boot off the show. This was a period and time I was going through a lot of stress and the money was depleted. I dealt with the mortgage company to work with me on the mortgage. I wanted them to lower the principal and which entail lower the monthly amount. Finally got to a point where I couldn't get them to work with me, so I did heavy research and reading law books to combat them and to stop them from taking my house on any foreclosures. Kevin and I had a block of shows for the year, and we moved from the summer to doing shows to the winter at the public access channel. The trolls calling the shows, so we finally stopped taking calls. Then they started going through Kevin's Facebook contacts and started talking to Sarah Redacted, the old haggard bitch that spoke to the trolls about me and tried to become a wedge between Kevin and my friendship. She told the trolls my house was a mess and how I was so-called maniac and could go off the handle. Little did bitch know that she was going to be ripped to shreds on a live show. Now the trolls started to become more aggressive and out of control with their rhetoric using this old leathery hag. Kevin and I did our first show at WCLM Radio, owned and operated by a guy named Preston Brown. I called out her for being a leathery hag, and Kevin stated that he never spoke ill about me behind my back. Also debunked her for saying he would never let his girlfriends anywhere near me in fear of me going after or attacking them. He also debunked everything she and the trolls came out to say about me and my character. I topped it off saying she was an old maid that hadn't got laid since Nixon administration. called her out for the liar she was. After that, she severed ties with Kevin and stopped going to their weekly lunch gatherings. Just goes to prove when you try to act like that how it will backfire on your ass every time. So while we were doing shows on the public access channel, we started doing radio shows with more to come. So puts that witch's attempt in trying to break up a long-lasting friendship. While we finished up our 2009 season, I wanted to visit in trying to see if my ongoing radio work would be able to get advertisers if I was to do an ongoing weekly show at the radio station. So I tried to gain support, but was only able to get the insurance doctor. Finally, I tossed that idea out and just stuck with the current situation. I was worried since the money was practically gone and tried to figure out ways to get more income coming in and perhaps rent my house out to another tenant. While all the crap was coming down with the trolls, it started getting worse and the true time where they started to gradually take the trolling to the next level. They would put up the videos back up claiming fair use while I claimed ownership of the videos in question and kept knocking them down. I started with a federal lawsuit for copyright and harassment. In this particular lawsuit, it was mixed in with fictional names, not knowing back then who the true culprits were. They fucked up by trying to counter giving us fake names. So that was the only thing I actually had at my disposal were those names, until I gradually got my names by unmasking the bitches in question. In November, during Thanksgiving in 2009, Angela came back down for the second time and had spent Thanksgiving with me. She wrote Space Mountain and wrote it until she screamed with agony, saying it's too big. She explained that her husband was impotent and couldn't perform in the bedroom and enjoyed the ride. Work gave out turkeys to their employees and had one, so I pre-cooked it. Angela received a phone call that made her a nervous wreck, stating that her father got killed in a car accident, so became very emotional, which was understandable. While the turkey was cooked and on the kitchen tables, Fontaine stood on his hind legs and ate and wolfed down a quarter of the bird. I looked at him, I said, "Damn you, dog, what are you doing?" Fontaine had this guilty look on his face and waving his tail, letting out gas just like Hiroshima and the bombing of Japan from the Allies. So Angela and I had some turkey, but she didn't eat much and had to fly back because of her father's death. So while chaos was brewing, I was dealing with my own issues. I get a phone call that my mother's health was deteriorating, and she had Alzheimer's. While I had visited her frequently, it became more evident that her memory was deteriorating and getting worse. Richard, my stepdad, kept me updated, but it was hard for me to see her in that condition. Just before Christmas, I went down to visit her in Bristol, VA. Literally, her street was on the borderline of Virginia-Tennessee state line. I looked at my mother on my visit and asked her how she was doing, and she looked at me, "How can I help you, sir?" When I heard that, my heart hit the floor, seeing that my own mother couldn't recognize her own son. It made me very hurt, upset, and also concerned about how Richard was taking care of her all by himself. Talked about getting her a nurse to help in, and there was one that came in to visit her part of the week. While the medicine she was taking to control the memory loss, the adverse conditions were then causing her seizure. Causing adverse conditions, the medicine dosages had to be decreased. My stress levels were getting high, and 2009 went down. It was a horrible year for me, with more stress and chaos looming with the mortgage company and these trolls. Work was also getting stressful because I was losing my bonuses working now only for commission. Still making residuals, but not consistent enough to produce a heavy income. Chapter 17. Walking into 2010, two things became evident and crystal clear. Being able to get enough income in and making consistent income to be able to get caught up with my mortgage and being able to protect my copyright work and stop the harassment from these trolls. Angela came again during the spring, and we used more gold passes to Mill Quarter Golf Course, and this time Kevin, Angela, and myself played golf. Angela actually watched me and Kevin and refused to play golf just rode in the golf cart. Kevin hooked one shot that nearly took off a deer, and Kevin made the comment about the deer was ready to eat him. I said, no, it's just a baby deer, actually a fawn. As we spent the day at the golf course, we spent the better half of the day. When Angela and I got home, more screwing and banging to help get that baby in the basket. She said she would help me when she got her dad's inheritance. I said, yeah, it kinda fucks with my head how I went through $250,000 to 300,000 within 8 years. Then she talked about opening up a business like a coffee house. I told her how ironic because that's exactly what I was trying to do, but never materialized. Told her about the contact about the person I spoke with, but how he changed his plans midstream and how I was not agreeable to it. Then she insisted on talking with him. I told her it would be a waste of her time, but she still insisted. So we started to argue about that, and I told her, I know a little something or two about negotiating, since I own my own music business before and took marketing and business mass advertising in school. Still, stubborn as a mule, thinking she knew more than me. Meanwhile, the gorgeous George show was looking for a new female co-host. Fucking course. Kevin and I spoke with a girl named Sarah Redacted, going by Sarah Annette. She came off as understandable to my situation, and in the beginning was agreeable to helping the show and scripting some of the show. I grew fondness towards Sarah because I felt like not only would she be a great female and easy on the eyes for the show, she took the time to work with some of the creative scripting of the show and for the musical guest for the show in the year 2010. She scripted the most interesting man intro to the show. She was the most hands-on with the show, second to me. And for the very short time she was with me, I was grateful for her creative juices and input. She actually spent the day with me at my office at the Money Clip, coming up with ideas to help the show. I tried to persuade her to stay on, but I couldn't get her to agree. Though again, for the short time she was on, for that 1 year of 2010, she was great with her contributions. Later on within the year, I began to try to create extra ways in making money and tried my hand in more commercials and voiceover work. With the backup and oversaturated area of talent, I couldn't get these gigs as regular as I would normally would prior, and that paid accordingly to my experience. Finally, I was making the same kind of income I was making just during the Money Clip magazine. My salary was taken away to the commission-based and draw. Due to changes in the structure of the business, I would still get residuals from prior accounts that I had, but the company insisted to start paying straight commission for their contractors. Which until finally I had to burn the midnight oil, and so I started working as a cab driver for this Iranian guy's company, Broad Street Taxi. So the income started to come in with the work and with the calls coming in. Doing weekend work with the cab business, the phones would ring in and money started to get better again for me. Cab line would start at the Omni, and I met some very interested cabbies. Some that became close with, and some that I wanted to kick their ass. A Turkish guy named Rocky. He went by that name because he was a big Sylvester Stallone fan. Constantine with Gus Taxi and Sam's Taxi, obviously named Sam. Like of these people were foreigners, but came from all over, from Greece, like with Constantine, and Rocky from Turkey. I then left Broad Street Taxi and went to a place called Allied Taxi and stayed with him until I got my own taxi company, which will be later discussed when the time gets closer. Throughout working with the cab companies, I had some very weird encounters with people who would ride in my cab. A lot of these you can make up even with the most creative mind. Though it was enjoyable, and I met a few people down the road. I met Tim Redacted. They called him Bo. Bo was a rapper and had his own singing contracts and worked as a cab driver about the same time I started. Then Eddie with Tuckahoe Taxi. Even though it was a cutthroat business, just like sales, it was a little bit more stable because people needed to drink and get home from the clubs. So money was getting for me during this period. walking into the new year of 2011. While work was my main focus, I was getting stressed out with money. Norman, Matt's dad, asked if Matt could move back in with me. I said, I have no problem with that, but next time I need more of notice if he was going to move him out again. I told him that old redneck is still across the street, so he would be setting Matt back up for more anxiety concerning the neighbors. Though I personally didn't care because I needed the money. And as long as Norman paid for his son's rent until Matt got a job, I didn't care how, just as long as I would get money. Matt, his dad Norman, and I all agreed to move him back in, so Matt moved back in early 2011. Neighbors eventually caught on and started to be more stare-downs with the dumbest shit redneck across the street after Matt moved back in for the second time. Angela came back down in 2011 for the fourth time and the last time. She helped me tremendously, in which I was grateful for selling some of antique dolls on eBay, which helped me. She knew I was going through more struggles, so made a profit of $2,500. I was very appreciative for that and thanked her for all of her help and help against the trolls. Meanwhile, the trolls started to get more blatant with trying to rub my name in the mud and sending pizza companies to come with a constant supply of pizzas. I had to tell these places that I don't order deliveries, that they were fake orders coming in from some internet trolls that had been harassing me. Then also sending gay people to my house pretending to be me, advertising to these people in which I had chased off the property and put no trespassing sites all around the house. So things became a little bit more intolerable dealing with these idiots. So their techniques started more aggressively in trying to get in my real world. They would put up my material and copies of my show which I had to keep knocking down. Finally, a second lawsuit was filed against the bitches, all being ringleader by this obsessed queer, Sean Brennan. His identity, along with a few others, had been discovered through their Facebook accounts and through other internet sites. Angela came over and was introduced to Matt, and the three of us went to dinner. At this time, I was keeping busy and trying to keep everything taken care of, along with Angela's help selling her antique dolls, working the money clip during the day and taxing during the night. Angela stayed for a short time and then went back after a week. Angela had good intentions at the beginning and things could have progressed, but the distance wasn't going to work. Some of her mannerisms became a little too much to handle at times, but still seemed at the time the strongest ally I had. One evening after gabbing, I came home at 3 in the morning. Fontaine greeted me like always and needed to take his nightly crap, so I took him outside of the fence to do his business. I went upstairs to check to see if Matt was home and was passed out asleep in his room. Brought Fontaine back in from outside and laid in the living room with Fontaine on the couch. Later on, I fell asleep and heard a knock at the door. Fontaine jumped up, which woke me up. Heard the knock again. So Fontaine jumped up and running to the door. I walked to the door and said, "Who in the fuck is knocking at my door at 3:30 in the morning?" No word, so I put Fontaine in the kitchen and shut the door. I picked up Louisville Slugger baseball bat and opened the door and saw this image approach me. I said, "Who in the fuck are you?" He said, "I'm here for a party." What fucking party in the AM? He said, "You know, party." I said, "Then I'm going to give you a chance to walk off my property on your own, or I will escort you physically, and if I do that, I'm not responsible for you going through to the ground." So then he said, "So you didn't host a party?" I said, "No. Now get the fuck off my property." I proceeded to move him off and gave him a push to the ground. Now I said, "That's a push. The next thing will be a closed fist going to your face." He said, "I'm sorry, I'll leave." I said, "Yes, you most certainly will." Then I summoned you to the side to tell me where you saw the so-called ad. He said he saw it on the internet. I said, was it from a gay site? He said, yes. I said, well, I'm not gay, and don't ever step back on my property again. I then called the Enrico police and made a report. Very steamed up and blood boiling. I called Angela and told her what happened, and then woke Matt up and told him as well. This little prick, if I didn't force the prick off my property, would have not left. Though the authorities were alerted. When it rains, it pours. A few days later, I get a phone call from Richard, my stepdad, that my mother passed away and how soon could I get down to come to the funeral. Shaken up, I proceeded to inform Matt and told Angela and made the trip in my car to Bristol, Virginia. Very emotional, I saw my mother in the casket. She seemed very peaceful laying there. I remember the fact she couldn't even recognize me a few years later. It was an emotional period and took a toll on Richard, but you could tell it was also a relief for him, since he was up in age himself and now knowing Mom was no longer in any more pain. Throughout the time of going there, throughout driving trips to Vegas, I could tell my mother's condition was getting worse. My mother was in a better place with no more medical expenses that Richard had to pay over beyond what the insurance paid for. It was hard to deal with, but coping with the ordeal for a week. Very painful, but was able to feel better once I knew all those years without my mother leaving me wasn't what she wanted. Now she was at a better place for all her suffering and pain. Headed back home with more drama with Matt and the neighbors. Matt was scared to walk to his car when that fucker was staring at him.
I told him he had nothing to worry about and that fucker couldn't do anything to him. As long I was around.
Chapter 18. I was going to this restaurant called Lado's Pizzeria and met this girl, Ellen. Ellen seemed to be laced and semi-drawn to me, or so I thought. She worked there and we began hanging out briefly until she went to jail for Oxycontin. I had no idea that she was hooked on drugs until a week later she was placed at a jail in Hopewell, Virginia called Riverside Regional. She was placed there with contribute to sell and distribute drugs. The restaurant owner who I sold an ad to with the Money Clip magazine had told me of the incident. Later to find out she was placed there for heroin addiction in the jail. I would visit her in the jail with the hopes of when she got out of being able to be there for her since I had an attraction for her. That fizzled out when the last 2 times I came to visit her and she wouldn't come out for my visit to her. Realized how much of a user she was. Meanwhile, at the public access channel, had a phone call from AJ telling me he was resigning from his duties at the access channel, and supposedly the trolls had complained to the station about my show, which forced them to air my show an hour later for the safe harbor time slot. Kinda confused about what these bitches were trying to pull off. Their attempts to get me removed failed miserably. Later that week, I spoke with the vice president with Comcast and wrote them a letter stating what these individuals are trying to do and how they didn't even live in the area. Supposedly how one of them who got the station would feed to them the shows before I even had placed these shows on YouTube. This was an act they tried to do a few times, but again, failed miserably. Also, even though the show was placed back at the 10:30-11 time slot, I actually preferred that because at times we could on an extra half hour and would do at times 90-minute shows, which worked out to my benefit to go on later. Things became apparently more obvious with what these bitches were trying to do. They tried their best in trying to get me removed from the Access Network and repeatedly failed. Their goal was trying to get in my real world by trying to get and ruin every possible relationship, both business, professionally, and personally. Vile, mentally sick people that were absolutely obsessed with me. Still, Kevin and I were still able to pull out our season off without a hitch.
Working long hours for the magazine company and the taxi business, I finally decided to resign from the magazine company, working full time doing the taxi business. While I was spending more time working than having a life, I was able to kind of get my finances back in order for at least a stretch of time.
Angela wanted me to give her the business owner's number who was selling the coffee shop. I told her it was a dead issue because he wanted too much, and it would be a loss from the very get-go. Though she insisted on talking with the guy, so I gave her the number, but told her that I would not be a part of it, and strongly suggested to her it was a wasted adventure. Meanwhile, at the home front, more issues were brewing with that tough shit redneck neighbor who lived across the street trying to intimidate Matt. Matt was actually driving a car that his dad got him, and the bitch across the street would park his car in a spot where it was hard for either Matt or myself to pull our cars out of the driveway without coming close to hitting that bitch's shitty Chevy truck. Bitch would make it difficult for us to back our car out the way that bitch parked his vehicle on the street. My driveway would face his yard, and personally, he would park his shitty truck in that spot or park in front of my house to get an reaction from me. Matt was working at Aunt Sarah's pancake house as a cook and a dishwasher. I gave Matt congratulations that he got a job and was able to work and actually made money to help me, along with his dad paying his rent. Things gradually seemed to be working themselves out, even with all the outside drama that was still going on. Still no real woman in my life, so I thought more than ever in this particular time of my life, I needed that woman more than ever, even with all the closed doors seeming to block out that possibility. Working and keep stability was my goal, and trying to fight the mortgage company, putting them to task in getting a loan reduction against the principal of my loan or possible forbearance. This kept looming the fear of me losing my house if the mortgage company didn't want to work with me in granting one of these two protections and keeping my house. Fighting against that was also an issue that had me constantly on pins and needles and trying to build income flow by regaining and paying my mortgage. Even with all this stress, I seemed to be able to keep it together, and things once again seemed to be working themselves out. While in the cab business within the first 2 years, I had two incidents that happened that kind of were out there. Taxi cab confessions, if you will. I remember picking up this lady crying her eyes out and sat in the back seat. Highly attractive middle-aged woman wearing stiletto heels. She told me the story about her husband cheating on her and how he embarrassed her in the restaurant meeting another woman right in front of her. Taxi cab driver's job is kind of like a bartender. You listen to the customers and chit-chat with them. I consoled her and told her, I do apologize that she had to go through that. I confirmed where she had to go, and she told me. Then, while she was talking and still crying, I start feeling her hands going through my hair in the back seat. I then said to myself, what the fuck? She said then,
I hope you don't mind if I put my hands through your hair. She said, you have beautiful hair.
I said, yes, thank you, but my goal is to get you home. Even though she was a fairly attractive woman and didn't mind her hands on me, I was also concerned if I acted on my testosterone level, if it wouldn't backfire and bite me in the ass when she could push away and say I was taking advantage of her. So I simply allowed her to keep stroking my hair, but told her she needs to get ready because we were almost at her place. She moved herself into the front seat. She said, start the car. Let me sit close to you. I said, ma'am, you are drunk, and as much as I'm tempted to rock your world, I'm working, and again you are drunk. She said,
Then I know exactly what I'm doing.
She said,
Do you have a girlfriend?
and I said, no.
She said, how would you like to wake up to me in my bed?
I said, ma'am, you're married and I'm working. Then she put her hands in my pants legs and started to rub her hands near my zipper. I took her hand and moved it, and I said to her, listen to me carefully. We can't do this, but in the morning, when you have sobered up and I'm off from work and you still have the same intensity you do now, I'll definitely come to your bed and rock your world. While I drove her up to her place, I said, "Here's my number," and called me.
She said, "You know where I live, so knock on the door."
Then she Frenched me on the mouth. Where else? Then I pulled her close to me and grabbed her face and Frenched her myself again. I told her, "This feels great, and I would love to experience in love making with you, but you've got to do this when you're sober and I'm off from work. Do you understand me? If you don't call me, then I'll take it that you aren't interested. But if you call me, I'll be here at your door like a bull ready to kick it down." I then placed my hand on her leg and said, "Call me." While she left, I knew I wouldn't be getting a phone call from her at all. I was correct. Not a word the next morning. Another encounter I had where a customer tried to grab the steering wheel while being in the front seat. I grabbed the dude by the throat and told him to get out of the taxi. The rider door was slightly open, and I then pushed him out the door and grabbed the door and shut it. Chapter 19. Walking into the year of 2012, the previous veterinarian that looked after Fontaine left the practice. Some young lady bought the practice while the veterinarian that worked with Fontaine retired. Simple checkup and stool specimen along with his yearly shots were due. She did a blood panel and told me to prepare for the worst. I totally flipped out and said, "What do you mean? Fontaine is fine, unless there's something you aren't telling me." She said his enzymes were slightly elevated. I said, "Okay, so what does that mean?" Never got a straight answer, only for her to tell me to prepare for the worst and make sure he is comfortable. This was a cryptic message because Fontaine seemed to his usual self and not knowing what she was talking about. I decided to call his old vet, telling her what she said and what was she talking about to prepare the worst. She was also puzzled and baffled in what she was talking about as well. She assured me there were other vets out there that could give me exam on Fontaine. She said that she couldn't do anymore because she was retired. I said, "If you could please ask her what she meant in the cryptic messages she was saying without being direct in answering my questions." Meanwhile, Fontaine was full of energy and his usual self. I would wrestle with him, and he was just as active and fast as ever in the backyard. Still not knowing what in the hell she meant, I made an appointment to talk with her one-on-one and demanded her to tell me what she meant so I can treat anything in advance. Finally, I spoke with her again, and she told me that his blood was thinning out and had trace of the early stages of cancer, and that his blood enzymes were not producing good properties. I said, "How come you couldn't say this to me prior?" I said, "What kind of cancer?" She said it differs in different dogs, but since he was mixed and a big dog was more prevalent. Still talking in riddle and rhymes, and still couldn't get her to be more specific, since Fontaine was normal and had symptoms. Going into summer months, we had our radio show at WCLM Radio. We had what I thought was a troll ending up to be a person who wanted to do a documentary of me and the show. With proper communications at first, I wanted to make sure if he was on the up and up. Knowing as well throughout this documentary that I had creative interest and there would be no troll involvement or all bets were off the table. Now I know his agenda at first was to include the trolls, but I told him, "I'm open to doing the documentary and letting him take it to film festivals, but absolutely no troll involvement." Still, he at first was talking at both sides of his mouth until I showed him exactly what those bitches were doing online, and even though he was a part of it indirectly and part of the group, he didn't realize the degree of their actions that were being done to harass me until I pointed it out to him. Once he fully understood why I didn't want those bitches part of the documentary, and his buddy who helped him with it, then finally understood my reasons why I wanted those bitches not in the documentary. Still, he would try to mention the benefits including them, and I said no. I stuck to my guns full steady and fast, and said no. I said, no mention of them, and I have some creative control on how it's done as well. Then finally, he called our radio show in August of 2012, and we had a full discussion. Talks were increasing on the matter, but still no full agreement. News came about that old fat-ass redneck neighbor had just bought the farm, and Matt and I celebrated by putting balloons around the mailbox saying congratulations, letting that other bitch neighbor how we felt about that bitch. Busy with the taxi making money hand over fist, money was coming in. Karen at the Crown Plaza Hotel was giving me airport trips, along with other hotels that I paid on the side for their business. With Karen, I gave her free rides for the business she was giving me. Working long hours and dealing with drama still had an intermediate social life until Ellen got out of jail. I told her, I've been through this road before, and I don't deal with fake women. You need to clean yourself up and apologize for your behavior before I even consider the possibility of giving you a second chance. Angela would get upset saying she was a whore, and I kind of agreed with her, but told her what she offered on the table since it's been a whole year since she was down in Virginia. I am growing restless and still looking high and low for a compatible lady friend. Meanwhile, I could tell that Fontaine had lost a lot of weight, so I felt like I needed to get him a new veterinarian to get him looked at and see what was going on with him. I could see him blink his eyes like he was about to flutter his eyes. It looked like he was about ready to have a seizure. I was in a panic. I said to myself, I was going to take him to the compassionate care unit at the SPCA, and that was a mistake in half. When talking to the coordinator there about his condition of losing weight and his current condition, they were clueless. This so-called compassionate care unit didn't even have blood panels, nor needles to draw blood. All they could do was weigh him and check his stool specimen. Finally, I got agitated and asked the doctor, where did the donations go throughout the years of good faith to open up this phantom clinic when they didn't even do the basics such as drawing blood from the animal? I was so pissed off and then took him to the emergency room to get them to give me a straight answer, paying close to $1,000, part of which Angela helped with. They took the appropriate procedures and told me that Fontaine developed cancer in his liver and it was going to spread to other places, and unfortunately there wasn't anything I could do because it had spread in the latter stages. It also spread to his brain where some of his senses were altered. I was spitting nails. She told me there's a center at the time locally that could treat him for cancer. He said there was one in DC or NC, state in Raleigh, North Carolina, that could cover his treatment, but once they open him up, he will never be the same. Saying also he had a few mild strokes but did a real good job in hiding his seizures. I brought him back and informed Matt that Fontaine wasn't going to make it for another year. Told him he had cancer. He was just concerned, and we were both torn up.
I was pissed off on several fronts.
I was pissed, not knowing what to do. They told me putting him down was the only valuable decision, but I wasn't going to do it. Any hope of keeping him alive and getting his cancer treated was my concern.
So I
was going to take him to NC State and get him treated. I asked Angela for help, but she brought up Ellen saying why should she help me when I was messing around with Ellen the jailbird. I told her I wasn't messing with her, but the only difference was at least Ellen was accessible and nearby, and Angela seemed like she didn't want to come back to Virginia, but started throwing it up in my face about my involvement with Ellen, when there really wasn't any involvement with Ellen at all. Walking into 2013, Fontaine seemed to be alright improving, but still started to have some more clearer seizures that were mini seizures. The doctor gave me medicine to control the seizures and treatment to help reduce the spread of his cancer. Meanwhile, Fontaine lost a total of 40 pounds, almost half of his original weight, now weighing 50 pounds. He started to become more lethargic. I was on the phone talking with Matthew Redacted in Michigan, the guy who would help me convert a lot of my VHS tapes to DVD. He was a major contributor in editing troll videos, especially the ones against that freak of nature, Sean Brennan. Like Beverly LaSalle video, and where Brennan's head blew off. Great reverse trolling against these bitches, giving them a heavy dose of their own medicine. Matthew and I were in the middle of speaking about more upcoming videos he would edit against those bitches. Just then, Fontaine yelped really loudly and started shaking uncontrollably. I told Matthew Redacted I had to go, that Fontaine was having constant seizures. I yelled upstairs for Matt and told him what was going on and asked him to ride with me to the emergency room with me and Fontaine. I wrapped Fontaine in 2 blankets. He was falling off the couch, shaking uncontrollably. Rushed to the veterinary emergency hospital and looked at Matt and said, "You know what I'm going to have to do. I don't want to do it, but I'm not sure what else to do." Matt shook his head and said that he loved Fontaine like he was his own. I said, "Yes, Fontaine is like a human being." The doctor took him in to try to give him more medicine for the seizures. He had 16 seizures in a span of 20 minutes. I counted. I said, "I'm not going to do anything tonight. Keep him over for evaluations and see if the medicine works." I left Fontaine there, knowing he wasn't coming back. The following morning, the nurse told me he had more seizures after he administered the Benadryl. She again told me that she thinks I should euthanize him. I still didn't want to. I cried my eyes out nonstop and took his death was the hardest out of everyone in my family. I knew I didn't want to be responsible for his death, but knowing he was going to die anyway, I went down and authorized him to be euthanized. I cried my eyes out and kept to myself literally for 2 weeks. I had an accident with the cab that same week, which wasn't my fault, and had a windfall of $20,000 in an accident which was clearly not my fault. Still shaken up after Fontaine was put down, his ashes were cremated in an urn that I paid for, and will always be a constant memory of my pooch. I tried to raise a campaign for help to get his surgeries and tumors shrunken through GoFundMe. Totally cynical that hardly no one helped, and I matched money that was donated. Finally feeling that the vet was responsible, I reported her to the veterinary board along with the SPCA for not doing a goddamn thing for my dog. All that money throughout the years could be kept in my pocket for not doing diddly, and having the advancements of donations for them, not doing the most simplest surgeries, and doing blood panels, and giving shots. The veterinarian who bought the company was totally clueless and didn't give me a direct answer the year before, being very vague and could have been able to keep my dog longer a few years by combating the cancer. That same week, Kevin and I had a radio show and spoke about the situation. Very emotional, and I broke down on the radio since the wound was very fresh, losing my beloved Fontaine. I was out of commission for weeks later and isolated myself from the world. Eventually, the vet board filed my complaints, but didn't do anything to help combat the carelessness that the vet took and the lack of anything that the vet did at the SPCA. My dog was gone. My dog was dead, and nothing was done against these bitches that should have been striped from their practice. I vowed I would never get another dog again because I didn't want to go through that loss ever again. I told Angela, and she felt bad. It told others concerned in my camp. What's the worst feeling losing my best friend like that? Kevin and I spoke on the matter at the radio station. Very heartfelt and emotional loss for me. Chapter 20. Matt was living with me at the beginning of 2013 free of charge. His father stopped his rent, and that caused me an issue in the posse. Finally, I told Matt's dad, Norman, that I need more of a notice because if Matt will have to move out.
I said, I just went through the death of my animal, and I need him to pay until Matt can find another job since he lost the job he had. Norman refused to pay for his son, and I said, well, I was going to take him to court if he doesn't follow through. Meanwhile, Matt would stay in the house and do absolutely nothing in trying to get work. So I filed a lawsuit against Matt's father, and the case was set 4 months down the road. Meanwhile, there was tension. Cut with a knife. Matt's dad disowns him and me, the good Samaritan that I am, tried to get Matt motivated, but to no avail. Matt's father wouldn't reconsider helping to pay for his son's rent, leaving me in the lurch. Matt refused to look for a job, and I started to get more irritated with the whole damn situation. Meanwhile, Ellen was thrown back in jail for abusing her previous order and started doping up again. Soon as she was behind closed doors, she needed me, but while she was free as a bird, didn't need my time. That act was getting old fast. Angela was talking again about buying a coffee shop and dangling the carrot about using me to run it. I told her there's none on the market, and she brought that guy's company Black and Tan Coffee again after I told it's a wasted adventure. She kept saying no, she wants to hear him out. I said, you are wasting your time. Though I found it very strange that she denied she had a sister named Sheila who she spoke about in the beginning. She would deny she had a sister named Shelia, which was bizarre when that's all she talked about. Then she also had a half-sister named Donna that was trailer park trash. And when Angela would ever reference someone I knew being a whore, I said, you have no room to talk because your half-sister Donna is whore. I only brought it up, though, when she would start argument with me over frivolous bullshit. Finally, the 4 months passed. Matt and I spoke to the attorney I had hired and asked Matt what his intentions were if he was going to testify against father, saying he had signed a binding contract with me, and Matt started to say he was only going to say the truth. Then I looked at him and said, what the truth is? What in your eyes? I'm not going to speak ill of my daddy? Lol. I said, he practically disowned you and left me hanging, not paying your rent. The agreement was he was going to pay until you got another job, and you aren't making any advancements, looking for another job, and you've been living with me for free for 9 months. So yeah, again, are you going to testify against your father on this matter? Still no direct response. I nudged the attorney and said, somebody in his family has been in his ear. That following weekend, he wasn't at the house. He secretly moved out with a few of his belongings still being there. That Monday morning, the writing was on the wall. Matt came walking in the courtroom late, saying, I'm not going to lie about my father. I said, you son of a bitch, you ain't going on stand turn against me. Right then, my attorney and I agreed Matt was going to flip on me. I told Matt, you're done, and that ended our friendship right there. His family were twisted and dysfunctional garbage of a family. It was obvious Matt had someone in his ear for all of them in that bizarre wacko family he was involved. So ended his involvement in my life. Meanwhile, I was going to make a trip to catch a Cowboy game playing the Green Bay Packers. Ronnie Redacted was the lady I used for the tickets. I used her service for over 10 years until this go-around I got scammed by her. Getting to Dallas the eve of the football game, I went up to her for the tickets. She told me the tickets will be given that morning of the game. I got some sleep and arose early to get the tickets, only to be told the bus had already left for the game, and I was screwed and didn't have my tickets. No answer or text. I had to take a taxi to the stadium and paid a scalper for some actual better tickets for a cheaper price. I was fuming and spitting nails, though I made the best of being stranded. I got better tickets and enjoyed the game. I found my way back to the hotel, no callback on my cell phone. I called her up and demanded for a refund on my trip. She got confrontational, and I said, "There's no reason to get that with me when I've paid good money for these tickets. I actually got better tickets from a scalper." Of course, she was going to have to reimburse me, and I let my intentions known. She got back to me saying she wasn't going to compensate me. I said, "The hell you aren't." Might have been a big misunderstanding, but I'm not paying for it, and I'm going to be reimbursed. I said, "It's the way you handle it, which was handle piss poor. You will reimburse me, or I will report you to Yelp and the Better Business Bureau. I emphatically will challenge you. Believe me, you will reimburse me." She ended up paying me back half of the amount. Later, she was arrested for not producing tickets and merchandise with others. She was scamming people left and right. She had to close her business, so she was bought out by another member of the Dallas Cowboy fan club. When her business shut down, she spent time in the big house. As well she should have. Things got turned around upside down with me, dealing with a lot of shit dropped on my plate. The troll started again, knowing the 2013 season was ready to get started. That fag and bitch pretending like he was in town, disguising his voice into a customer who wanted a cab. Needless to say, I was played by those bitches' shenanigans and killed an hour of my time on a random busy Friday night. I eventually caught on and was hell-bent on taking legal action against that bitch. Meanwhile, more talks of a documentary restarted with Brandon Hardesty and Kenny Johnson and was planned to happen into 2 parts. Kevin and I were excited about this happening, and Brandon finally agreed with me to the documentary on the terms I mentioned, and I fully believed with this one stipulation it was going to be a win-win for all concerned. Around the end of 2013, Brandon and Kenny Johnson, his creative producer, met me and Kevin at the University of Richmond for the first part of the filming of the documentary. Then appear on one of live shows at the Public Access Network discussing the steps and their involvement of what was going to be created. First, the initial interview with me and Kevin was set up. Then they finished the second part at my house in the backyard and combined the parts together with at least 4 different renditions. Still trying to be clever, sliding some stuff with the trolls in which I had him remove it. There were a few rumblings throughout, cause I was hell-bent in getting their bullshit removed out of the documentary when the full scope on the show was not what a bunch of detractors thought that served no purpose but the comedy that Kevin and I put out for the masses, which was truly what the show was about. So a slight caption was placed in the documentary about stating them as detractors and people who were internet stalkers, and it was left at that. When it was time for me to see the final product and it was about ready to be sent to the film festivals, I gave them my blessings and creative control with my approval in releasing. Now, during this time, Kevin and I got into a real dispute in the documentary, and it was evident that Kevin and my direction were quite different. The highlight that I pointed out in the documentary was home run that Kevin was never a target with these imbeciles, but more unhealthy obsessions to get at me and attack me relentlessly. I pointed out to Kevin that if he was targeted a quarter of the way I was attacked by the internet losers, that he would get it, or someone in his family was targeted, he would then understand. Sure enough, that scenario became true just before the documentary was released. Kevin's father was being contacted by these trolls, and they started calling him at all hours of the night trying to reach Kevin. Finally, there were rumblings throughout. Kevin's family and Kevin's sister supposedly said he should stop doing my show because of their dad being attacked by these trolls. This is what caused me to lose it with Kevin and his family. I was just incensed that an 88-year-old man who had nothing to do with it was brought into this was being attacked by these trolls. I actually called it, but I didn't want it to happen, just pointing out the obvious. Then pointing out the hypocrisy to be true where Kevin said to me that his family might not want him to do any more shows, tried to indirectly accuse me for what was going on with his dad. I went off about his sister for taking that stance with me for someone she really didn't even know. Kevin, knowing better, pointed out that he would have to follow what his family wanted because his family came first, but then quoted to say his father fought in World War II and he could handle those trolls any day of the week. Totally a walking book of contradictions. Ironically, I mentioned this on the documentary before the calls were made, and simultaneously the documentary was released mid-2014 and Boiling Point came out between me and Kevin, ironically mid-part of the documentary of me pointing exactly that scenario out, which caused a rift, and Kevin temporarily left my show mid-2014 because of a disagreement, his family's interference, trying to clump me to be the villain, when clearly the trolls had their hand in trying to cause that rift. So there was a period where there was no Kevin on the show and not during our summer radio shows on WCLM radio. Again, clearly not by my hand, but by the trolls' attempt in trying to cause an issue between me and Kevin. Again, these were circumstances that these bitches caused, indirectly proving a point that I made to Kevin on the actual documentary. The documentary was released summer of 2014 and the trolls started to bitch about it, saying it was slanted my way condemning. I really didn't give a rat's ass, because it wasn't about them, it was about me and my show. Sean Brennan started making videos trying to cause issues with me and Kenny Johnson. I told Kenny and Brandon the best thing to do is not answer any of their emails. The documentary is done. Of course, that son of bitch, Sean Brennan, had to do his own critique of the documentary and bastardize it with his own version. This son of bitch kept stealing my material. In practically every show that was done, he tried to critique it with an unhealthy obsession, and I didn't want him to associate with any of my work. The more videos he did that I knocked down, he tried to get them put back up. Then took the approach to try and knock down my work for actual the same thing I got his revisions of my show removed. He tried to say he owns it when he didn't own jack shit. Any show with the Gorgeous George Show logo and any show with my face he would put up in Suck Series versions. This is why bitch was being sued, and was sued for a few times, still in his manner of stealing my material, not caring about my own affiliation to this work and my legitimate ownership to the work. This bitch was getting out of hand, recruiting more lame-ass bitches, while some of their own was defecting on Team Gigi, which was a change of pace. Through this period as well, Brennan had my landline number and kept calling, leaving messages on it. Obviously, he wasn't that bright because I called back his number he called from and spoke at length to his mother. She told me that her husband and her are highly disappointed and disgusted in him. She broke down on the phone, crying on the phone, saying that he beats her and had no control over her son's temperament and behavior. She also admitted that when she had him, she had a drinking problem and caused him to be born a little messed up. Learning disability and somewhat of a brain normality, which definitely explains a lot what caused him to act the way he did, being obsessed with another man across the states. Chapter 21. Brit named Matt Wilson, who was an out-of-hand troll, flipped to Team Gigi and started attacking Brennan. I always get very leery on whether or not when things like this happen, how much of it is staged vaudeville act or how much of it is real. Matt Wilson was actively attacking Brennan, calling him out for being a closet homosexual and first case liar. Not getting involved in this, it definitely caught my eye, and I placed a close ear to all the theatrical performances. Finally, Matt Wilson reached out to me and told me exactly what he was going to do, how his Slack account was going to call out Brennan for an online masturbator. Matt Wilson laid out the trap, and Brennan fell for the bait. Matt Wilson put on a performance and owned Brennan, and he was getting excited thinking it was someone else. He called out his homosexual behavior and his unhealthy obsession for me. So while Wilson was fighting for Team Gigi, then of course Brennan, being compulsive masturbator and a first-class liar, he had put his spin on it so he would justify the argument and spin his narrative. Whatever the case was, he couldn't use the Teflon act this time because it fucking stuck. I had a block of radio shows in the summer 2014, and Matt Wilson appeared on one and talked about it. It was entertaining, and he put a spin on exactly what Brennan was doing. We both agreed we called Brennan out for being a chronic masturbator. Lol, another troll popped out the woodwork named Will Markland, a glorified extra in Hollywood that does non-speaking roles and claims to be an actor in which he isn't a level entertainer. Claimed to fame on non-speaking roles on Scrubs, blowing a kiss to another man and eating cereal out of a bowl and watching a lady walking down the street. An action-packed movie that the main star Bruce Willis, who doesn't even have a clue to who this retard is. But I digressed. These trolls are bottom feeders and are self-loathing bitches that feel better when someone else get attacked when they are the scum of the earth and have no lives. This bitch lives in an apartment in North Hollywood in which was raided a few times by the local authorities. Only if I was a fly on the wall to hear the commotion and the twisted irony. More rumblings about the documentary were started. The documentary had good traction, and even though it didn't get the response that was needed, it still told the right narrative and the true story without their connection involved within it. Win for Team Gigi, pretty much. Meanwhile, I was on the verge of getting my own taxi business. After renting from others, I finally bought a cab. I bought Rocky's old Dodge Caravan and turned into Ride-em Cowboy Taxi. Tired of renting from others, I started my cab business. We started the 2014 season, and Kevin and I worked our differences out and added a new character, Namit Bo, who was the taxi driver that rapped and performed Every Guy Needs a Hoe. LOL.
So every guy needs a hoe. Yeah. Sorry.
Something close to that. So the crew consists of Kevin, Vince, and B.O. New season started, and it was knocked out to say the least. On one of the shows, Kevin played good Jesus, while Bo Plaid, the David Carrish Jesus, with a demonic sound. Bo was a natural and funny on camera. He was funny in general. His claims that he had the spirit of Martin Luther King within his body and soul. He also claimed he wrote the original Every Rose Has Its Thorns, clearly written by Bret Michaels, not Bo, but just believed it to keep him happy. Lol, I had a new roommate who moved in who was related to one of the cab drivers, clearly a mistake because that lasted only 6 months and I was going to kill the jerk off because he was an alcoholic and broke my furniture and the string on my guitar by playing it. I told the bitch next time he touched my property, I would knock his ass out in the middle of next week. The freak of nature not only was a drunken baboon, he would try my last nerve. I told him to get out of my house and was ready to knock the living shit out him if he didn't get out. He was a detriment and a loud, obnoxious drunk. Dude's name was Alan. They called him Aloysius. He definitely had to go because would have been beaten to bloody pulp. LOL. Through this time, I had a dancer girl who worked at Paper Moon who I would transport around to work to the club. She went under the stage name Reagan, just like the last name of our 40th president. LOL. Reagan was an Italian girl who had long legs and a girl I wanted to get close to, but only had the brief pleasure of driving around in my taxi until she moved back to Pennsylvania. More stress brewed at the home front because another issue with the mortgage company threatening to take my house, and I had to get them to proceed with an modification and tried desperately to get them to work with me by signing another document to stall for more time and challenging them to produce the original note. 2014 ended, and a lot of pressure mounted up and ready for 2015, and was hoping to get finances in order and get somebody reliable to move in that would pay me rent on time. Chapter 22. It was 2015 and the start of a new year. Also the start of someone special walking into my life. I would eat out from time to time, and I met this woman at a local IHOP restaurant that I fell in love with. Beautiful piercing eyes, jet black hair, and thin line eyebrows. A very sassy, quirky person that was playful and had my interest when I first met her. I started to flirt with her and asked if she had a boyfriend. She looked at me a little taken back, but said, "I live with an illegal." "LOL," I said. "Illegal alien?" She said, "Yes, I guess you could say that." She said, "He's Mexican. He has been there for me somewhat, but does speak a bit of English." I said, "Well, is that so?" Then I placed my order and told her what I do for a living. I drove my own taxi. I spoke with her, and her eyes and her smile had my attention the whole first encounter. I said to myself, "The competition is an illegal alien," and I said, "I think I can get her in my camp." I then was instructed by her to fill out a bunch of performance cards for her service. She insisted to me the more I fill out, it would get her in good with the restaurant, and she could get more hours and be able to pull in more first shift mornings. I asked her how long has she been working for IHOP, and she said a few months, but she used to work there a few years ago. So I feverishly filled out a dozen of those cards using fake names and different dates so it wouldn't be too obvious. Lol, I told her how I did it and looked deeply in her eyes before I left and said, "Illegal alien, boyfriend or not, I want to get to know her, and I wanted her in my world." She looked at me with a look like the cat swallowing the canary. She said, "Okay, well, I work here these days." And she told me her name was Jamie, and I told her my name was George. I grasped her hand really tight, and I said, "I definitely will be back with a $20 bill for her gratuity." I felt a tingling feeling all over, and I felt her warmth and playful way, all in the first encounter of meeting her. It was later on where I felt like this was good and definitely planning to go back. I knew in my mind it was only a matter of time to get her with me. I knew there was destiny that she and I would be spending some time together. Meanwhile, I didn't want Angela knowing anything about Jamie, and it wasn't like Angela and I had any relations going on. She became just a voice on the phone. Part of the reason was because she was in a different state, but I didn't think that would go anywhere anyway. Besides, it was love at first glance with Jamie. Later on that week, I had a trip to Boston, and this guy wanted me to drive him there, and I quoted him $1,200. I asked the guy why he wasn't flying or taking a train. Really no answer to that, saying he would rather take a taxi. I took half his money, $600 up front, and took up there in one day. I was getting drowsy, so I told him I had to pull over for at least an hour. Lo and behold, my answer was about why I didn't take a plane nor train. He pulled out his drug paraphernalia. I told him, "Unless you want to be dropped at the side of the George Washington Bridge, put it back in his duffel bag." He said he paid half, and I said yes, and you aren't getting that back, and you'll still be dropped off at the bridge if you don't put it away. Long story short, after arriving, I said, "I need the rest of the loot," and he paid it through ATM machine. Very bizarre and long-ass ride. If I had to do it over again, I definitely would have charged more. Drove near Fenway where the Boston Red Sox played. Tempted to catch the game, but I was getting drowsy. Made it to Connecticut and crashed there and headed on the way back. When I went through the state of New Jersey, I got pulled over for talking on my phone. At the time, only a few states had this law in place, and unknown people got a ticket from a cop wearing a beret. What? I had no idea why I was being pulled over and was fined an amorous amount of money of $450. Had no idea about some stupid law. Since then, it's been made law in all states. Very.
Stupid law.
When I got home, I crashed for a solid day. It was the year 2015, and there were rumblings that the taxi business was about ready to be destroyed due to a company called Uber. Rumors were rumbling about Uber coming and would shut down the taxi business. This was the word on the street from customers and other taxi drivers. I wasn't hearing any of it because I was going to continue my business and fight for my business. Most of the taxi companies were mostly foreigners, but there were several meetings of solidarity throughout all taxi companies in 2015 to stop the surgence of Uber. What? The surgence of Uber? Though others agreed that there were too many taxi companies, trying to get the illegals and gypsy taxis off the street. At the time, most of the business came from the Omni Hotel and the Marriott Hotel downtown. They had the cab lines where a lot of the business came out, about 40% of the business. So every weekend, especially the cab line, is where each morning and night shift started. The other part of the taxi business catering to people flagging down cabs, which totaled the other 60%. That mixed in with the party groups and what I like to call the intoxicated people from the bars. Meanwhile, more trolls came out and placed up more copyright material. There was a few other lawsuits that were filed that never got heard, but I was determined to get enough information and start another lawsuit if needed to combat these lame-brained trolls. Videos weren't coming down with regulations, and it was harder to get YouTube to follow their guidelines and remove the shit. Another lawsuit was imminent and on the verge of happening. Life was busy, and the usual things were going on. The excitement of meeting Jamie was on my mind. So after 2 long weeks, I made my second trip to IHOP. I visited Jamie again. And this time she was facing a dilemma because someone stole her scooter. She used her scooter to transport herself to and from work. She made mention of it to me. Of course, for the job I do, it was a no-brainer. The only difference was I wasn't going to charge her 1 red cent. I proposed to her that I would give her rides to work without her owing me nothing. Then she said, "What's the catch?" I said, "There's no catch." I said, "I would make sure you get to work and go home every day from your work." She was relieved, but kept thinking it had to be some kind of catch. I said, "Finally, the only catch is for me to get to know her better." So she smiled and said, "Thank you." I told her she was very welcomed. I'm sure she knew and began to know that I had feelings for her. She seemed to be receptive, but felt like she had to remind me about Orlando. Orlando was an illegal Mexican alien. That night, Jamie called me and gave me her weekly schedule. So it began, and I took her to work and picked her up to take her home, not for any money.
No money at all.
That night, when I picked her up from work, Jamie opened up and told me a lot about herself. She told me she was recovering heroin and how she was homeless for a better half 4 years. She also made mention how she tried to remove a gun from her ex-boyfriend's hands, and eventually in the struggle, the gun went off twice. Looking in amazement, my jaw dropped. I had concerns, but I took her at her word. She told me she was a rape victim and how some guy in the street tried to take advantage of her. She said she had been fighting with herself when she was in previous relationships and how she couldn't open up, knowing the scar from previously trauma was there. So I inquired more about Orlando. She said Orlando offered her a place to stay. He couldn't speak a lick of English, but she spoke Spanish fluently. Adding to the mix, she made mention of this old man named Gary Redacted, an old Jewish man that took a liking to her for a better half of the time she was on the street homeless. She knew Gary before Orlando. She said that Gary was loaded and rich, and she would help him since he was partially handicapped. He couldn't walk and had a couple of heart attacks. Gary supposedly worked at Pfizer and was a chemist. Ironically, I told her my dad was a chemist. There was a lot to take in and digest. I asked her simply if she was happy with the current situation, and she said no, but fake it. I then asked her about her folks, and she said she wasn't that close to them since she was recovering from her demons and her lifestyle. She said that she knew she had a drug problem and was desperately trying to conquer her past demons. I said, "Well, Jamie, you have someone else that is in your corner now. I'm a very blunt and direct person, but I was sexually and physically attracted to her." She said somehow she already knew that, though she couldn't give any man a relationship because she was trying to get things right with her. I said, "I can appreciate all of that, but I wanted to be fully transparent with her as well." She said that I was nice enough to help her, and if things were to develop to that level, to give her patience. I said, "I will give you all the time you need, since I'm in competition with an old man and illegal alien. I kind of like my chances. LOL." She also made mention of a girlfriend that helped her out, La Keisha. How she used to work in a pharmacy and how her dad had the same issue and would give her Suboxone to control her cravings. I was a little leery when I heard this, but I saw where, in fact, it controls the cravings along methadone against heroin. Lot for me to digest, but I was up for the challenge. Lot for me to digest, but still didn't change my opinion or feelings for her. I was willing to help. I made mention of my television show the amount of years I've been doing it. Gave her an opportunity to be part of the show, but she declined on being on camera. I also made mention of how mentally ill trolls gravitated to me and attacked me on a daily basis. She thought it was unruly kids, and I had to inform her that's what I thought from the very beginning, that they were adults but had minds of a child. So she was made aware, and throughout that time felt like maybe it would be best not to subject her to these attacks that I go through. Just the same, the show was still looking for a female co-host. In the midst of all of this, Jeremy Redacted, a semi-troll who was actually a troll, contacted me on Facebook. He pretended to prove his loyalty to me and wanted to help me get my shows on a Pat Ryan account. Same dude who played both sides back in 2005, but I kinda saw through him for the most part. He was talking about strategies I could use against the trolls. Very skeptical, but eventually fell prey to his act and confided in him, which ended up being a mistake. Throughout, there was another mentally sick troll named Jeremy W. Redacted who used the handle Piss4400. He came out to the scene and pretended to be a fan as well. He had mental issues and was starving for attention on the internet in general. Dealing with all the theatrical drama in my everyday business, 2015 seemed to be productive, but yet filled with some drama and some excitement. Jamie and I, throughout 9 months, spent just about every day together, going to restaurants, going to the gym, and even to the movies. Though the days she spent with me were days she wasn't with the Mexican or the old man. Jamie told me she enjoyed the time she spent with me, but she needed to spend a weekend with Gary. What arguments we did get into were always related to our spending time with Gary and Orlando. Those two didn't know about one another, but I knew about them, in which I found interesting. One of our first arguments started while I was waiting for Jamie and how I could see shadows making out from the window. I began to get sick to my stomach. She and Gary's shadows from the window rubbing him, among other things. She came back to the car and I asked her, what was she doing with the old man through the window? She asked me, what do you mean? I said, it was almost like you were making out. She said, no, gross. You're acting paranoid. Then I said, I know what I saw through the window, but that's fine. She said I was tripping and needed to chill out, B. That I imagined all of that in my head. Then we got into a loud argument, and she began to take a fork with food and stuffed it to my face while I was talking to her. I said, "Hey, stop that." Then she said she watches him and takes care of him, but not in the way I mentioned. Then she told me to shut up and eat the food she's feeding me. LOL, I was angry at her because I know what I saw, but I gave in because she was feeding me. LOL. Called diffusing a bad situation. She said she's spending the weekend with Gary, then needs to see Orlando Monday to pay her part of the rent. She said cheer the hell up and stop being paranoid. That weekend she called me back saying she's having withdrawals and needs to get the Suboxone from her friend's dad. Totally not questioning it, I picked her up and took her to a friend to get the Suboxone. She ended up riding with me that whole night while I was running the taxi. I took her back to Orlando and grabbed her hand. She said, "What are you doing?" I said, "I'm holding your hand." She said, "Orlando will get jealous." I said, "I just want to hold your hand for about 5 minutes. Is that okay?" She looked at me and said yes. I just don't want to cause any issues. I said, "Jamie, that's fine." I said, "I enjoy your company and have developing feelings for you." She said, "George, please understand you are a persistent and charming man, but I need time to let it all soak in." "Take all the time you want then." Then I gave her a kiss on the lips. She gave me a look, and I told her, "Take all the time you want, because you got my undivided attention." I said, "If I have to share you, I will, but just know you've got my heart, and I'm going to win yours eventually." She proceeded to walk out the car, and I said, "Call me later on." So pretty much part of a weekend where she said she was going to be busy doing something else with the old man, she eventually called me the following day of the weekend and spent it with me. I think that says something by itself. Though I was willing to be patient, my feelings were there, and hers were developing. I was going to invest my time when needed, and show my feelings. Things seemed crazy, but at least I felt like I had someone in my life that I could spend my time with, and it felt refreshing. Chapter 23. So at the time, I was still desperately looking for another roommate, a guy by the name of Joshua who was a security member who worked at the Paper Moon Gentlemen's Club. Summer of 2015, Joshua and a girl named Victoria who danced there at the club moved in. I felt relieved because that extra money that was needed, that came in. I stressed that I needed a full commitment and a full 30-day notice when they wanted to move out, and I would give them the same. Throughout that time, Josh and Victoria moved in and got paid up front. So battling with the mortgage company tried to come with a new lowering or the principal and forbearance still not granted. Josh bought a dog without letting me know, and I told him no. I said, "You should have let me know in advance." He said he thought I was a dog lover. I said, "Yes, but couldn't have a dog there, and that he needed to be able to take care of the dog." I should have been told he planned to do this. So from the get-go was an issue, but knowing I needed the money, accepted it. Victoria had a boyfriend that stayed there with her, and of course, I had a big problem with this because he had just got out of jail for hitting a minor kid, as opposed to a major kid. Really, too much drama compared to the drama that I had going on without this new scenario, but the underlining, bottom line, I needed the extra money, so I accepted this. The dog that Josh had wasn't trained and shitted up a storm on my Orient's rugs and my hardwood floor. I simply said to pick up after your dog, or if not, then move out. Still under a lot of stress, and more stress was to come. Working at all hours of the day, I had no time to even get away from all of the current drama. Meanwhile, Jamie wanted me to pay for a doctor visit, and yet wouldn't tell me what the visit was about. I said, if you want me to pay for it, you need to tell me what's going on. She had an issue with her liver. So I said, that's pretty damn serious. What exactly is going on?
I can't tell you, just trust me.
I said, how much do you need? And she told me $250. She said all she can say is they need to check her liver out for previous complications. So I picked her up and took her to the doctor's office. Meanwhile, Angela calls me and asks me why I've been so quiet. I said that I had new roommates moving in and working long hours, and I'm currently having an affair, taking a regular to the doctor's visit and waiting for them to come out. Just then, while I was on the phone, Jimmy said, Eddie, do you have the money to pay the doctors? Angela said, who's that? Why is she asking if you had the money to pay for her doctor's office? Are you messing around with another tramp? Then, before I could say a word, Jimmy took the phone out my hand and inquired who she was. World War III was about ready to erupt. Finally, I said to Jimmy to give me my phone and gave her the money to pay the doctor's bill and asked for a receipt. Angela starts yelling on the phone, who's that whore? I said, watch what you say. I said, she is a friend and I'm helping her out. Why are you so concerned since you haven't been here to visit in the past 4 years? I can help who I want before you start going off with the mouth. You'll have no idea of what you are talking about. Jimmy came back and said, who's that bitch on the phone who called me a whore? I said, she is the woman from Tennessee who I've been friends with, and I told her she was out of line attacking you that way. Jimmy said, well, hang up the phone with her. I said, I'm going to, just give me a minute. Angela then said, don't bother me ever again, that I'm a no good slime ball. I said, I don't have to remind you that I haven't been here in the past 4 years so I can have other female friends. That was a drama and headache that I didn't really need. After that, Jamie wanted me to take her to her girlfriend's house, so I did, and she got the Suboxone from her to settle her down. Then I took her back to Orlando. Our birthdays were 6 days apart, July 10th and July 16th, and I wanted to plan something with her, but she had plans with the old man, so I got pissed off and decided to not say anything and let it slide since it was a few weeks away. When the time came with the week of our birthdays, had to share her company with the old man while he wines and dines her at a fancy ritzy steakhouse. I told her, as soon as you finish, let's do something. Never heard anything, which pissed me off, so another argument brewed because of it. Finally, Jamie called me from the old man's number. I asked her what happened and why she got snappy with me, saying she has to fulfill time with him. I said, why, if he grosses you out, would you need to fulfill any time with him? Then Jamie explains, he pays me to watch over him, and she's not going to let my jealousy prevent that. I said, define your relationship with him and Orlando. She said she already told me, so we had a blowout, and she closed the phone on me. Then I left her a message saying, get back with me. I'm just upset because I want to spend time with her on her birthday. So I was determined to make up for it on my birthday with her. So both Jamie and Angela were upset with me, and I was upset with them. The fact that I had to play third fiddle upset me, but I was determined to be the first fiddle in Jamie's life. The following morning, I picked her up and took her to work. I asked her if she was still upset because I was still upset with her for blowing me off. She said, I'll get over it, and just understand that Gary helps her, so she gotta help him, so she could be paid. Still unclear other than her telling me she helps him since he is partially handicapped and he's helped her before. I kinda let this old man and Mexican dude upset me because I wanted to be the one with her undivided attention. What? I wanted to be the one she could rely on even though I was new on the scene. I told her I'll get over it if she could spend the day with me on my birthday. She said yes, but she had to work part of the day. I went to get her from work, and we went straight to Italian restaurant, Mary Angelo's Italian Eatery, and spent some time celebrating my birthday together. While the time had passed, I told her right after we had drinks and our food that I was falling in love with her and desperately wanted to take her away from those other two. She looked at me, saying with her jaw dropped she had other obligations and people in her world, and she couldn't be exclusive just with me. I said, I know you have other people in your world and your girlfriend you hang out with, but I want to sweep you off your feet and be the man in your world. She then said to me that she is in a relationship with Orlando and it needs to process in her mind about any possible relations with me. I asked her then if she was attracted to me. She said of course she was, but she couldn't act on her feelings since she was still processing everything and how stuff was going really fast. I said, Jamie, as far as I'm concerned, I knew I loved her when I met her. She said, how is that? You don't really know me? I said, I know what I know, and I want you with me. I need you, want you, and love you. Then she said she was a handful, if only I really knew. She said she could see how I feel, but most men just want sex and not willing to wait for it. She said she had previous emotional scars, and it would take a while before she could open up like that. So how are you with Orlando, since he is your main squeeze, supposedly an illegal alien? Then she said, I shouldn't told you about him. She feels in debt to him because he gave her a place to stay when she was homeless. So is that the only reason you're with him? She said no, that she loved him. How about Gary and your feelings for him? She cared for him, and he had did a lot for her as well by giving her things she needed. Just needed some space from him at times because he wanted more. He wanted to marry her. So I said to Jamie, I can't speak for them. I can only speak for myself. I'm competing against an illegal alien and an old man in his late 60s who has money. Well, I have a lot to offer, and I will compete if need be. How do you feel about me? I asked her, listening carefully to her response. She said that she is attracted to me, but again, she needs to let things play out. I said, well, the fact you're with me on my special day pretty much proves to me you want me in your world. She smiled and said, Happy birthday, George. Then I said, Happy belated birthday to you as well. We hung out and drank some mixed drinks until it got late and I took her home to Orlando's. Meanwhile, on the phone, 6 messages left from Angela calling me everything under the sun and every curse word imaginable. I finally told her she was out of line and she needed not to be hostile on the phone. She then told me that I attract needy women. I said, wow, are you one of them? She said she is financially set and threw it in my face about not blowing her money away like I did. I then told her she needed to have a conversation with herself because I'm not listening to this shit. Back at the house, I walked in my living room, seeing Victoria and her man having sex in my living room. I said, take it upstairs to your room so that I don't need to walk in the house and she romper room. I questioned where Josh was, and they didn't know. Meanwhile, Josh came walking in with a gun on his holster. I told Josh from the very beginning this was one of the stipulations of him moving in about having no weapons in my house. He said he has a gun for protection. I said it's not needed in the house. So long drawn-out argument proceeded about that finally. I said, you either put it someplace else, or hide it in your car, or move the hell out. I meant truly what I said. Then, walking upstairs, saw more dog shit on my hardwood floors. I had to take a beauty knife, along with a mask, and clean the floor up. I was extremely upset walking in my castle dealing with a circus with the people living there. I wanted to scream. Finally, they paid for the back rent in which they owed me, and Victoria apologized about making out with her boyfriend on my living room floor. I felt like anyone who was going to be making out on the living room floor was going to be me, not anyone else. I needed to make stipulations, though as much as I needed the money, I couldn't deal with the drama that came along with it. Months later, all hell broke loose. For some reason and somehow, Victoria's boyfriend thought I had my designs on Victoria. Finally, I told him and Victoria that he was not allowed to enter my home, which eventually caused Victoria to move out. I said, I will not be disrespected by this punk, and he is not allowed to step 1 foot on my property. Eventually, Victoria moved out. Josh lost his job at Paper Moon and ended up working as a nighttime clerk at a gas station, which caused him to be late on the rent. Meanwhile, the trolls kept trashing me and stealing videos from my page. When Kevin and I started to film some shows that we used to our Dogwood Deli, we filmed some shows which eventually got stolen from those trolls. More drama lurking, and too much I couldn't deal with. I would immerse myself with work and more work to keep my mind off all the access drama that was going on. Meanwhile, more hassle with the mortgage company trying to force their hand to give me a modification on my loan to save my house. This was an ongoing issue. The following morning, I asked Jamie to move in with me. She laughed, saying, I'm living somewhere else. I said, I know, but you live in a house with 6 other Mexican men. How long is that going to last? I said, I need help to save my house, and it is a no-brainer in my eyes. In light of it, I'm working, and you're working, and it would be perfect. She said that needed to be around her girlfriend and go and come as she pleased. Then I said, if you move in, I'll work in getting you a car. She said she can't drive because she had violations already on her record and a bunch of unpaid traffic tickets. I said, point blank, you work with me, I work with you. I drove her to my house and she met Victoria. Victoria was moving out. Jamie and Victoria spoke briefly. Victoria's boyfriend helped her move out, and I said, what is that son of a bitch doing here? I don't care. I don't want that motherfucker in my house. So briefly, she got most of her stuff and left that break. Jamie relaxed in my bed and said, how does that comforter feel? I could tell Jamie felt comfortable nestled in my bed with the comforter. I hopped in the bed and started stroking her hair. She looked at me and said, we aren't doing this now. I said, doing what? We are just laying on the bed together. I said, how does it feel? She said, it feels great. Let's stop changing the subject. I said, the fact you are laying in my bed and don't want to get up should tell you something. Yeah, you are so full of it, she said. I said, I'm full of it, and there's more to go along with that. Then she explained that she had to get to work, but first she had to get her uniform. I took her to get her clothes and then took her to work. When we walked in, I was hugging her, so she pushed away. Her coworker said, are you all dating? I said, we sure are. We argued just like an old married couple. Then she looked at me and told me to shut up. I said, we do though. Then she looked at me with a frown and said, don't tell these people our business. I don't want them to know nothing about my personal business. I said, okay, and picked her up later on from work, taking her to get her stocks on. Then, totally against my wishes, I took her to the old man's house. Meanwhile, I came home, and I could tell Josh hadn't been home in the house for days. His dog shited up a storm and a new pile of shit. His phone was down, and I was about ready to take the dog to the pound. Still, a few weeks later, no response from him. Victoria apologized about everything concerning her boyfriend and offered to help clean the house and the rooms if she could have his dog. I said, just wait a few days, and I'll let her know about their dog. The following day, AJ Josh's dog was gone. Josh wrote me a letter telling me he took his dog. He couldn't pay the rent, so he was moving out, which entailed caused me a whirlwind of shit. He was behind on 3 months' rent. I said no more roommates at all. Victoria still came and helped me clean the rooms, and both of us worked together in getting the house looking and smelling clean in the process. Took half the day, and then we went to have lunch thereafter and again apologized and had issues with Josh herself and didn't want nothing to do with him. Drama brewing between the two of them. She then told me she thought Jamie was a beautiful girl, and I said, she most certainly. I said, I love her so very much. She gave me her number, and we kept in touch. I told her to drop that punk she's with, and then she told me it's going to be tough because she is pregnant with his child. My jaw fell down, and I said, all right, then. I said, I feel for you and that child. I said, keep me informed when the child is born.
Chapter 24. It was coming into October of 2015. I went to pick Jamie up and take her to work, and no response. I called the old man's house, and that old fart answered the phone. He closed the phone in my face. I called again and said, hey, you motherfucker, what's your problem? He said he would never put Jamie on his phone to talk with me ever. So supposedly he knew of me through Jamie, but I didn't care. I was trying to take her to work and couldn't get a hold of her. Later on that day, Jamie called me and told me she was sicker than a dog and needed to get the Suboxone. She was having strong cravings and needed to alter it. I finally took her to her girlfriend's house, and she got the medicine with me giving her $30 to get the Suboxone. Jamie was sick and puking, so I told her to get it all out of her system. I reminded her that I had to be at work at a certain time unless she wanted to ride with me that night like she had other nights. We went to Kroger and got her groceries. She seemed to act differently toward me. While I came up to hug her, she slapped me and said,
Don't touch me.
I looked at her, puzzled. Then she ripped the shirt off my back in the car. I said, look, why are you acting like this? Then she started cussing me out and started telling me, don't touch her, etc., etc. Out of anger, knowing the Mexican's house was around the corner from the grocery store, I left her there. I was totally angry about acting hostile toward me for no apparent reason. Later on that night, Richmond police called me to tell her I had to come down to turn myself in. I asked them, for what? Then they proceeded to tell me that a lady by the name of Jamie Whalen was putting a protective order on me. Right then and there, I knew this wasn't Jamie's doings. Someone else had put a bug in her ear. Perhaps that son of bitch Yarid. I left her a message and asked her, what in the hell is going on? Finally, the Richmond police told me I must have no contact with her until the court day. This made me extremely emotional and angry and confused. What the hell was going on? Finally, I had to hire an attorney, and Kevin and another cab driver named Constantine were witness to Jamie and my relationship and to prove to the courts that this was behavior totally out of left field on her part. I felt like someone kicked me in my gut. Not knowing what to think, I was sick and heartbroken that she would do this to me. When the case came, she never showed up to the courts. Then she texted me on the phone and said,
I'm sorry, but I figured by me not showing up, it would clear things up for you.
I told her I had to drop $1,000 down just the same. She apologized again and said,
Don't make a stink about it. I'll get a hold of you when the time is right.
Totally heartbroken, still wanted things to work themselves out. Then she hung up the phone. Tried calling her back, and the phone was disconnected. Knowing still she was prompt to do that because of that old man giving her an ultimatum pissed me off. That son of a bitch caused a rift, and I was determined to break that rift. I had an issue with both the Mexican and the old fart. Only difference is I truly wanted the best for her and her to get clean. I knew of few incidents and her demons that she was dealing with. I clearly told her I would do anything for her, just as long she showed me a little acknowledgement and acceptance of truly who cares for her. I told Angela what had happened, and she told me if that didn't wake me up about her, nothing will. I said to her she was prompted to by that old man. 2 months down the road, walking into 2016, my Kung Fu instructor I picked up from the airport in Afghanistan. We were talking about the good old days of working out in his dojo. Talked about how I learned and picked up a lot from his teachings. I told him that I appreciated his patience. Just then, while I was driving him back home, the phone rings, and it was Jade. She called me and started tearing up. I said, I didn't think I would hear from you again. I wanted us to make things right. Jimmy said,
I need your help.
I said, let me drop my friend off, and I'll be right to you. Where are you at? She gave me an address, so I picked her up from the hotel. After I dropped the Quadar off, I went straight to her. She was there and told me,
Get me out of here.
I said, what happened? She said she was living out of the hotel room for a few months with this individual and that she lost her job at IHOP because she didn't have a way to get there after the chain of events had happened. I said, would they hire you back if we were to go there now and try to get your job back? She said she insisted that she didn't want to go back. She also told me she left Orlando because his roommates threw her out. Not knowing the whole story, she told me Orlando told her to get out, along with the other roommates influencing that. I said, well, don't worry. You have home with me. How soon do you want to move in? She said she needed to get her personal stuff out of her other friend Anthony's house, Anthony. I said, Anthony? Who's Anthony? She told me where she kept her belongings at. So we crammed a taxi and got her effects and belongs, crammed them in the car. She had twin bed set and box spring, so we started moving everything in the guest bedroom. Things seemed to turn around in things briefly, as they would turn around for me, and my girl came back. Angela knowing this and knowing that Jamie would be moving in with me at my house. Though this time she refused to go back to IHOP for her job. Though she still was talking with that old man, which made me sick. While we moved her back in the house, I wanted relaxers, so I sat her in my lap and massaged her whole body. For the first time, I was able to show her how much I loved her. She fell asleep in my arms, and I started kissing her on her forehead. I cradled her body, and then I fell asleep. I woke up and woke her up and took her downstairs to the bedroom. She felt very safe and satisfied being in my arms while I stroked her hair. I was too tired to let her ride Space Mountain, but her hands were nestly to my member, and it felt awesome that we were able to be like this for about 12 hours or so, with no disturbance and no arguing or bickering. She was safe with me as well as it should have been from the beginning. She felt content and my eyes were watering up. I wanted her in my life, perhaps as my wife. I never felt this way about anyone, and the fact she came back to me. I was in heaven 7, being able to wake up to the woman I wanted in my life. Morning came, and I gently asked if she would be open, if I could show her how much I love her. She said,
Do you have rubbers?
I said no, but if she felt better that way, I would wear one. She then unzipped my zipper and she showed me her appreciation for helping her out. Then she got me rock hard as a brick. She straddles herself and she started riding Space Mountain. She moaned and said,
Thank you, babe, for all you've done.
I said thank you for coming back around. I love you, Jimmy K. Whalen.
We shared a moment, and I wasn't going to let her go. Then asked her, "Where am I now on the totem pole of men?" She smiled and said,
You deserved it for sticking around and never giving up on me.
she said,
No matter what fucked up thing I do, you and I will always be connected.
just as long as I can give her space when she needed it, she would reward me like she did. I said, "Jamie, just be honest and be true. That's all I ask." I then planted a juicy wet kiss in which we enjoyed, then a big strawberry in which we shared. I told her if she has any cravings to let me know and we will fight it together. She then pulled out my member again, stroke it and suck on it. She said,
You are gifted.
I said, "That's only because I'm with a woman that I want to be with and wake up to every day. It's happy like I'm happy. Lol." We both laughed and got ready to head out. Just then Angela called up and Jamie answered the phone. I cringed. "Why did you do that?" Then Angela asked for me, so Jamie gave me the phone. I said, "What's going on?" She said, "What is she doing there?" I said, "She is now living with me and we have worked out our differences." I told Angela, "Why can't she be happy for me?" Then Jamie insisted to talk with Angela, so they talked on the phone, and surprisingly enough, things between the two of them became more polite. I simply sat back and smiled, but I didn't want Angela trying to do something after Jamie and I finally got on the same wavelength and page. My issue was Angela had something up her sleeve by the old motto, keeping your friends close and your enemies even closer. I knew she could have been up to something, but still kept a positive approach, but my eyes wide open. Things for about 2 to 3 weeks seemed great. Angela bought Jamie a phone, which made my jaw drop. I told Angela that she didn't have to do that. She assured me it wasn't a new phone, and if Jamie didn't want it, she could return it. I knew something wasn't right, and she could be a wedge if ever Jamie and I were to get into another argument due to something Angela did. Nevertheless, we rode with it, though I still kept my eyes open. Meanwhile, Josh called me and told me he could pay me some money if he could move back in. I told him the answer is no. He then got up with me and paid me some of the money still owed for 2 months. I moved him back in with the stipulations he couldn't be carrying any weapons, no dogs, and he needed to get caught back up with his rent. He moved back in and things became awkward between Jamie and Josh. Jamie didn't want him there, and Josh was amazed that Jamie and I made up after all the drama went down. During this time, I made it clear that they had to get along, and I also told Josh that he would get along with Jamie or he would have to move back out. Then jokingly, Josh said, "Yeah, 'cause I don't have the vagina, right?" I said, "It's beyond that, dude. Get caught up with your rent." Meanwhile, one cold morning, I turned on the shower, and cold water came pouring out. I started cursing up a storm and got on the phone with Enrico County, so no immediate resolution was made up. They had the bill to screwed up, so needless to say, we had no hot water for about a month. So Jamie and myself took showers in the gym. Josh did as well until I could get caught up with the phantom charges the county placed. Extremely ridiculous on the monopoly they had on the phantom bills they had totaled. Bunch of horse shit. Jamie started to have more cravings for Suboxone because she was getting withdrawals and trying to fight them off. So I had to question her, and then she told me that she needed Irish rosé as well from the India Drew store. I said, "Why do you need that?" "Because she is trembling and having serious withdrawals. So about 3 weeks, things were great, and then she started to want to visit that old man, and he was going to pay her for cleaning up his place. I didn't want to get into another argument, but I knew things might be heading in that direction. She spent a few days away from the house with the old man. While I got ready to get to work, Angela called me and started talking loud and very fast. I said, "What's going on?" She said, "It's Jamie." She said the Richmond police called her phone and said they had to rush her to the hospital. I said, "What? Where is she at?" She told me the hospital, so I went down there as fast as I could. I called down there while I was heading there and asked them what's going on. I mentioned Jamie's name and asked them what happened. They asked who I was, and I said, "I'm Jamie's boyfriend." They said, "Come down to the facility and they will let me know." While I went to the hospital to see Jamie, they grilled me with a bunch of questions in my relations to who I am with Jamie. They asked if I was related to her. Again, I'm her boyfriend. What the hell happened? The nurse said we can't give you any information unless you are related to her or if she lives with you. I said, "Yes, she does live with me." So finally they told me she had an overdose.
Say what?
The nurse said her bloodstream is filled with heroin. Where is she? She is inside the room and she wants to let the nurse give her medicine to control it. I went in and I saw fighting with the nurse. I told the nurse to let me talk with her to calm her down. "Babe, what are you doing?"
The nurse is trying to inject me with the needle.
"No, babe, she is trying to help you." I started to get emotional. I asked the nurse what actually happened. She overdosed with heroin. We were trying to calm her down. "Jamie, please, let them give you the injection to try calm you down. They are trying to help you."
Get me out of here, she screamed.
"Baby, I can't, because you need to take the medicine they are trying to give you. Please listen to them. They aren't trying to hurt you. Trust me." Then I held her hand and said, "Please, let her help you." Once they did inject her, they kept her overnight. I then asked the nurse what happened next. The nurse said she sleeps it off and then sees a judge and he decides what happens. "Can I visit her tomorrow?" She said she'll call you, but we can't release her. So I left, perplexed and emotional. Called Angela and asked her again how she heard this, that she was found passed out. She said the police officer answered the phone. I said, "Now it's the waiting game, because she has to go through a judge to grant her release." More stress, but showed a lot of concern, and I wanted her out of there and home with me. Chapter 25. Finally waiting for Jamie to call me, and I couldn't call her. I was going nuts to know what was going on. Finally, after 2 days passed, Jamie called me. I said, "What happened?" She said she needs an attorney. I questioned why she hadn't called me sooner. She said the judge wouldn't release her, and she has to stay a week under the faculty. Can she see visitors? She said only certain hours of day. Let me go there and discuss to them that they need to let you out. I called my attorney and he made a call to get more information on why she was kept in there for a week. He told me that she was under suicide watch and they kept her end there for a week. I explained if there is a way I can demand for them to release her. He told me it is a slight chance if you can prove she is under your care and she has a home to go home to. I said, "I can prove all of that." So I went there and saw her. She was wearing a shower curtain, literally, around her body. I said, "Where are your clothes?"
They hold them from the people in here. She said, please, I want to get out of here.
I then went to the head nurse in the faculty and asked,
Why is my girlfriend wearing a shower curtain around her to cover her up? Where are her clothes?
They said they wear hospital clothes so they can't commit suicide. She's not going to do that. I'm her boyfriend, so release her under my care. We need a court order, sir. I said, she is living in here like she is caged up, and I will get her out of here. I'll take full responsibility for her well-being. Just release her, for the love of
God.
Nurse said, we can't. We need a court order. Finally, I told Jamie that I will get you out here. It'll need to hire my attorney to force the issue.
Can I leave now?
She said, babe, they won't release you unless that damn judge sends his blessings. You'll be out of here tomorrow. Call me when you can so I can work on it. Next morning, I called my attorney and told him the news. I said, I'm going to hire you so we can get her out. Then he explained to me it's usually a waiting process and doesn't matter who she is, it's a matter of precaution and protocol for her protection. I said, it's a freaking joke. He said he will start to get to work on it. Later on, Angela called and inquired about the chain of events, and I informed her what was going on. Then I get a phone call from my attorney, and he told me she was released. I said, what? How? They weren't going to release her unless she had a place to go to. Then he told me she released her to a Gary Redacted. I said, what the fuck? I said, well, thanks. I'll call her. I called Angela back up and told her that she was released to Gary. Both of us were flabbergasted. Finally got a hold of Jamie and said, what in the hell happened? She said Gary got her out. I said, but how in the hell was he able to get you out and I couldn't? Then she said the judge released her. Then she called Gary. He came to get her. What the fuck? You knew I was trying to get you out, right? Why didn't you let me get you? Since you're living with me, I worry to death. Babe, I want to see you. She said, let me talk with you tomorrow. I was brewing and knew that she needed help, but she was depending on that old fucker. It just hit me like a ton of bricks, knowing we came so far for a solid 3 weeks. Finally, I picked her up and she rode in my taxi the whole Saturday night. I said, what the fuck is going on? Why didn't you call me? She said, drop it. It's water under the bridge. Jamie, it's not. You need to get help, babe. You had a relapse and a heavy amount of heroin in your bloodstream.
I love you. God damn it. And I want you here for a while.
Do you understand me?
Damn it.
You're being overdramatic, and it doesn't help when you rub it in my face.
I'm not. I don't want to lose you to this. I don't want you to be a statistic.
You have too much to live for. Please, babe. I'll even drive you to the program in Kentucky to get you better. If it meant we could have a future. Please, damn it.
Stop being so overly dramatic. I'm fine.
Babe, you aren't when you are doing that stuff and chasing it down with Irish rose wine. I only talk this way just to give you a wake-up call. We only go down this merry-go-round once. Then she turned on the radio and started belting out If I Could Turn Back Time Share. She was singing the Cher song and going to town. I teared up and said, I'm going to hold you to that. Lol. Finally, I put on some Rod Stewart and she said,
Turn back, Grandpa.
I said, you don't like Rod Stewart. She said,
No, I don't.
Finally, we went to get groceries and went back home for the night. I told her I was going to give her a bath, and hopefully the damn county turned back on the hot water. She got in the tub. We turned the knob back on, and the hot water poured out. I grabbed her feet and started washing her feet. So then she wanted to finish her bath by herself. Then, when she was finished, it was to bed we go. I held her in my arms, and we hopped in bed. I rubbed her feet and started to massage her feet. Finally, Jamie rode Space Mountain again for the second time, and good times were to be had by all. Following morning, Angela called and I told her all was well, at least for now. Didn't want to jinx it. Morning came and Jamie wanted to babysit for her girlfriend that evening. Come to find out, it Orlando's sister. So I drove her there. Meanwhile, Josh fell behind again on the rent, and I said, you need to get caught up, or you can leave. Josh said he planned to be moving out soon, that he would get caught up. Mortgage company sent me another notice of a possible foreclosure, so I had to find more time. I called the call center in India, and they said it was a letter showing me how behind I was, and to disregard it. I inquired, why would I be getting it in the mail saying it's possible foreclosure? The mortgage company then set an auction date, sale on my home, so I had to come up with a loophole. I went to an attorney, Henry McLaughlin. He gave me a letter, and I went down to the auction sale, and my house was the first house on the list. I said, if you buy the house, you will be opening yourself up to a lawsuit. There's legal procedure that the mortgage company needs to come up with. So right then and there, they removed my house from the list. So I bought more time, but was really stressed out from any possible outcome or possible another attempt from the mortgage company trying to pull another fast one. I finally decided to do a bankruptcy. I was told I could do Chapter 7 or Chapter 13 and at least stall it for some more time on top of stopping the auction. So I was on the verge of getting this done on top of stopping the auction with a letter from the attorney. Not wanting to do a Chapter 13, I wanted to clean up my unsecured debt, and I was entitled to. Giving misinformation, I was told Chapter 7 would keep me in my house since it was a secured debt. I gave that information and ran with it, and in Chapter 7. Jumping through the loops and hurdles, it cleaned up my debt and was granted after going through the process. Though giving wrong information by the attorneys that I spoke with, it bought me time, and even though it was secured debt, it was wiped away clean, which later on cost me. My loopholes I had at my disposal became stall tactics that I had only at my disposal. Things on that front were getting murky, but more time was bought on keeping the house. On a different front, the trolls were getting out of hand. Piss 4400, Jeremy Redacted, who projected himself as a fan, became the tractor to impress the trolls. He started going how he and I were similar, dealing with interaction,
of other human interaction. How he was doing a study about me. This started stemming from his character, a shut end that lived with his mother and couldn't read or write, and how gravitated to a female troll at the time then yeah. All that drama was brewing right at the spring of 2016. I had to flag down his videos along with the trolls' videos. The trolls gravitated to this retard to make him believe he was doing good in attacking me, and how they would befriend him if he kept up that attacks on me. First with being a fan, and then being a troll to attack me to win the approval of these other bottom feeders in the group. This guy was a riot to listen to, though when he went on for hours about how the education system wasn't kind to him. Killed brain cells, but even though he was a detractor of mine, eventually the trolls turned on him when he came out and attacked him for doing a fake obituary on me saying that I died. They ended up doing 2 of those, which forced me to come out on the defense and attack them back harder. Just non-stop drama, but was curtailed by him at times going off on the trolls for them rejecting him in their group. It sometimes felt refreshing to get the spotlight off of me and have them fight amongst themselves and with this character. Chapter 26. Jimmy was being picked up and wanted more money for the spot zone. She had a lot of her clothes and belongings with me, but started spending less time with me. Dealing with other drama with trolls, Josh not paying rent, and fighting off the mortgage company from taking my house, I was under heavy freaking pressure. Angela told me that Jamie was going to move out, and she wanted her freedom to do what she wants. I told Angela, "Don't start with me." She then said I was a pawn, and Jamie was going to leave and not to tell me. I didn't believe her for a second. When questioned Jamie this, she told me,
Who do you believe, her or me?
I said, "I want to believe you, damn it."
Well, don't question it because I haven't said word, but I want to be able to do things on my own without always you hovering around.
What the hell do you mean?
I help you, and would move heaven and earth for you.
Then she said I was hovering around her and she wanted some freedom. Then I said, "What am I to you then?" Then Jamie said,
You are a sexy man, just like Homer Simpson.
Say what?
LOL, Homer Simpson?
Yeah, he loves Marge, and I'm Marge, and you're Homer.
I'm not sure how to take that, but okay. Just not sure why Angela is telling me this?
She loves you, that's why.
Damn it, Jamie, don't twist this up. I don't want her love. I want your love.
Damn it. One.
Comparing me to fucking Homer Simpson? What the fuck?
George, just calm down. I can't joke, but you can?
Your jokes sometimes get me mad, so I'm just giving it back to you. Well, do you love me, Jamie? How can I not?
You're the only true friend I have, and I do love you.
Well, damn it, then why do you put me through this circus? I feel like a clown that's been kicked in the nuts.
George, when do you come with these twisted analogies?
Jamie, they aren't twisted. They are comparisons. Just like telling someone you need them and want them. There is a difference. Needing something, just needing it in the moment. Wanting something is wanting it for eternity. What the fuck? Jamie, do you understand? So when I say I want you, that means I love you. And that's the bottom freaking line. What is he talking about? I cranked on my CD Love of Lifetime by Firehouse. So while the song was being played, Jamie started singing. Then I played Stand By Me
but my version that I had of it on CD. She asked me if that was me, and I said it most certainly was. She was impressed. Then I blew a tire and said, "Oh, shit." So being stranded, I called a tow truck, trying to negotiate a price. While we were stranded, I was looking for a spare, and then there wasn't one. Finally, the tow truck came. Jamie sat in the middle, and we're holding hands. She tried to console me till we got to the tire place. Then they placed the tire on the car, and then we went back to the house. When time came around for both Josh getting a ride and me taking Jamie to the old man's house, I asked Josh if he had the rent money. He then questioned why I would be asking him that question in front of Jamie. "I'm asking the question because I'm tired of waiting for it." Then he said, "How about the $1,000 I can save rather than using it to defend myself against my girl?" I said, "Wait a fucking second." Then Jamie came back and she said,
It would be nice for you to pay the rent when it's due, rather deflect it and making excuses on why you can't, which is more than the $1,000.
Then I had to step in the middle and say, "Both of you, calm the fuck down." I took him to work and then Jamie back to the old man's house. I said, "Call me and let me know when you're ready to be picked up."
It won't be until morning.
She had to spend the night there and she would call me. Later on, I went to work and worked a few hours. The concert hall called the National, and I picked up this couple and took them on the highway back home. The car began to lock up, and the engine locked up on the highway. I had to call another cab to get the couple and had to apologize. Meanwhile, my taxi's engine locked up. Uber was causing more issues, and the taxi business was slowly dying, and now my taxi locked up. Had the car towed to my house. I decided to get out of the taxi business, so I started delivering food using my Mercedes. Totally stressed out, I told Jamie what happened on her answering service. I told her she'll be riding in a Mercedes for now with trips. So it was now getting close to our birthdays once again in July. I told her I was out of work and I'm not going to be able to give her a lot of money because my taxi was being sold for a couple hundred for parts. I told her that I was looking for work. Then she came by to my house to get some of her things to the old man's house. I said, "Why are you doing that? I thought you were staying with me." She told me that she had to stay with the old man because he was going to start paying her money. I said, "Are you sure? It doesn't have to do with me not having a lot of money currently?" She said she has to do this. Then I started to rub her shoulders and then said,
Don't touch me.
I said, "What?" Then I tried to hug her and she said,
Don't touch me.
"So you are sending me mixed signals. What in the hell is going on now?" I said, "Tell the old man to leave. I'll take your stuff to the old man's house in my van." Telling him to leave. She said,
I've got to go with him.
"Well, go with him then. Why are you acting this way to me? We have come so far, and now for some reason, you are treating me like shit again. Tell him to leave, and I'll take you and your stuff to him." So she said for him to go. So he left, and she started putting things in the Mercedes. I secretly pull things right back out again. Finally, she would put things in, and I would remove things right back out again. She was being bizarre, and she knew she hurt my feelings, and told me she had to go to Orlando's first. I said, "You want to go to Orlando first?" I said, "Why are you doing this after everything?" She said,
I need to move out.
I said, "Great." So once we got to Orlando's, I took 2 suitcases and threw them at Orlando's doorstep. I said, "You want to act that way? Fine. All because my cab is not running? You're going to treat me like this again."
She said, yes, when you act like a baby.
I drove off out of anger, and from that point on, there was a wedge between us, not really knowing why she acted the way she did. Week later was her birthday, and I wished her happy birthday, and I told her I still love her no matter what. Even though I was angry at her, it didn't change how I felt. She didn't respond. Later on, I found out she was back in the hospital, but this time she broke out in MRSA, which was highly contagious. Later, her reasoning why she acted the way she did because she knew she was getting MRSA and she was doing me a favor, while at first she wouldn't tell me, but she didn't want me to catch it. Then I was going to see her, but she refused, so I sent Kevin to see her on my behalf, and since her father's name was Kevin, she thought it was her father. Kevin visited her all covered up. She was confused to see Kevin there, but Kevin did me a big favor in which he checked on her and let me know how she was doing. Feeling very emotional, I called her phone, crying my eyes out, saying, "Why are you doing this to me?" She re-emphasized that she didn't want me to catch the MRSA and was too embarrassed to tell me she had it. She was recovering for a week and really didn't hear anything from her for a week after that call. Meanwhile, it was nearing my birthday. We had a show to do on the radio station. I read on Madonna's Facebook page she was killed on July 3 RRD through an outside shooting at her doorstep. Me being shocked, wrote on her memorial page my condolences on her page to her daughter. It was very sad to hear the news. We did a live radio show at WCLM Radio. Kevin, B.O., and myself had a lineup of music and celebrated Gistmas, better known as my birthday. I wanted Jamie there and reached out to her, but she is still fighting MRSA at the hospital. We did the show only to be attacked by that bitch, Sean Brennan. We took calls, and that bitch knew we had a birthday show at the radio station. How it got leaked, I'm not really sure. He called dropping the N-word, causing my ties with radio station to be severed, due to me going off, calling him a faggot while he kept dropping the N-word. Finally, to ease tension, we had B.O. do his usual rap song, "Every Guy Needs a Hoe." Lol. Also, the infamous taxi song he did on most of my shows. Through this period, things were getting stressful for me and felt like I was losing things beyond my control. I still fought for Jamie and told her no matter how it plays out that I still love her and know she cares about me. Just wasn't sure why things were digressing after things seemed to be going good. Angela rubbed it in my face and kept saying that I was duped, and how did it feel? She said Jamie had told her she was moving on, and yet Jamie denied it, but it seemed like it was pointing in that direction. Knowing that the old man was responsible for our distance by him giving her money, I was angry and felt in a destructive mood. Finally, the decision was made to sue Sean Brennan and Will Markley. The lawsuit was filed September the 12th at 4th Federal District Court in Richmond. I was determined to put an end to this shit once and for all. The lawsuit was filed, and I had added YouTube to the lawsuit because they didn't follow their own guidelines by not removing the copyright material. Throughout this period, Jeremy Redacted started getting into contact with me and seemed to feel bad for me about Jamie. I confided in him somewhat and had him a couple times check on her, which was a big mistake. Later, it proved I was correct because he was a big troll who played both sides. I had to threaten him to go to his wife about his infidelity to keep him in check when he made threats about causing me issues. He was in the military, supposedly stationed in South Korea. He seemed like a person who had a split personality. Chapter 27. So it was Christmas Day 2016, so I called Jamie and she answered, and I said, "Merry Christmas. I miss you terribly." She said, "Why are you calling Gary's number?" And I said,
Fuck you.
"I'm calling you to wish you happy holidays." She said,
George, I'm sorry that I can't talk with you.
"Why is that?"
I promised Gary to take care of him and he could provide for me.
"Jamie, you even said he was gross. He has once put on a banana peel and a foot in the grave. Please, babe, if I thought you were happy, then I would accept it. But I know you're not. I'm not giving up on you. I'm here, damn it. Things were working out for a while until there was interference. That was the last call I had with her. At least, though, I knew she was okay, and I just wanted to make sure she was okay. I checked in at times just to hear her voice. 2017 came in with a bang, and the court case was getting to the nitty-gritty, and I needed an attorney or someone who legally knew the law to come and help format my documents. Angela helped look on Craigslist, and we came up with this guy by the name of Michael Saunders. I spoke with on the phone and briefly told him who I was. He chimed back and said, I know who you are. I used to watch you on TV when I was a kid. I found it odd, but oh, is that right? So while the judge requested my documents to be formatted differently and typed out with Court 12 Romans type. So I met this guy at Starbucks and we started working on the project and we're paying increments, $200 to $300 at times to format my papers. At first it seemed to be appropriate and he was producing the work. Finally, he began to come up with excuses on why he couldn't finish certain projects pertaining to the lawsuit. Then he finally came out with an epiphany that he was gay and married to his roommate named Danny. Totally shocked by this, I was more concerned about meeting deadlines with the case. I got to realize this guy was a bizarre individual and not mentally altogether. Meanwhile, I would periodically check up on Jamie, so I was at the Panera restaurant using my computer. Like always. I looked at her Facebook and saw her Facebook page and I read in memory of her Facebook page. I looked at it, totally trembling and shaking. I looked at it carefully and it said she died on April 20th, 2017. I then proceeded to grab my computer and took the table and flipped it with my bare hands. I got down on my knees and cried like a baby. I never cried so hard in my life. Throughout all of her mannerisms and her moody disposition, I totally loved Jamie K. Wade. I called Angela and told her about what happened, and she couldn't believe it. I said, "It's freaking true." I said, "I'm calling the fucking morgue in the morning, and I'm getting my answers." Again, Angela said she isn't dead. I said, "I wish that was true, but she is dead from an overdose. A speedball mixing heroin and cocaine." Angela then said she's probably faking it. I hope she is, but I doubt it. I'm calling the morgue to get answers. I called the next day and they confirmed that she passed away April 20th, 2017, and in fact it was Jamie's body. I found this information a month and 4 days thereafter. I then proceeded to call her mother. Totally not in sound mind at the time, I kept crying throughout the conversation and she confirmed it. She eventually didn't want me to call her again after the fourth conversation. I accepted it, but felt kicked in the face. And torn up for months, wanted some more answers. The police kicked down the door in the old man's bathroom. She speedballed, and maybe if there was a can of Narcan available, it probably could have saved her life. Meanwhile, Angela wrote her memorial without consulting me. I told her to hold off, and my concern was I didn't want the trolls to know anything about it. I was an emotional wreck for weeks. I spoke to a spiritualist and a medium to channel her spirit, but I knew, confirmed, that she still loves me. I felt like at the time I might need to go seek a shrink, because I couldn't accept the fact of her death. Meanwhile, I mentioned this briefly to Saunders, and he played like he was sympathetic to the story. That was a mistake that ended up costing me. While the case progressed, deadlines were being met, but the judge ended up throwing the strongest part of the case I had in play. That was the defamation. Both Saunders and myself were puzzled by this. Meanwhile, the mortgage company clamped down and said that there was a foreclosure date on my house. I flipped out and consulted with Henry McLaughlin again, but this time told me there wasn't nothing I can do but sue the mortgage company and the escrow company, or pay a mortgage. Also had what you call suspend this to the courts that would stop the courts dead in their tracks from taking the house while it was a court battle. Saunders produced documents with help of a military friend, which bought me more time at the house for about another year. When the whole actuality of that case was being presided by, you guessed it, the same judge that presided over my other case of copyright material. Again, the strongest suit was thrown out, which made no sense. Things seemed to change in the relations with Saunders. He started doing cocaine and was sniffing Dusterhofer from a computer cleaner. This became a big problem. Also, little did I know, Saunders had a track record a mile long in and out of jail for drug issues and sodomy charges against a minor, in which he said he got reversed by suing ex-governor Terry McAuliffe on the matter. This guy had a checkered past, and things started to take a toll for the worse when this foreigner got involved in the case. He was a Brit named Marty McFly, which from the movie Back to the Future. He was a doofus, ignorant person that said he wasn't an attorney, but he was going to help his buddy, Will Martin. Supposedly his real name is redacted, was his untouchable character that emerged as a big nemesis in relation to this lawsuit. Saunders and this foreign bitch were on the phone trying to negotiate a compromise, when it was a ruse. Throughout the time, Michael Saunders was secretly doing the legal formatting for Will Martin and Sean Brennan. I didn't figure this out until it was too late, and slowly but surely, it crumbled my case. 2 weeks before all this went down, Bo was trying to introduce me to a girl named Kristen Redacted, who was an old gentleman's club dancer and knew all about Saunders. One night after talking with Bo on the phone to meet Kristen, Saunders and myself went to the seedy bar that was in front of Bo's trailer. There Kristen came into the scene. Fairly attractive lady. It was Saunders the whole night tried to hit on, while she and him were in my car. That night, Saunders was trying to get some drugs from the bar owner and kept hitting on Kristen. I simply told him that he needs to check himself and stop trying to come on to her. After that night was over, we dropped Kristen back at Bo's and talks were in the works to get her on my show as my female co-host. Saunders tried to act a fool and was drunk and stoned out of his mind. Only weeks later, his true agenda was shown while he was spilling all my information to this foreigner and the trolls and abandoning the rest of my case. This guy was doing Dusterhofer and wanted me to take him to Target to get a computer cleaner, not to use for the obvious, but to snort it down. This guy's other words left me hanging. When I refused to, he completely turned on me and worked for the opposition and became buddies with this Marty bitch character. Meanwhile, Kristen I met and I was grooming her to become my new female co-host, with being a part of the show, along with Kevin Vince Boy and myself. Our 2017 lineup was ready. In one of our live shows, we did a rendition of the Price is Right auction off different items, and then she played Ellie Mae on the Beverly Hillbillies rendition skit. Week 3, we talked about the court case, and from that moment on, when Kristen said profoundly that maybe the judge should recuse himself from being biased and showing favor to the opposition. The most truest words that could ever been said. From that moment on, she became a target for the trolls to attack. She became a brief fixture on my show. She became like a little sister. So at the time, at least I thought so. With all the extra drama going on, Ellen came back and wrote me this letter from Riverside, that she wanted me to help her, and she would be my girlfriend when she came out. I wasn't going through this again, and I still wasn't ready for anything, dealing with the heartache of losing Jamie. I briefly mentioned to Angela what Ellen was trying to pull off. Angela then went await on me and said, "Don't you call me again." She said, "I'm not your friend." Said, "What the hell is wrong with you?" A few weeks later, she called me and told me she lost her dog. She said her dog died and was crying about that. Then, out of the same breath, and didn't know why she was telling me any of this. Throughout all of this drama, Jeremy W. started to become an issue, and he would never show his face when he did these attack videos against me working with the trolls. Weeks before Angela flipped on me due to the mention of Ellen's name, she partnered with me to hire a private investigator to snap a picture of W. We wanted to know what he looked like and put an end to his shenanigans. So the private investigator sent me a snapshot of his ape-like self, lol, and it was posted on the internet. The trolls then embraced W and sided with him, accusing me of somehow being involved. Though I couldn't have really given two shits about him, using him as a pawn to attack me. Angela and I went half on getting pictures snapped to put an end to his constant attacks against me. Throughout that time, Angela flipped and started talking to the trolls and told them a mountain of stuff about Jamie's relationship with me, along with what Saunders knew and me confiding in him, and what Jeremy S. mentioned. People turned on me left and right. Angela for being jealous of Jamie even after her death and showed her true self as a backstabbing bitch that could rot in hell. Also a mentally ill bitch, Jeremy S., that wasn't playing with a full deck. Of course, Michael Saunders, the biggest Benedict Arnold stooge that also had severe drug issues. It became a revolving door of people coming in and people going out. I couldn't tell who my friends were from my enemies. Angela finally dropped off the face of the earth, not to mention took some pot shots at me and told this foreigner my business. Angela proved she wasn't stable and a backstabber. It was coming into 2018 and things took a major turn for the worse, where I only literally had months left in my house. Josh moved back in for the third time because it was out of desperation that I needed the extra help. He brought AJ his old dog back, a little beagle named Cooper. Later he was incarcerated and I had no idea until I found out from his cousin that he was in jail. Legally, his dogs became mine. Cooper was a cutie that I became attached to. Beagle that howled all the time that I eventually grew fond of. AJ, his big dog who was part pit, eventually emasculated his tail by biting it off. I came home to find my house filled with blood in the upstairs area where I kept AJ. It broke my heart, but I couldn't take care of AJ since now he was my responsibility and Josh's parents couldn't even help by taking him. I turned him into the Enrico Pound and kept Cooper. Months later, Josh contacted me and I told him about what happened, telling him what happened to AJ and how Cooper was mine. He understood, even though he was upset by the fact I wouldn't give him Cooper back. Chapter 28. After all the traumatic stuff in Jamie's death, losing other people who I thought were friends only to find out they were fair weather friends, the revolving door started and more of the same hit the pike. I finally played the game with Ellen, knowing that she had played me before, but how she used me last time, and I promised me the world after she got out of Riverside Regional Jail. I would help her moderately, and then when she was released, I would drive to Petersburg and give her rides. Throughout all of this, she was playing me and using me yet again, but I was blind. I had feelings for Ellen, but kept waiting for the other shoe to drop off. She relapsed and hanging around this other girl found her way back into Riverside Regional. Finally, she turned on me after they transferred her to a women's facility in Goochland. Just because I put a small amount and not exuberant amount on her books, she turned on me yet again. Told me she didn't have time for me. I said, "It looks like you don't have time for anyone, because you are a jailbird." I told her finally off, calling her user and heartless bitch. So the amount of people in my camp diminished, and I was finally seeing people for what they were. These trolls are told about Jamie, and all hell broke loose in the fan. These imbeciles finally connected who Jamie was and the information about her death by first name. Saunders became a major thorn in my side, along with whatever Jeremy S. had said, plus Angela with her loose lips, trashing me and Jamie. Till this day, Angela was so jealous of Jamie, even after her death. Yet after 4 visits to Richmond, never came back. So she was a little obsessive concerning me, to say the least. Very last conversation I had with her, she told me about the death of her dog. She also had a 3-way call with me and Kristen. She proved she wasn't stable. Meanwhile, Saunders, along with this foreigner, Martine Redacted, were working together, attacking me, and they would relentlessly attack Kristen. Supposedly, Bo wanted to move to Georgia with his family and sold his trailer to Kristen in TC, Kristen's significant other at the time. Bo dropped out the picture altogether and had a major falling out with Kristen, saying they forced him out his trailer. And then he came talking to the trolls right there, forced by hand, as far as I was concerned, with any dealings with B.O. B.O. was as well shot in a domestic dispute in which all was concerned about him, but eventually he got better through the termination through VCU MCV Hospital. He dropped out of the picture after he spoke to the trolls, which was the #1 way for anybody to be cut off from the show and interactions with me. Much time was bought. Judge Gibney ruled months before he ruled on the lawsuit with the trolls. He ruled to throw out the lawsuit against the mortgage company and caused then me to be put on the clock with foreclosing proceedings of my house. I was in a whirlwind of trauma. Adding insult to injury, my Mercedes started blowing a blue mist out of the tailpipe and finally caused the car to have a blown head gasket. Made a purchase to minivan 2006 Honda Odyssey. Finally, the gauntlet was dropped, and the mortgage company, through the attorney of the bank, offered me a $5,000 buyout to get me to move out of my childhood home. Very cheap amount considering I wasn't ready to leave. Different people told I should have done a Chapter 13 bankruptcy rather than a Chapter 7. Giving misinformation thought it would stop the foreclosure and reestablish my secured debt. House being an item being secured. I consulted with attorneys and they told me take the $5,000 and run. I said, no, I want to save my house. Much deliberation, I finally agreed to take the $5,000 and planned the unthinkable about moving out of my childhood home that resided in for 46 years. Practically the only home that I knew. Labor Day weekend of 2018, I packed 80% of my belongings and put them in storage. Got the U-Haul and moved. I felt defeated and knew that I fucked up, but couldn't beat myself up. I bought as much time as I could have until finally I couldn't buy any more time. With all my stuff in storage, my old DJ friend was a manager of a local motel in Richmond, so me and Cooper resided there for a short period of time. I met a girl named Crystal there at the front desk, and my DJ friend from years past, Phil. Rehashing episodes from my house, these bitches had military drones flying around my house throughout the last year I resided at my house, and one night I could see strobe lights from the sky shining down on me, aiming at my vehicle. It was a weird experience. These moronic imbeciles started flying drones around my house. Several times, I would summons these bitches to fight me. All they would do is take pictures and record conversations. One of the trolls infiltrated himself as a victim under the name Chris Perron, aka Billy Baxter. Supposedly backstory, Chris Perron was being attacked in the same manner I was being attacked. The only difference was Billy Baxter is a troll from Canada who stole Perron's identity and played the role of Perron, which was an elaborate ruse to get information out of me and had messages being recorded. After the home was vacant, trolls broke in and recorded the house. Some items were left at the house that I couldn't store. Some minor childhood stuff like my baby crib and the artificial Christmas tree where I couldn't place. Some valuables and the master copy of the recording I had with Susie Quattro in 2008 in which they took and stole. Stuff that was left there in the attic, in which I couldn't move. Few stuff and childhood trinkets. It became a nightmare that I had to leave. When the bank sold the house to an real estate agent, Saunders drove by and started filming the conversation, trashing me to the real estate owner, which was filmed on the internet under that foreigner sock account, using my last name, and play on Alex Jones' show InfoWars, only to change it up using my last name, calling it Yarid Wars. Finally, they filmed video in my house when I was living there. Not sure if my roommate let them in or if they broke in. Either way, this was done under the radar and was a criminal act that was created. Police reports were being made left and right. Meanwhile, Saunders kept trying to make contact with me, and I told him to leave me alone before he gets his ass kicked. This Saunders character had machine guns and guns of all types around him for being an puss that he is. He was destined for an ass kicking in the worst way. He fueled up this drama by giving them tabs on me. Needless to say, I was growing weary of the drama and confided in Kristen, since we were both in the same boat in dealing with these constant attacks these trolls did. 2. Self-loathing. Alleged private investigators supposedly started to follow me under the dirty money that Border was giving them. Later it was discovered, months after I moved out, they broke in my house while I was living there, showing a lot of valuables and pictures of my father and me as a child. These bitches broke in without my knowledge and filmed it. They broke in again after the house was vacant, and I had moved out to rehash what was previously stated. This Michael Saunders spoke to the realtor to badmouth me to her making up stories saying that I was breaking in the house late at night sleeping there. Saunders told the realtor that I trashed the house and a bunch of other bullshit, and in fact I made only one appearance to try to get a third party to buy the house back to regain ownership on a rent-to-own situation. The lady would listen to my proposal and eventually sold it to a couple, which sealed the deal against me getting the property back in a last-ditch effort. These trolls took the satisfaction in me losing my house and thought they accelerated it to happen. In all actuality, it was my fault, and the fact I used all the loopholes I could to stay in the house longer, knowing I was only buying as much time as I possibly could. Putting up a valiant effort, there was nothing more I could do. I began living out of various hotels, and some nights sleeping out of my car. At night I wasn't working at Amazon, getting hotels and motels, sometimes sleeping out of my car. Holidays were drawing closer, and going through a deep depression, I ended up becoming a hermit, while I felt the doors closing on me with no help and feeling totally at my lowest, and practically losing everything I had, and no one seeming to give two shits about my ordeal. My friends became smaller and smaller, knowing I couldn't trust anyone. I eventually became friends with a military guy who was camped out in Germany named Kevin E. Kevin E. helped me through this period of time. The holidays seemed bleak, and everything seemed not real, and Christmas didn't even seem to be Christmas. These trolls would stop at nothing to try to cause more issues for me, and kept the drama up by ringing my number at all hours of the day and sending me constant inappropriate emails. The long-awaited court case was a month away, starting the new year of 2019. Not knowing how to proceed with that, since I was being totally overwhelmed with circumstances and the constant fuckery these trolls were doing. We finished the 2018 season at Comcast, and that was the last year it was being done at the Comcast studios, with plans of moving all the equipment to the Richmond Public Library, which this brings out drama within itself to unfold. It was Christmas Eve, and I grabbed a bag of Jamie's old IHOP shirt out of a bag of clothes that I held on to. I cried my eyes out and asked out loud for Jamie to show me a sign she was still with me. Back of her work items, and attached was a semi-letter she began writing supposedly with my name, saying,
George, did you see this? It must mean you kept this bag, and I'm no longer present. Please be strong, because I'm watching, and realize the sacrifice and the love you have in me.
I began tearing up and cried my eyes out. She sent me a message in spirit and only would have meant that she is nearby me. The message I needed and wanted to hear from her in her own words. Throughout this period, I had my transmission give out and had to end up paying for a transmission from a salvage yard, which had sent me back. Door dashing and working with Amazon delivering using their vehicles were the only things that kept me going so I could get my fix and back on the road. I worked tirelessly and got the car fixed. Transmission was put in the car and it began running again normally. I was able to get some peace of mind, but trying to get on top and ahead of the game living out of different motels. Seeming to catch a break by a friend who I met through a friend named Sherry. Throughout, she helped me up, and I started to become close to her out of a platonic relationship. I had part-time relations with her, and she helped me as well with some money, which I never asked for, but she insisted on helping me with. She had her own cleaning business and met her through a friend. Our relations became some intimate, and yes, she rode Space Mountain, but it was out of everything she saw with her eyes that I was going through being down on my luck. She helped me as much as she could, but couldn't on a regular basis since she was a married woman trying to get out of a bad marriage. So my involvement with Sherry was kept under wraps. Chapter 29. I'm so done with this shit. Around this time, I had to get a lot of case law ready to go. I crammed more case law trying to fight the copyright situation, getting my evidence and witnesses together. I had Kristen, Kevin, Vincent, Kristen's baby daddy to her kids as witnesses to the facts of everything that had went down. Though the way it was explained to me by the court of the clerk that they were just gathering evidence, and Sean Brennan still didn't answer the charges they would summons in April to participate in the court proceedings. Will Markland supposedly had put in an application for my trademark. This was later discovered, though it wouldn't have mattered because he wouldn't have been granted trademark because he couldn't share ownership. Let it be known, just before Sean Brennan dropped out of the face of the earth, he was served by a court-martial out of halfway house, and while he was being served, he jumped out of the window. Strictly what was told to me by a court-martial who witnessed him jumping out of a window running. If only I was a fly on the wall to see that great Kodak moment. The bitch was scared, for obvious reasons. Saunders manipulated more crap by trying to apologize for flipping, giving the reason his job security was being put at risk by helping me by this so-called foreigner. When originally he was being paid by me over $3,000 to do my paperwork only to supposedly be threatened by this foreigner. What a little puss and little bitch. He used that lame excuse, but he pulled wool over my eyes when he knew exactly what he was doing into the deal of how long he would keep playing both sides. He is a sociopath with a long criminal background and drug addiction to cocaine. Throughout the ongoing con he was playing, not only did he manipulated me drop the lawsuit against YouTube due to their attorneys, which I ended up doing, I dropped the lawsuit against Walmart, and which was a major mistake, making me believe he would drop his application for my trademark when the facts, he didn't have a snowball's chance in hell to ever get my trademark since I was doing the show using that trademark since the middle 90s. I fell for the manipulation. But also the amount of copyright wasn't as much as it was with Sean Brennan. Thinking he could steal my trademark, he used that as bargaining chip against me when in fact he had no chance in hell of getting my trademark since I could fight it and use the name Gorgeous George Show. Michael Saunders led me to believe that Markland could take it, which I wasn't using basic logic, so I agreed to release Markland from copyright, which ended up to be a mistake only targeting Sean Brennan. Sean Brennan had more stuff against him in a copyright matter more so than Markland. Still, that bitch Saunders manipulated my insecurities by leading me to believe it was in my best interest when in fact looking back it wasn't. Saunders screwed up my case for me by just being there. Allegedly, he wanted to represent me like nothing ever happened, but I didn't let him, knowing it would be pure fuckery. Needless to say, more false information was given. Saunders was the only witness in the case because he ended up showing up, and what the judge had told me prior about waiting on the whereabouts of Sean was false information. I got railroaded, and if I would have known he would have tried it in the absence of my witnesses, I would have demanded a mistrial or extension or appeal. I got railroaded, and Saunders getting on stand only made it look like a circus, making things worse. Throughout the ruling, he ruled against me in making these imbeciles have a lifetime license to fuck with me, when in fact that's the furthest thing from the truth. Repeatedly calling me a public figure, when in fact I'm not in the least bit. These bitches ever since kept coming at me, attacking my father's name and trying to change the narrative. Yet these internet providers keeping using Section 230 saying they aren't responsible when in fact they are, going against their own guidelines, doing nothing with the constant attacks and cyber attacks made to my family's surname. These bottom feeders continue changing the narrative, filling up the internet with more garbage hate and lies directed to me, severing connections and ties to others to the best of their ability, stealing my identity, pretending to be me, trying to contact others and sending emails pretending to be people in my camp. People I know through broken tidbits they get by tracking my phone and my whereabouts through a tracker to my GPS, and yet the police to this day still do nothing. Constant cyber attacks have belittled me and my achievements through my show and other business contents. Stealing my show and stealing pictures through photoshopping techniques. These people who follow me take pictures and try to call places they see me at to get information, such as the hotel I'm staying at and my storage unit where I keep my belongings. Using the line that I'm their uncle and they are trying to see if I'm okay or leave a message when they can contact me, perhaps to even help pay for my bills. I have told these people at these places to mark it down and call the police when they do it and contact me so I can add it in the police report. Throughout, these bitches have made threats of going to my father's resting place and defecating on my father's gravesite and putting markings on my dad's grave and tombstone. The cemetery keeps records and have been informed of these criminal activities. It's later been proven that if they do go there, they Photoshop pictures and take pictures and leave, and yet not be caught. There is camera camouflaged on at the grave, and the camera for almost 2 years is blank. So a lot of these alleged activities seem to be just that, not actually happening, only to get a rise out of me. Also, supposedly, this beatnik person that occasionally follows me has supposedly poisoned Jamie's family against me. I have totally honored the mother's wishes and let her grieve on her own without bothering her. Though when I started getting emails of someone supposedly being her brother wanting to know information, it later was discovered one of two things transpired. That they constantly pretending to be the brother, or the brother bought into their shit of lies, saying a bunch of lies pertaining to his deceased sister and myself, making outlandish comments to the family saying I forced myself on her when in fact she lived with me and shared my bed, making outlandish and twisted comments, in which they keep posting all around that in a domain in which they stole. GorgeousGeorgeShow.net website in which one Jeremy S. stole. Very unstable person who will be dealt with, or perhaps in a lawsuit, still posting more rubbish. This person supposedly owns the domain and will be dealt with or sued. Throughout the end of 2019, these bitches heard that the show was being down at the library. Since it wasn't in a closed space and out in the opening at the library, these bitches took advantage of the situation. They camouflaged and got wind of when the show was being done. Knowing these bitches were trying to search for information, they went into the library pretending to be part of the public reading books when they were trying to sabotage my show and steal it, in which they did one of the shows. This little midget wearing a Raider football cap one night looked really suspicious. Actually, he looked scared out of mind sitting back there. When security pointed out he was the one asking information about me and my show, I only felt it was fitting to walk up where he was sitting and stare him down. He said, "How are you, sir?" I looked back at him and said, "Really?" I gave him a look to let him know that my eyes were on him, and it looked like he better not do anything with a stern look. I could tell that the midget was out of his league, knowing that I knew he was up to no good. That show in week 1 ended up in the trolled channel on YouTube. So I knew, in fact, the bitch was definitely up to no good. Adding to that, he had placed pictures from my house of me on the windshield of my car. Little did that bitch knew there was a camera that got his tags of his Dodge Ram 150 truck. The bitch and his tags were on candid camera. He was caught with his hand in the cookie jar. After the fact, I knew that these bitches were trying to ruin all of my shows. I decided to not run them on the transmitter and just shoot them off my camcorder like if it was pre-recorded. That didn't sit well with Kevin, but to this day it still doesn't sit well with Kevin and he doesn't get it. I was forced to do the only thing I knew, possibly was pre-recording the show so they couldn't put their grubby hands on it until I was ready to release it myself. Trying desperately to steal my production and call it their own. To take my production, slash my logo and put their disgusting titles to it and steal my copyrighted show. The following week, that ass, Saunders and his husband, was there with their phones out. I told them to leave or they would be escorted off the premises. Saunders started getting louder and was definitely saying he was there to meet someone else there. I said, bullshit. You are going to record my show. Got security to remove his tub of shit lard ass along with his lover off the property for recording my show. It ended with me filling me with a bottle of Lysol and hand ready to blind his ass. Right before he left, he made mention of me being diabetic, which again is a narrative he and those other trolls keeping spewing the same garbage since I recently developed arthritis. Big difference, but still a narrative they keep spewing. Someone else that night was filming him at the library. Another troll who also was trying to film, but they didn't get any part of the show since it was being pre-recorded. He was asked to leave by security. So the rest of the shows for 2019 ended up that way, pre-recorded so they couldn't record from the transmitter. Though after their fuckery yet again, they then pretending to be local retired news affiliated from local Channel 6, Mark Holmberg, saying he was going to write a story saying I was homophobic and I threw out a gay couple out of the library. Again saying this what those bitches didn't know, that I spoke to the real Mark Holmberg and he had no knowledge of any contact or story since he is officially retired. The person kept emailing impersonated as Holmberg and I played their game telling them I finally spoke to the real Mark Holmberg and their little scheme fell short. After going through that, I went to Channel 6 and was ready to speak to Mr. Hughes, who had Holmberg's old job, and they were on the verge of doing a story on internet cyberstalking and the law, how the local police need to get educated on this matter. It's something that was in the works, but I pursued because of my long hours of working and finding no time for myself, just being overwhelmed with all of this bullshit that these imbeciles did. Another lie, along with trying to interview Matt allegedly and manufactured a lawsuit from Jamie's parents, which is totally bogus. Once and all, to put an end to my wondering whether her parents were being bothered or not, I sent a certified letter to Jamie's mother. Only one trying to explain the situation, how these bottom feeders found out information about me and Jamie's relationship. I apologized and said that I honored her wishes, just wanted her to know that it had nothing to do with what those cyberstalkers were doing. No response, but she did respond with a signature back. Then supposedly with the brother knowing I wrote his mother, which tells me that he bought into these people's worship. Though I had to know for sure if I was talking to the brother or a troll. So supposedly it was the brother and how he would constantly email me when I tried to explain to him about these bottom feeders, though again bought into it and intercepted the letter I gave to his mother. At this point though, the lawsuit angle was a lot of horseshit and made prefabricated fairy tale made up by the trolls.
Chapter 30.
This brings me into the year 2020. Still dealing with all of the struggle that I've been dealing with, I made a promise to my friend Sherry not to do any more videos for the trolls, knowing that's exactly what they want. It's an unhealthy, sick obsession in which what I've been saying for years to only get worse. She told me in which I already knew. She said, "Be happy and content and still do my shows, but no more shows talking about them, for that's what they want." Even though I did a few at the beginning of the year, I stopped altogether, only doing my show with little no mention of these trolls. She also told me, don't be scared to discard more people that will bring me down. After midstream this year, Kevin seemed to not want to do any more videos with me. We got into argument, and he did the passive-aggressive routine and started doing videos with Vince and Keith, also with his girlfriend Mary Elizabeth. Even though I find Keith to be somewhat funny, and was as Boris the Butler on my show, none of those shows could compare with my shows. For lack of a better word, they are inferior to what I do. For some reason, Vince became very distant and stopped talking with me for whatever reason. Kristen and I finally severed ties, because she kept talking about QAnon and crazy conspiracy theories. When I told her to refrain from talking politics, she became very nasty toward me and unfriended me on Facebook. To that I say, fine. She became toxic to me, so I had severe ties, and I guess her and Vince talk, which for some reason made Vince not to talk with me. So for that I say, good riddance. I figured, if that's how he wants to be, fine. Kevin acted peculiar as well, but our history goes back deeper. Though he has appeared on a few shows with me after our argument, it doesn't seem to be the same relationship. My friend Sherry, who I've kept under wraps from everyone, told me, George, it's time to think about yourself for a change. If anyone else wants to be indifferent, they can, but they can be cut out just as easy as 1234. She is definitely right. I have no second guesses to my decisions. Recently, with subtractions, there are additions, and Roger Kohler, who was a hooker for a local restaurant, became my new co-host in 2020. The show must go on, is what I say. So Roger has taken over on the show with the back door for Kevin to appear when he wants. For a man that I've known for quarter of a century and made his contributions, I can't be that angry at him, just dealing with some recent disagreements which had put a semi-strain in our friendship. Nevertheless, Kevin is still part of the Gorgeous George show and hasn't forgotten I put him on the map. That be me, Gorgeous Georgia Reed. The troll's still up to no good with him this past year. Saunders' latest sheetastic bullshit in March when I had an accident and got slammed into recorded a bunch of new audio videos after he planned them and recorded them for the trolls. That son of bitch will eventually get his ass kicked by yours truly. I want nothing to do with that piece of shit taking pictures of me walking to the hospital, recording more conversations. That POS is going to end up in prison before it's all said and done. So are these other bitches. Their act is grown old. They need to all go to hell, along with that foreigner with new names on this person surfacing now, and he's being very quiet. In the year 2020, Earth as we know it developed a germ in the air called the coronavirus, taking a lot of people's lives. We got a new president, Joe Biden. Joe Biden defeated Donald Trump, which was a good thing. Though we still are dealing with this virus and made what we usually do as a society not the same. Whether this virus will completely change what we do is still unknown. Though everyone stays protected with a mask, even though again a lot of lives have been lost. Now I'm in my 50s and have developed arthritis in my body, but I plan to conquer that / I also plan to continue entertaining the masses and letting the true story be told. I have emotional scars. I cry a lot because I miss the woman I love, though I'm now willing to put myself back on the market to find what's out there and perhaps find a woman of my dreams. So I keep searching and getting by and doing things by my standards. Like Frank Sinatra said, he did it his way and I will continue doing things my way. I feel like through all the emotional scars and some of the disappointments in my life, I always land on my feet. I will always fight for what's right. I'll be forever trying to be back in the high life again with hard work. I have no regrets and totally love myself and will continue my mission of being the best person I can be. I hope you all have enjoyed my book, and I hopefully have set some misinformation about me to be overly exaggerated by internet stalkers. I plan to continue my journey and be George for all, and now hopefully you all have learned the truth and know what's accurate and what's false. And what mad props to the ones who love and respect me. I will not waver or change. I will not be a fair-weathered person. Since all this drama, the trolls put the fear in God in Roger. Roger bought into their garbage and compromised my book with them. That showed his brief standings with me from good guy to a piece of shit. By him giving my manuscript to these bitches, it caused delay in the progression of my book. Needless to say, the book still gets published, and the troll and Roger Colway can go straight to hell. I will always keep it real and be real. Just in case you forgot, there's one Mona Lisa, one Leaning Tower of Pizza, and only one George. That's me. Woo! That's 11 O's. I'm what's causing all of this. Hence the book title. I'm simply what's causing all of this. Thanks for reading. Thanks for the purchase and thinking enough of me to read my book. Thanks. Sincerely, Gorgeous George. Special thanks to Casey Reason, Kevin E., T. Hancock, and Kevin Kravitz, and the cast of 1,000. Also to my girl in hell, Jamie Whalen. T. Hancock had appeared on my show in the 2018 season and 2019 season. Hank is a friend and was great add-on for my show with his singing talents. And with mad props to Phyllis, who wants to bear my children, and is a great fan of the show. Let's get it on, Phyllis, and my friend Paul, who is a fan. God bless. Sincerely, Gorgeous George, and here is to the next 50 years ahead. Fuck my life.